I'm Shin Lingwei. I just came to my girlfriend's birthday party, but I fell into an embarrassing humiliation. Not only was he unscrupulously ridiculed by everyone for being a 170-pound fat man, but he was even viciously said to be a toad who wanted to marry into a wealthy family. I thought this was already the worst situation, but I didn't expect Lin Haoming, a wealthy son in the Beijing circle, to suddenly appear and make me the public enemy of women all over the world. He is a ruthless and terrifying living Hades. But because of his good family background, outstanding ability, and good looks, he has become the dream lover of all women. I thought that he would despise me, an inconspicuous fat man like everyone else, but I didn't expect him to protect me domineeringly, and said that I was her woman. Just like that, I, who was originally an obscure fat man, instantly became a public enemy. After all, who would have believed that such a good man would choose a fat man of 170 pounds as his wife? I really don't understand why Lin Haoming wants to protect me so much. And why did you put me in such a situation where everyone was jealous? What's going on here? Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1, Who Do I Want to Marry? You know better than I am? Today is the 22nd birthday of my best friend Linda. I didn't want to come, but I couldn't stand her hard work. At 170 pounds, I looked out of place in this lively party. Looking at the laughter of the people around me, I didn't know how to deal with myself. I wanted to leave, but I was pulled by Linda, so I had no choice but to stay. But I have low self-esteem in my heart, and I feel that no one will like me like this. After Linda was called away by her mother, I was bored with red wine and was trying to go out to breathe, but I was bumped into and the red wine spilled on my chest. Before I could clean up, I heard the harsh voice. Yo, who should I be? Isn't this Shin Lingwei? The people at the banquet turned their heads and pointed at me. Only then did I find out that this humiliation was premeditated by my sister Shin Xiaoya. I tried to calm myself down and said out loud that I wasn't ashamed, but they didn't give up, laughing at me for being fat, saying that I wanted to marry into the Lin family. Linda ran to protect me, but they taunted me together. I wanted to leave, but I was stopped. Just when I was desperate, a cold voice sounded. Who does Lin Haoming want to marry? You know better than him. Everyone looked at it, and a man with a noble temperament walked with long legs. He is dressed in a black suit, 188 centimeters tall, and has a wanton posture. He is like the male protagonist who came out of the comics, noble and good-looking, his gaze swept by, making people fall at a glance. Many girls were shocked in their hearts and immersed in his beauty crit. At that moment, I was stunned, not knowing what would happen next. Chapter 2, Let Them Have a Longer Memory. A lively party is going on. While everyone was laughing and laughing, suddenly someone who was not afraid of death whispered, "Who is this person?" The person next to him hurriedly responded, "He is the only heir of the Lin family, Lin Haoming, the president of the Lin Group." Although the sound was not loud, it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Everyone gasped, and the people who were still wantonly mocking just now unconsciously retreated, and even more were ready to sneak away. Lin Group, which occupies half of the Beijing enterprises, has countless industries covering real estate, internet, entertainment media, hotels, shopping malls, and other fields. And Lin Haoming, who is only 23 years old, has just returned from studying abroad and successfully took over the Lin Group. His methods are ruthless, and he is frightened at a young age, and he is given the title of Living Hades. Those who provoked him all ended up tragically. At this time, this Living Hades stood in the crowd, exuding a domineering aura that crushed everyone. His gaze looked across him, and a chubby girl came into view. Her eyes were red, and her fair face was stained with bright red wine, and she stood pitifully and embarrassed like a besieged little beast. When Lin Haoming saw her aggrieved appearance, his heart trembled suddenly, and his eyes suddenly became as cold as a blade. Shin Lingwei glanced at Lin Haoming cautiously. The man's deep eyes were like a bottomless cold pool, revealing a chill. She was so frightened that she quickly looked away, not daring to look again. Lin Haoming turned around, looked at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "The Lin family's family affairs have nothing to do with outsiders. If someone dares to bully me in Beijing, it is impatient." As soon as these words came out, a cold sweat oozed from the backs of the people who were mocking just now. Everyone waited tremblingly for Lin Haoming to speak, only hoping that he could let him go. Lin Haoming's sharp eyes swept over one by one. "I won't let go of anyone who said the wrong thing tonight." The men turned pale as if they had been sentenced to death. The few bodyguards beside him had already controlled the few people who were talking just now, and those who ran away were also arrested. Assistant Gao Hung looked at Lin Haoming and asked Mr. Lin how to deal with it. Lin Haoming couldn't see any expression on his face, so he only said lightly, "Let them remember it longer." Someone shouted, "Mr. Lin, I was wrong, spare me." Please, before he could finish speaking, he was dragged out by the bodyguards. I stood there and watched the man walk against the light. I haven't seen him for 4 years, and he is no longer the green he was back then, but more mature and tough. His deep eyes fell on her face, and she was somewhat uncontrollably caught up in the deep whirlpool. The cold breath approached. She suddenly came back to her senses, took a step back, but was grabbed by the other party's arm. The man wrapped his strong arms around her body and looked at her condescendingly, and she looked up to see the dark look in the other's eyes. I don't know if it's an illusion, but she actually saw a trace of distress in her blurry and deep eyes. As soon as she tried to break free, the man took off his blazer, wrapped it around her shoulders, picked her up, and walked out. Someone was whispering, "Mr. Lin is too handsome." However, Mr. Lin doesn't really want to marry that Shin Lingwei, right? Be quiet, still talking nonsense. Be careful of your dog's life. The crowd automatically moved out of the way, and Shin Lingwei was hugged by Lin Haoming. Hearing his powerful heartbeat, his temperature coming from his clinging body made people feel a sense of reassurance, and her heart gradually calmed down. Walking outside, it was already dark. Shin Lingwei opened her mouth and said, "Mr. Lin, let me down. I'll just go back by myself." Lin Haoming hugged her without stopping, nor did he answer. Hugging her all the way to the car, he opened the door behind him and let her down. "Get in the car." I looked at the man's noble and cold appearance and excused myself. "Don't bother you, I'll take a taxi myself." Lin Haoming looked at her chest, frowned, and said, "You look like this. How can you take a taxi?" The skirt is a deep V open collar, the snow-white skin on the chest, the waves are turbulent, and it is also soaked with red wine, and it is easy to leak in spring, which is really not suitable for people. I realized that Lin Haoming was looking at the part, my face flushed, and I immediately covered my coat on my chest. Lin Haoming walked into the car expressionlessly. Still not in the car? She had no choice but to get into the car. After a while, the car suddenly stopped. Lin Haoming got out of the car, I didn't know why, and quickly got out of the car. Lin Haoming took me into the high-end clothing section of a shopping mall, and the manager was very respectful when he met him. "Mr. Lin, why are you here so late? Pick her a dress that fits." To be able to hold a managerial position in a shopping mall under the Lin Group is a person who can observe words and feelings. He saw at a glance that Mr. Lin attached great importance to this girl, and he didn't dare to have the slightest slackness, so he hurriedly asked the waiter to pick the most suitable clothes. I changed my clothes and walked out of the fitting room. Lin Haoming's eyes, as deep as a waterfall, suddenly lit up. The woman in the dress seems to be a different person. She looks very white. Her skin is as delicate and translucent as a baby. The light blue skirt makes her very temperamental. The waist is very designed, outlining the plump curves. The long skirt covers her legs just right, and the whole person looks gentle and graceful. Shin Lingwei looked at herself in the mirror, and was also a little surprised. People rely on clothes and horses to rely on saddles. It turns out that a piece of clothing can really change people's temperament. Lin Haoming nodded. "That's it, let's go." Shin Lingwei hesitated. "This skirt is very expensive. I haven't paid for it yet." The manager hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "The whole mall is owned by Mr. Lin, and there is no need to pay." Chapter 3. I want you to choose the second one. I watched Lin Haoming walk straight forward, and I had no choice but to follow. Back in the car, I was still sitting in the back. Lin Haoming stepped on the accelerator, and the car moved forward smoothly. The lights outside the window flickered. The streetscape of the late night receded rapidly, and the car was silent. In the flickering light and shadow, I stared at the man driving in front of me. His back was erect, his face was handsome, and his slender knuckles were on the steering wheel, perfect from any angle. "Thank you today," I whispered. However, he didn't seem to hear it, and the air fell into a brief silence. "Don't be so good-tempered in the future. You will be bullied." In the middle of a night like this quote is especially moving. I was about to mention the money for the dress, but he continued, "Now it's time to talk about us." I pretended not to know. The matter of the marriage contract. Before I could respond, Lin Haoming suddenly stopped. I was full of doubts, and it was still a long way from my home. I saw him open the car door and get out of the car, then open the back door and get into the car, and also sat in the back seat. I moved to the side a little nervously trying to distance myself from him. Unexpectedly, he came closer and was next to me. I was already leaning against the car door, and there was no way back. His body kept getting closer, his handsome cheeks pressed close to mine, and my heart beat wildly. In the cramped and quiet space of the car, the sound of my heartbeat was infinitely amplified. I felt his exhaled breath spill on my face, and the ambiguity in the air quickly warmed up. I struggled to turn my head away and force myself to calm down. He finally sat a little farther away, and I was just relieved, but he said leisurely, "You like me?" "No." I hurriedly denied it, not daring to look at him. He was silent for a few seconds, and the temperature inside the car seemed to drop by a few degrees. "There is no best, and I never talk about feelings with others," he said coldly. I don't understand why he changed so quickly. Could it be that handsome men are so fickle? Lin Haoming looked ahead and said, "Continue to talk about the marriage contract and give you two choices. One is that you take the initiative to cancel the marriage contract, and the other is to get a license to get married." I looked at him, and in the dim light, his side face was more three-dimensional and deep, but unfortunately the light was too dim to see his expression. It was in such a dark environment that I dared to look at him a few more times. I cautiously asked, "Which one do you want me to choose?" "It's two choices, but in fact there is no choice at all, and I still have self-knowledge." He leaned back in his chair leisurely. "Nature is the first, we all save trouble." Hearing his answer, I felt inexplicably lost. Suddenly thinking of the ridicule of the people at the banquet, he asked, "Why don't you want to marry me? Is it because you think I am fat? Not pretty enough?" He was silent for a few seconds. I thought to myself, yes, who doesn't love beautiful women? The Lin family is the richest man in Beijing, and his money alone is enough to make many beautiful women flock to him. Not to mention that he is so handsome that everyone is angry. What kind of woman does he want? And how can he like a fat man like me? Lin Haoming looked at me. My big eyes were shining in the dark, as if full of loss and expectation. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "That's not it." Hearing this answer, my heart warmed, and I thought that he would say comforting words next. Unexpectedly, he continued, "But a person who can't even manage his body is estimated to be a mess in other aspects." I gritted my teeth secretly and glared at him fiercely. Anyway, it was dark in the car, and he couldn't see it. I didn't know that he was sitting in the dark, and I was sitting in a little light, and he could just read my expression. How do I feel like someone is staring at me? He approached suddenly. I was terrified and immediately denied. "No, no. How can anyone dare to stare at you? Are you telling the truth?" He continued to get closer, and I leaned to the side, but my body was already pressed against the door, and my head was back close to the window, and there was no room to back up. He didn't intend to let me go, and I hurried my head forward so as not to kiss him, but his lips were close to my ear. His exhalation made me shudder a little, and he pressed his lips to my ear and said softly, "I changed my mind. I want you to choose the second one." In such a thick night, in such a claustrophobic space, his words were very demagogic. I couldn't help but nod my head. "After we get the license, we have to live together. Would you like to?" His lips continued to kiss softly in my ear. As if out of control, I said yes. Hearing my answer, a faint smile appeared on his face. He got out of the car satisfied, opened the front door, and continued driving. I sat in the back seat, a little annoyed. Lin Haoming drove quietly in front, with a clear smile on the corner of his mouth. I sat in the back seat, but the more I thought about it, the more I regretted that I was crazy about smoking and chose the second way. Although I liked him a little and knew about his engagement since I was a child, I knew very well that he couldn't like me. I think back to when I was young. I was very close to Lin Haoming's house, and there were a few children about the same age who played together every day. At that time, there were often friends who joked that the two of us were baby relatives. Later, Lin Haoming's family moved away, and the Shin family and the Lin family also cut off contact. After a few more years, the Lin family became the richest man in Beijing, and the Lin group covered almost all the industrial chains in Beijing, while the Shin family was in the middle of the road, and the business was almost bankrupt, which was no longer at the same level as the Lin family. I only occasionally see news about the Lin family on the news. I never took this marriage contract seriously, thinking that it would be gone with time. Until I was about to go to college, Grandpa Lin took Lin Haoming to visit his home and mentioned the marriage contract again, saying that after we graduated from college, Lin Haoming would definitely fulfill the marriage contract. When we met at that time, Lin Haoming didn't say a few words, but his appearance impressed me very deeply. Compared with when he was a child, he has begun to show a handsome appearance of a young man with a clean face, a high nose bridge, and a perfect lip shape, showing nobility and elegance everywhere. Although he behaved appropriately and spoke politely, the arrogance in his eyes showed his disdain for such a marriage contract. So I never expected to marry him. After all, he and I are not from the same world. We graduated from college in June, and we didn't see each other either. It's only been 2 months, and I didn't expect to meet my girlfriend at my girlfriend's birthday party so soon, let alone that I would talk about life events in a daze. Chapter 4. Unsightly? I sat in the car and thought nonsense, but the car was parked in front of my house. Lin Haoming got out of the car and opened the door for me, and asked if he wanted to send me in, but I quickly waved my hand and refused. He frowned, as if he thought I didn't think he could see anyone, and then reminded me to bring my documents to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. And before I finished speaking, he sat back in the car coldly and dropped a sentence, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. What I said will not change," and drove away, leaving me standing in place. This person is really cold for a while and hot for a while, which is incomprehensible. I went home, not knowing that it was a mess. Half an hour ago, when I was still on the road with Lin Haoming, Xin Xiaya shouted my name when she came home, and after she couldn't find me everywhere, she rushed into my bedroom and threw things wildly. And the graduation photos, crystal ornaments, and vases were all thrown to the ground. Stepmother Zheng Chuyin persuaded her not to fall, for fear that her father would be unhappy. But Xin Xiaya felt wronged, saying that she was miserable by me, and was beaten by Mr. Lin after saying a few words to me at the banquet, and blamed me for saying bad things in front of Mr. Lin. Zheng Chuyin looked at Xin Xiaoya's red and swollen face and felt distressed, comforted her while taking medicine, and said that Lin Haoming must like Xin Xiaoya, and it is for her not to cancel the marriage contract. Let her learn from herself, and say nice things when she gets along with Lin Haoming in the future. Xin Xiaoya's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she shyly said that she knew. At this time, I came home and saw Zheng Chuyin and Xin Xiaoya sitting on the sofa. Xin Xiaoya's face was covered with thick ointment. As soon as she saw me, she scolded me and asked if I asked Lin Haoming to beat her. But after I denied it, she didn't give up. I didn't want to say more, but when I went back to the room, I found that it was a mess, and I didn't have to think about it to know that it was Xin Xiaoya who did it. Since I was a child, there have been too many such things. My grades are good, Xin Xiaoya is poor. When I win an award and she is criticized, or when she is in a bad mood, my room suffers. When I was young, it was useless for me to resist, and my father was afraid that his wife would always favor Xin Xiaoya. I picked up the picture frame on the floor, the shards of glass piercing my fingers, and I was angry, and I didn't want to put up with it anymore. I walked out of the room to the living room, and when Xin Xiaoya didn't react, I slapped her in the face, telling her that she deserved it. I grabbed her arm and made her unable to move. Zheng Chuyin hurriedly came over to protect Xin Xiaoya, but the two of them didn't take advantage of it. Chapter 5. Running away from home. After I had a conflict with Zheng Chuyin and Xin Xiaoya, Zheng Chuyin pointed at me and scolded, saying that I had no royal law and dared to beat my sister, and threatened that if I left, I would not be the Xin family, and the marriage contract between the Xin family and the Lin family had nothing to do with me, and only Xin Xiaoya could marry into the Lin family. I didn't show any weakness, sneered in response, and turned back to my room to pack my things. I came to the living room with my important belongings, suitcases, and backpacks. Zheng Chuyin saw that I was really leaving, and continued to provoke me while being happy, and I left decisively. It was late at night, and I didn't know where to go with my luggage, although I felt the relief of getting rid of the oppressive family, but I felt inexplicable sadness. I think of the happy times when I was a child, when my parents loved each other, my mother was by my side, and I had my friends and Lin Haoming, who lived nearby. But later Zheng Chuyin's mother and daughter appeared. Her father cheated. Her mother divorced and left, and Lin Haoming's family also moved away. I sat on the side of the road looking at the stars, remembering my mother's words, and I couldn't help but cry. After packing up my mood, I saw the youth hotel across the road and checked in with my luggage. In front of the hotel, Lin Haoming drove by after the entertainment and saw me dragging my suitcase into the hotel. After I checked in without a hitch, the phone rang as soon as I lay down. It was an unfamiliar number. I didn't want to answer, but after hanging up, the other party called again, so I had to answer. Hearing the magnetic, muffled voice, I recognized it as Lin Haoming. Lin Haoming was dissatisfied with my address and asked me where I was. I lied that I was at home, but Lin Haoming saw through it. After learning that I was kicked out by my family, Lin Haoming said that he wanted to pick me up, but I quickly refused, but Lin Haoming insisted, and hung up the phone after speaking. I wondered why he knew about me. Could he have been watching me? But I thought my thoughts were ridiculous, and I rolled over and fell asleep, with a smile on my lips. Chapter 6. I'll be with you next door. What she didn't know was that at this moment, there was a person standing against the wall outside the door of the room. In the dim light of the hallway, a man with a long figure stood lazily. The shadow of the light outlined the outline of his side face more and more three-dimensional. His slender fingers held a cigarette. The flame of the cigarette but flickered on and off, and the smoke swirled around his exquisite facial features, which was even more evil and thrilling. Lin Haoming returned to the next room. Almost all the high-end hotels in the North City belong to the Lin Group, and he has his own exclusive suites in those hotels, and he rarely has the opportunity to stay in a cheap room in such a cheap hotel. But because there's a person next door, it seems that this room is very precious. At this moment, in my sleep, I felt as if someone was lying next to me. I couldn't see the other person's look clearly, but I felt the person put his arm around my shoulders and approached her face. I dodged a little, but the other person held my head with his hand and kept me from moving. Jingle bell. The phone rang, and I woke up suddenly, and when I opened my eyes to see the bright roof of the hotel, it turned out that I had just been dreaming. The call was from Lin Haoming, and I tried to calm myself down and press connect. Hey, I'll wait for you under the hotel, and you'll come down when you're ready. Huh. I was excited, so I immediately got up and washed, packed up, dragged my suitcase down, and checked out. I walked out of the hotel door and saw Lin Haoming standing in front of the car. The man was long. He leaned in front of the car a little lazily, and a few rays of sunlight shone down from the gap in the canopy above, which happened to sprinkle on his body, making his face more handsome and three-dimensional. His handsome face. The bridge of the nose is straight. The eyebrows are like blades. The deep eyes look from a distance, swaying a little starlight. The perfect jawline is full of luxury, and the handsome face of the pure and evil looks lazy and careless, which makes people fall at a glance. Seeing his noble and handsome appearance, thinking of the dream I had last night, I felt a little ashamed, and I couldn't help but curse myself. What do you think about all day long? Is it because he is too handsome and charming, or am I being single for too long? I stepped forward. Lin Haoming took her luggage and put it in the trunk, naturally opened the co-pilot's door, let me go up, and then handed over 2 boxes of breakfast. I took the morning and asked, "Where are we going?" Lin Haoming drove and looked ahead. His tone was flat. "Civil affaires bureau." My eyes widened. "Are you telling the truth?" I thought you were joking." "I'm never joking." His tone was cold, but serious. "However, I don't have a household registration book. When I left home last night, I really didn't think about bringing this thing with me." Lin Haoming picked up something from the front and handed it over. I opened it and was surprised. "Hook a book? Or is it my family? How did you get it?" "I naturally have a way." He said that the clouds were light and the wind was light. Also, a rich man like him probably can't do anything. I was very nervous all the way. Do I really have to get the certificate? Or do you want to say a few more words and resign? Seeing that there was no trace of a smile on Lin Haoming's cold face, let's not say it. If I upset him, will he fix me in a fit of rage? Thinking of those who were repaired by Lin Haoming, as well as his uncertain character, I closed my mouth and didn't dare to speak again. "Go to the marriage registration center and get your marriage certificate on the 2nd floor." The clerk was a young girl, and when they saw Lin Haoming's tall and handsome appearance, handsome and arrogant face, he was even more handsome than a star, and countless red hearts immediately rose in their hearts. The clerk turned his head to see me and thought, "A fat man, although he looks quite good, but he is too fat. He is not as good looking as me, and he is far from being worthy of such a male god. If such a fat man can marry this handsome guy, can I also try?" The girl threw several winks at Lin Haoming, but Lin Haoming didn't have any waves in his eyes, as if he didn't see it. The girl continued to grind and asked, "Are you really sure you want to get married?" The expression on Lin Haoming's face was obviously impatient. Does such a simple thing need to be confirmed many times? The girl got the wrong signal. She thought that the impatience of the male god was a hate for me, a fat man. The clerk glared at me fiercely and scolded, "I don't know how fat I am, and I came to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate from someone. You shouldn't get married like you, and whoever marries is a delay, especially if you're so handsome." Suddenly, the clerk didn't dare to speak because she saw Lin Haoming frowning, and the coldness in his eyes flashed like a blade, which made people tremble. "You're uglier than her, and you're going to be out of luck." His voice was cold and unwarm. As soon as she finished speaking, a leader-like person came over and asked the clerks to follow her. The new clerk had a very good attitude, and soon the 2 bright red marriage certificates were handed to him. After a while, the girl came out of the leader's office. Her face was pale, She hadn't come back to her senses for a long time, and she couldn't figure out why she was unlucky. After receiving the certificate, the two walked out of the marriage registration hall, and the two sat in the car. I asked curiously, "Where are you going next?" Lin Haoming put away the marriage certificate. A smile hung on the corner of his lips, and he seemed to be in a good mood. "Go home." "Go home?" I can't help but think of last night's dream, what Lin Haoming said close to her ear. "After we get the license, we have to live together." My face instantly flushed, as if I had done something unseemly. The car drove steadily along the way, and the car was very quiet, and there was no sound in silence. It occurred to me that what he meant by living together before, to live in one room or not to live in one room. In the midst of his thoughts, the car was already parked in front of the villa. Lin Haoming took the luggage, opened the car door, and let her down. I followed into the courtyard. The yard is clean and tidy. The appearance of the villa is simple and atmospheric. Into the house, the decoration style is fresh and elegant, and the texture is highlighted in the simplicity, which is also the style she likes. Chapter 7. I think you want it. The first time I experienced something like this was so unexpected. Others have received the certificate after a long period of love and preparation, but I, Shun Lingwei, actually got the certificate with Lin Haoming in such a short period of time. All of this shocked me myself, as if I was in a dream. When Lin Haoming put my luggage at the door of the room and pointed to it and said that this was my room, a complicated emotion surged in my heart. I thought that the rest of my life would be uneventful, but who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary act would start an unexpected story? Lin Haoming went on to say that his room was upstairs, and at that moment, I had a hint of joy in my heart. However, before this emotion could dissipate, it was shattered by what followed. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, when I took out the love bag and handed it to Lin Haoming, I never thought that it would be such a thing. Looking at the condoms and those books lying on the ground with a big grin, my face instantly turned red. Lin Haoming's slightly playful smile and words made me even more embarrassed. I frantically picked up my things and stuffed them into my bag, just wanted to get away from this awkward scene. After Lin Haoming received the call and went out, I sat alone in the room, covering my face, and couldn't stop regretting why I wanted these things. Shame on you, and throw it home. In this sudden marriage, I don't know what the future holds, and I even wonder why he wants to marry a fat woman like me. What kind of woman does a person with conditions like him want? For our marriage, I think it's an adventure full of unknowns. Chapter 8. Birthday Presents. Villa. Shin Lingwei lay on the bed in the bedroom for a while. She tossed in the middle of the night last night, and she was still a little tired today, and she felt much better after resting for a while. She was really a little unaccustomed to such a large bedroom. It was as if I had stepped into a whole new world. In the Shun family, my bedroom was only 8 square meters, but now the bedroom here is 25 square meters, which is so spacious that I am a little uncomfortable. When I pushed open the door next to it, I thought it was a bathroom, but I didn't expect it to be a full cloakroom, with those luxury clothes, bags, jewelry, and shoes, which made me suspect that it was something left by my ex-girlfriend. Just as I was wondering, there was a knock on the door. When I took the courier, my name was written on it. I'm curious. Who will send me the courier when I just moved here today? When I opened it, it was a crystal necklace with a star pendant, which was extremely exquisite, and a card that said happy birthday. It's indeed my birthday. Is this necklace a gift from my mother? Ever since my mom left at the age of 8, I've received a mystery gift every year for my birthday, and I've always guessed it's my mom. I put on the necklace and silently called out to my mother in my heart. After tidying up the bedroom, it was past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I was going to cook, but when I opened the refrigerator, there was only water and beer. So I had no choice but to order takeout. After eating, I saw the message of netizen Qin Yan, and the memories instantly came to my heart. When I was in junior high school, I wanted to commit suicide when I was bullied, but I met Qin Yan in Tieba, and we made an appointment to leave this world together. But in the end, I didn't have the courage, and the next day I saw that Qin Yan was also online, and we agreed to live well. He has been with me for so many years. I wanted to tell him that I was married, but I deleted it. After all, even I felt that this marriage was unreliable. The future is full of uncertainties. So let's not tell him yet. Went shopping at the supermarket in the afternoon and stuffed the fridge to the brim. Just as I was admiring my masterpiece with satisfaction, the phone rang, and it was Linda. She cared about my situation last night and teased me about Lin Haoming and me. Thinking about last night's scene, my face is hot again. I hastily denied it and made an excuse to decline her invitation. But Linda still felt like I was hiding something from her. So I interrupted her thoughts and asked, "By the way, when will Qin Kai come back?" He said he would be back next month. If he hadn't been on a business trip, he would have been able to attend my birthday party with you last night, and he would definitely be the first to rush out when he saw us being bullied. Speaking of last night's incident, Linda was still a little angry. That's for sure. With Qin Kai here, neither of us is afraid. Shun Lingwei said. Qin Kai is also handsome and rich. If he weren't a gay, I would have liked him, hey. Linda sighed. Qin Kai is so good. Everyone will like him. That's for sure. Chapter 9. I'm not interested in you. After hanging up the phone, I sat in the living room for a while, feeling a little emotional. Since my parents divorced, my life has been filled with twists and turns. In those days, loneliness and helplessness went hand in hand, and it wasn't until I was lucky enough to meet Qin Yin, Linda, and Qin Kai that I finally touched a trace of warmth in the dark. During my time at the university, the days with them were full of laughter. We went to the library together, listened to electives together, and became close friends who talked about everything. After graduating, Linda joined the Lin Group, which is a dream for countless people. And I, on the road of life, am still confused and exploring. When I stepped into that villa and saw my aunt respectfully addressing me as madam, embarrassment instantly welled up in my heart. When I learned that the beautiful women's clothes in the bedroom were actually for me, my doubts spread like vines in my heart, as if I had fallen into a mysterious trap. In the evening, I was busy in the kitchen and found that everything here was brand new, and the man really never cooked, which made me a little more curious about him. At night, wearing thin pajamas, I unexpectedly met Lin Haoming. His deep eyes looked at me quietly, cold and clear in his eyes, and there was a slight tenderness in them, which made me panic. He approached and pushed me against the wall. My body pressed against the wall, and in the dim light, his burning gaze seemed to burn me. His proximity, his kiss, and the cold words smashed into my heart like a hammer, and my mood instantly fell to the bottom. Lying in bed, I kept telling myself not to think about it. After all, he didn't like me. But the loss in my heart is difficult to suppress. Turn on the computer, and the pressure of work is overwhelming. It wasn't an easy time at the negotiation magazine club, and the pressure of choosing a topic distracted me. From my internship before graduation to my official employment after graduation, I have been talking about the magazine for 8 months. In my previous internship, I followed Sister Jean to interview and always did some auxiliary work, such as sorting out the interview outline, reviewing and proofreading articles, and since I officially graduated, I really went to the interview and wrote the manuscript independently. The pace of the new media division is relatively fast, and at the beginning of each month, the next month's schedule must be determined in advance, and the entrepreneurs must be interviewed in advance. I'm very worried because I haven't decided on the topic for next month, and I haven't made an appointment for an interview. It was only at this time that I realized the importance of networking, and without a way, those small leaders of the company would not agree with you at all. Distraught, let's sleep. I'll talk about it when I get to work. Chapter 10, Needing by Others? It was the first time I had experienced such an embarrassing scene in the company, and the shock and panic in my heart were like a raging tide. While other people's workplaces may be unremarkable, doing their work in a step-by-step manner, I feel like I'm caught up in an absurd drama. For a long time, in my mind, the workplace was just a place full of work pressure and fierce competition. My imaginary career life is one of running around for interviews, racking my brains to write articles, and working hard to realize my dream of being a journalist. But I never thought that there was such an unsightly scene hidden in the workplace. Obviously, I am just an ordinary journalist with a love for journalism, and I just want to do a good job of interviewing and writing scripts. However, the reality turned out to be the opposite of what I expected. I was so entangled in all kinds of chores that I had to make copies of documents, deliver deliveries, and pick up takeaways. Every time I asked the reason, I was told that Mr. Sun did it. When I raised my doubts, I was dumbfounded by Sister Jean and had no power to refute them. In this society of the jungle, cheerful and pleasing bosses always seem to be put to good use. And with a few sweet words, they can easily do less work and get more money, even when it comes to layoffs. And people like me can only suffer all kinds of unfairness in silence and sulk alone. However, fate seemed to deliberately want to hit me hard. When I went to Mr. Sun's office to deliver documents, I saw a scene that made me dumbfounded. Sun Jigang sat on the chair, his eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes were full of panic. There were shiny beads of sweat on his bald head, which were particularly dazzling in the light. Following his gaze, Jean Shanshan was lying on her stomach under the desk, kneeling in front of his chair. And Mr. Sun's pants were only half worn, and the belt also fell to the ground. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, and my mind went blank for a moment. When I reacted, I instinctively slammed the door shut and exited, panicking so much that my heart felt like my heart was going to jump out of my throat. I've never been in a relationship, not even kissed, and I've never had a love affair. In my mind, only love between a man and a woman can do that kind of intimate behavior. I was shocked to see what I saw in Mr. Sun's office today. Although Jean Shanshan didn't look back just now, I knew that it was her. That's what she's wearing today. Be cautious in what you say and do. It was the first time I'd found myself in such an embarrassing professional situation, and I was just thinking about my job as a journalist with a love for my job, and I wanted to focus on my job and do a good job of interviewing and writing carefully, but the reality hit me hard. In this extremely realistic society, those who have a cheerful personality and are good at pleasing their bosses can always be easily used, and they get mixed up in the company with their clever tongue and flattery. And people like me, who work quietly and stick to their principles, can only endure unfair treatment and be sad in the corner alone. However, when I inadvertently broke the unbearable situation between Mr. Sun and Jean Shanshan, everything got worse. Mr. Sun's threat to me was like a heavy boulder pressing on my heart, making me feel powerless. I regret why I chose such a company in the first place. It seems to have become a wolf's den full of dangers, and I am constantly on my guard. I have always held fast to my belief in marital fidelity, but my heart is full of contempt when I see the leader behave so immorally. Just when I was feeling down, Linda's phone called, and I wanted to relax in the pantry for a while, but I fell into a new crisis because of her complaint about Mr. Sunday. Sun Jigang suddenly appeared behind me, and his stern eyes shot at me like sharp arrows, causing me to panic. I don't know if he heard our conversation and was worried. At this moment, the departmental meeting is about to take place, and it is said that the big boss will be there in person. Everyone waited nervously, and I was even more nervous. At this time, everyone became nervous. At this time, Sun Jigang walked in, followed by a man in his 50s. The man was dressed in a stiff suit, and his hair was a little gray, but he still looked in good shape, and his face had a serious expression. Chapter 12. You Can't Walk Away. Sun Jigang said with a smile, "Mr. Liang, this is all the employees of our new media division." Then Sun Jigang turned around. "This is Mr. Liang, the general manager of our negotiation magazine, and everyone welcomes Mr. Liang to our department to guide the work with warm applause." After speaking, Sun Jigang smiled and applauded vigorously and looked at everyone, and everyone applauded. Mr. Liang's expression was still serious, and he said, "Let's start." Sun Jigang presided over the meeting and began, and Sister Chong Jin made a look. Next, our deputy editor-in-chief, Jean Shanshan, will show you the data from the last quarter. Jean Shanshan had a soft smile on her face, her voice was gentle, and she looked at Mr. Liang tenderly while talking, and made eye contact with Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang nodded frequently, satisfied with her performance, and the display of data was okay. Of course, he doesn't know how much water there is in those data. For example, in order to make the data look good, Jean Shanshan compares the total monthly reading volume with the reading volume of other people's single articles, which naturally looks very powerful. Shen Lingwei and Lu Gun knew it in their hearts, and they only watched Jean Shanshan's performance quietly. The expression on Mr. Liang's face softened a little, and he interrupted. Although the data is okay, there are no explosive articles. These manuscripts are written by some unknown small bosses in Beijing. Who wants to read them? Sun Jigang laughed with him, and everyone didn't dare to speak. Mr. Liang continued, "The largest group in Beijing, the Lin Group, the new president is only in his 20s, and he can stabilize the situation after taking over for more than 2 months. So such an interview is valuable, understand? Let's talk about your plans for the next month." Sun Jigang's heart was half cold. Who doesn't know that writing the manuscript of the Lin Group is interesting? Then you have to dare to write it. The Lin family covers the sky with one hand in Beijing, and anyone can enter the building of the Lin Group casually. If you don't have a way, if you want to make an appointment, it's more difficult than climbing to the sky, and you can't even enter the building of the Lin Group, so you will be forked out by the security guards. Sun Jigang thought so, but he didn't dare to say so. He replied respectfully, "What Mr. Liang said is very right. We really didn't have a broad enough pattern before. Regarding the visit of the Lin Group, we will arrange it as soon as possible." Liang Wenyuan didn't have time to go around in circles with him. There was performance pressure on his head, the revenue was not enough, and the whole company went bankrupt directly. He was straightforward. "I'm not here to listen to what you say. How fast is it as soon as possible?" Sun Jigang gritted his teeth. His heart was horizontal, and he wanted to fool the past first, Mr. Liang, within a month. Who knew that Mr. Liang still didn't let go? Frowning, and his tone was serious. Specific arrangement, specific to the person, specific to the time, specific to the result, strict assessment. If you can do it, you can't do it. Mr. Sun hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, it must be strictly implemented. He looked at everyone. Who of you will take the Lin family's manuscript? All had their heads down. This is not a hot potato. It's just a knife. Who wants to take it? Mr. Sun made eye contact with Jean Shanshan. Jean Shanshan spoke. Mr. Sun, I have 2 interviews on hand now, and the dates have been specified, and I will go all out to talk to these 2 next. There is no other time. The reason Jean Shanshan said is irrefutable. There is work at hand, and he is also doing performance for the company. What else can the leader say? Su Jing next to Jean Shanshan also answered, Mr. Sun, I have also made an appointment for a few interviews now, and I have already arranged time. I'm afraid I don't have any time. Mr. Sun's gaze swept over Shin Lingwei. Shin Lingwei? Shin Lingwei raised her head suddenly. I'll leave the interview with the Lin group to you. Sun Jigang has his own plans, and Mr. Liang said that when it comes to this, he wants to take the new media division. Don't Mr. Liang know? How could the interview of the Lin group be completed? There are no resources and no connections, let alone a month, and it is impossible to make an appointment for another year. If you can't finish it, someone has to go. Jean Shanshan and Su Jing both have tasks, and people like Shin Lingwei who lack heart and eyes are annoyed when they look at it, so they can only do it. And she just saw a scene that she shouldn't have seen, so that she wouldn't talk nonsense behind her back and cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Shin Lingwei pouted in her heart. All of them were the king of the pot. She said embarrassedly, Mr. Sun, I'm afraid this is a little difficult. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sun Jigang. Mr. Liang also said just now, if you can do it, if you can't do it, you will leave, and our business department does not raise idlers. The deadline is 1 week, and the interview with Mr. Lin will be done. Shin Lingwei stopped talking. Sun Jigang smiled again. Lingwei, don't worry. We will all help you. Help us talk to us about what you need. Jean Shanshan also hurriedly agreed. Yes, we are all colleagues. If you have any difficulties, you can say it. We will all work together to help you do your job well. Mr. Liang had a satisfied smile on his face. Shin Lingwei couldn't help but sigh that some people's acting skills are really high. Oh, in front of the big boss of the company, they're quite good at pretending. Back at the workstation, in a small group of 3, Lu Ge sent a comforting expression. These scumbags. When I took the task just now, I was very good at shirking, and then I showed that my colleagues were harmonious and loved each other in the face of the big boss. Xiaolu was also angry. That's right. It's you who can't complete the task, and if you complete the task, maybe it will become everyone's credit. Lu Ge was very worried. I'm afraid this task may not be completed at all. Xiao Lu made a crying emoji. What then, Vivi? Shin Lingwei made a smile. It's okay. I'll think of a way. She put down her phone and sighed deeply. Actually, I was a little scared. Last night he seemed angry. I don't know if I'll agree to do the interview, so I'll talk about it when I get home. Shin Lingwei opened the webpage and searched for information. Lin's group has developed rapidly in recent years with many branches and many industrial chains. So where to start? I checked a lot of relevant information about the Lin group in recent years, as well as Lin Haoming's personal information. Jean Shanshan sneered beside her. What are you pretending to be serious? Do you think that if you pretend, the leader will not fire you? If you can't finish the interview, you can leave directly, and it's better to get acquainted here. And go directly. What are you waiting for? Su Jing echoed beside her. If you work hard, maybe the leader will be soft-hearted. Jean Shanshan was happy all of a sudden. Soft-heartedness also depends on people. Just to forget it. Shin Lingwei didn't speak. What is there to quarrel with a fool? It is better to do your own thing when you have time. She put on her headphones, sorted them out, and marked them with a high focus. On the way to work, Linda called. What? Sun Jigang's stupid ex is really aimed at you? No way. Interview with Lin Haoming. Interview does not lead to layoffs? Shin Lingwei rubbed her head. She really had a headache all afternoon. Yes, I'll have a week to do it, or I'll be laid off. Ha ha ha, he made a mistake in his calculations. He would never have guessed that Lin Haoming was actually your husband. What's so difficult about writing an interview? Chapter 13. It's not that simple. Shin Lingwei was a little embarrassed. Hey, I don't think it's that simple. I checked the information for an afternoon this afternoon. The Lin group is quite complicated, and it is rumored on the internet that Lin Haoming is ruthless. He is by no means a good stubble, and he never accepts interviews. Besides, I am off last night. That's where she struggled the most. He said he wasn't interested in her, as if he didn't bother to pay attention to her. How could it be possible to break the rules for her? Linda said in a tone of hatred. You stupid. What information do you spend an afternoon looking for? Why don't you check how to make him happy? As soon as he is happy, won't he agree to your interview? When the time comes, ask him directly if you want to ask anything. The problem, the more exciting the better. The audience loves to watch it. Huh? Hanging up the phone, Shun Lingwei smiled bitterly. It's that simple. Back at home, Shun Lingwei made dinner and made one for him. I waited a long time and didn't see him come back. Waited until more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and Shun Lingwei went back to the room to rest. When he went to the bathroom at night, it was unusually quiet in the house. Didn't he come back? When he got up in the morning, Shun Lingwei went to the second floor and knocked on the door carefully. But there was no response. He should not have come back all night. I don't know where he went. Maybe he stayed in another residence for the night. Maybe he had another lover? Aren't all rich people with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Thinking of this, I actually felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. Shun Lingwei patted her head, thinking about what she was doing with all that mess. The main task now is to complete the interview, and she can't be laid off. It was her first job after graduation, and she didn't want to have a beginning. And there's also a sense of unwillingness and refusal to admit defeat in my heart. I am very angry in my heart. Why Sister Jean and their people who can coax the leader can live well, but people like her who work seriously and steadily are treated maliciously. Just because she accidentally saw their ugly things, they were going to force her away. And the more they tried to force her to go, she still wouldn't leave. As soon as Shin Lingwei arrived at the company, Jean Shanshan was noisy next to her. Yo, our model worker is here. What are you going to do today? Keep checking the information? It's Tuesday today. Su Jing smiled. Yes, in a week's time, if you can't finish it, you won't see her next week. Huh? Luga sent a message in a small group of 3. Lingwei, what should I do? I said it was a week, but in fact it was only 5 days. I don't work on Saturdays and Sundays. Xiaolu is also worried. Yes, Wei Wei. And you have to submit the manuscript to Sister Jean for review after you finish writing. She will definitely not work overtime for you on Saturdays and Sundays. The expression on Shun Lingwei's face was also very heavy, and she pretended to type easily. It's okay, I'll make a call. There'll be a way. Luga knew that it would be absolutely impossible for Shun Lingwei to complete this interview. He even contacted a few of his classmates to see if there was anything that needed to be edited, and if Shin Lingwei was laid off, he could introduce her to apply. Xiao Lu had a trace of expectation in her heart. In her heart, Shin Lingwei was not in a hurry, no matter what she encountered, and she could solve it well in the end. She believed in her. Shin Lingwei walked to the pantry, found Lin Haoming's number, and hesitated to dial it out. He must be busy, in case he's in a meeting. Shin Lingwei took a deep breath. Whatever he does, let's dial it out first. Shin Lingwei's heart was horizontal. Her eyes were closed. Her hand was pressed, and she hid it. The sound of Dada made her panic. Thinking about what to say, the more I thought about it, the more nervous I became. After waiting for a while, the phone automatically hung up, and a mechanical female voice came from inside. I'm sorry, but your call is currently unanswered. In H City, Lin Haoming and executives from several branches were having a meeting in the conference room. During the break, Lin Haoming took out his mobile phone. Seeing Shun Lingwei's missed call, a trace of temperature flashed in his cold eyes, and a look of worry appeared on his handsome face. She called, could it be something? The mute that was just set was not heard. Lin Haoming called the phone back. Shin Lingwei was drinking water. Her mobile phone rang. She picked up her mobile phone and looked at it, the call of iceberg. Her hand shook, and she almost dropped the glass. The iceberg, she remarked to Lin Haoming. She quickly walked to the pantry with her phone. Fingers clicked excitedly to answer. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Haoming frowned. It was called again. He spoke coldly. Who? Shin Lingwei glanced at the phone again. It was his number. There was nothing wrong. Immediately understood that he was a busy man with a noble status, and it was estimated that he did not save the phone number of a small person like himself. She calmed down. Try to make your voice sound less stressful. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Shin Lingwei, a reporter from Business Magazine. Our magazine would like to invite you to do an interview. When is it convenient for you? She finished speaking quickly in one breath, anxiously waiting for his answer. Talking about the magazine? Where do you work? Shin Lingwei heard Lin Haoming's appearance as if she was interested, and hurriedly said, That's right. When is it convenient for you? Unexpectedly, the other party said coldly, I never accept interviews. Well, that was before, and you can try to accept it now, just chat. And with whom you? Shin Lingwei smiled flatteringly. Yes, it's me, so what's convenient for you? It's inconvenient. Shin Lingwei was a little lost, and didn't know what to say next. Lin Haoming sighed. The loss in her voice was like a blade cutting through his heart, and she was actually a little inexplicably uncomfortable. He patiently explained. Next week, I'm on a business trip in H City, and it's really inconvenient right now. Ah, you're on a business trip? Shin Lingwei suddenly realized. No wonder she couldn't see his shadow at home. Sorry, I was too busy to tell you. Shin Lingwei's heart ignited hope again. Then I'll go find you. You just need to spare half an hour. Lin Haoming did not speak. Shin Lingwei tried to make herself come up with a coquettish tone. Please, if I can't complete the task this week, I will be laid off. What's the broken company? Isn't it better to lay off? No, I don't want to be made redundant. Your president, Linda, is naturally not afraid of layoffs, and we low-level workers are very afraid. Come on then. Really? Then you send me the address on my phone. Chapter 14, Sleeping in a Hug. After hanging up the phone, Shin Lingwei relaxed a little, returned to the workstation to pack up her things, and then went to report to Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, I made an appointment with Mr. Lin for an interview, but he is in H City, so I need to go there for an interview. Sun Jigang raised his head sharply. What are you kidding? Can you make an appointment with Mr. Lin? How can it be? How do you make an appointment, and through what resources? How could Mr. Lin see you? Shin Lingwei looked at Sun Jigang with a look of disbelief. It's true, Mr. Sun. Sun Jigang said with a smile. You don't want to use public funds to travel before being laid off. H City is indeed a very beautiful city. Sun Jigang had a villainous and mocking expression on his face, as if to say, I have seen a lot of your tricks. Shin Lingwei felt a kind of disgust in her heart, and it was really annoying to have this kind of leadership. Don't worry, Mr. Sun. If it's true, I'll know when I finish writing the interview. Mr. Sun smiled and nodded, with a look like you continued to perform. Okay, then you can go for a few days, but the cost is spent on your own first, and if you are laid off, the money will not be reimbursed. Shin Lingwei nodded and walked out. As soon as he sat down at the workstation, Jin Shanshan's mocking voice was heard. Someone is really funny, and he said that he made an appointment for an interview with Mr. Lin. Who did he lie? And he was on a business trip. Didn't he just want to use the company's money to go out and play? Su Jing also smiled beside her. She can make an appointment for Mr. Lin's interview. She really dreams. Can you ask her if she can enter the building of the Lin Group? Huh? That's hilarious. Just listen to it as a joke. You have to go, or you have to go. You can't jump any way. Xiaolu was very angry. Vivi is so good to all of us. How can you say that about her? Jin Shanshan glared at her. How can you speak here? Just do your own thing. Jin Shanshan has always looked down on Xiaolu. Xiaolu is beautiful, fair-skinned, thin, and has soft long hair, which is the kind of weak girl that men will like. She was very jealous, and she could feel Mr. Sun's gaze on Xiaolu, intentionally or unintentionally. And Xiaolu looks harmless to humans and animals, and he always speaks carefully. Usually Jin Shanshan is used to being arrogant to her, but she didn't expect that she would dare to say such a thing, which is really against the sky. The more Jin Shanshan thought about it, the more angry she became. This little girl should really teach her a lesson. It's really cheap and good. People are doing it for you. Since the company wants to reduce expenses and lay off people, it's either her or you. Even if it's not your turn this time, it will be you next time. Lu Gu opened his mouth to interrupt. It's all colleagues. Is it interesting to say these things every day? Lu Ji's position is about the same level as Jin Shanshan, and Jin Shanshan still has a lot of work that needs Lu Ji's cooperation, so she naturally has to give some face. Jin Shanshan smiled. Oh, we also care about her. Yes, Ling Wei. Shin Ling Wei didn't look at her, and nodded at Lu Gu and Xiaolu. Wait until I'll get back. After that, I took my laptop home, packed some things, and took the car to the station. On the high-speed train, Shin Lingwei revised the interview outline again, went through the questions to be interviewed, and revised the inappropriate language. This was not her first interview. She had done it a few times before, but she was nervous and prepared as if she were facing a great enemy. Maybe she didn't even realize it, and subconsciously, she wanted to look professional. Lin Haoming has seen too many excellent people, and around a dazzling person like him. Even if he is not excellent, he doesn't want to be looked useless. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the train arrived at the station, Shin Lingwei put away the computer and walked out. A call was received on the phone. Hey, hello. Hey, madam. I'm Mr. Lin's driver, Xiao Sun. I'm waiting for you at B2. When Shin Lingwei arrived at exit B2, Xiao Sun walked over quickly, picked up the luggage and put it in the trunk, opened the back door, and let Shin Lingwei go up. Shin Lingwei sat in the back and saw the scenery along the street outside the car window. She grew up in the north, and it was her first time in the south, and the architectural style was indeed a little different from the north. Suddenly remembered that Lin Haoming was driving for her in front that day. Some sweat oozed from his palms, and he was a little nervous when he thought of seeing him soon. An hour later, finally arrived in front of a very luxurious hotel international. Xiao Sun carried his luggage, took Shin Lingwei to the top floor, and swiped the door with the door card. Madam, Mr. Lin lives here. He is in a meeting now. You can take a rest. Xiao Sun left after speaking. Shin Lingwei thought to herself. She didn't know when she would be able to see him. Could it be that she was busy? Shin Lingwei walked into the room, and what caught her eye was a large living room that could not be seen at a glance. And there were many doors in the past, which were probably bedrooms, toilets, kitchens, dining rooms, study rooms, and the like. The room was extremely quiet. Shin Lingwei couldn't help but shiver. If you have to live in such a big suite in a hotel, and there are countless small rooms, wouldn't you be afraid? She still likes the kind of small room. At a glance, she can see all the corners of the room, full of security, like this. Always feel like something will pop out of which door. Sure enough, she doesn't understand the world of rich people. Shin Lingwei sat on the sofa, turned on the computer, and continued to make preparations. At 7 o'clock in the evening, she was a little hungry, and she turned on her phone to think about whether to order takeout. As soon as I turned on my phone, the doorbell rang. The hotel waiter brought a lot of meals, all of which she loved. She thought while eating, and she didn't know if it was prepared by Lin Haoming's iceberg, so it seemed that he was not bad. When Lin Haoming came back, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. The light in the living room was on, and when he walked over, Shin Lingwei was already lying on the sofa and falling asleep. Because of her arrival, this empty room has added some warmth. He crouched down and looked at her sleeping face, her white face radiating a soft glow, her long, curly eyelashes trembling slightly. Do my eyelashes still move when I'm asleep? He unconsciously looked closer, seeing her rosy lips pouting slightly. He was actually a little thirsty, and when he got closer, she suddenly muttered something in her mouth. He was so frightened that he suddenly took a few steps away. She regained her composure and remained asleep. He stretched out his slender fingers and gently pinched her face. It's so dishonest to sleep. He tilted his head and noticed that the computer on the coffee table was still on. He swept it with interest. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he was working quite seriously. Then he closed the computer, picked her up, and placed her on the bed in the bedroom. After taking a shower, I came out of the bathroom and hugged her to a deep sleep. Shin Lingwei was indeed a little tired after a day of running around, and she slept very deeply. It's just that in my sleep, I feel that there is always a cold aroma that seems to be absent. I don't know where my head arches, but it's a very stable place to sleep peacefully. Chapter 15. My Home Field. When she woke up in the morning, Shin Lingwei looked at the ceiling above her head, a little dazed. Where is this? After being dizzy for a while, I remembered that I had come to H City to find Lin Haoming. But how could I be in bed? It seems like I was on the sofa last night. Could it be that he was so bold that he dared to occupy his bed? Turned to find that he only slept on one side of the big bed, and there were traces of sleeping on that side. And I thought that I always felt held in my sleep last night. I thought it was a dream, but was it all true? No way. She hurriedly looked down at her clothes. Fortunately, it was still the same set yesterday. It was estimated that she was thinking too much. How could Lin Haoming sleep with herself? I slept too early last night. I didn't wait for him to come back, and I must find a chance today. It's already Wednesday. Gotta hurry. Shin Lingwei went to the bathroom to take a shower and took a set of dressing gowns to wear on her body. When I walked out of the bathroom, I saw a tall and straight figure. Lin Haoming turned his head, and the two looked at each other. He was wearing a crisp black suit. His figure was smooth and straight. His white shirt was neatly buttoned, and the watch on his wrist exuded a shiny luster, which made him extremely noble. His handsome facial features seemed to be as perfect as carefully carved. His dark and brown eyes were as seductive as a deep pool. The sunlight shone into the room, and the light and shadow outlined his outline more three-dimensionally, and a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth made her blush and heartbeat inexplicably. I haven't seen him for a few days, and when I meet again, I am still amazed by his beauty. Shin Lingwei couldn't help but scold in her heart. Shin Lingwei, you are really a big nymphomaniac. She looked at the smile on his lips and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Is he looking at me? Her hair had just been blown dry, and her long hair was scattered behind her, with a slight amount of damp moisture. The skin was also freshly washed, revealing a delicate pink. The neckline of the bathrobe was too large, and the chest was full and exposed with deep furrows. Shin Lingwei was a little embarrassed, thinking about whether to go back and change her clothes immediately, and still dress like this to talk about the interview. This doesn't seem appropriate. It always feels like a deliberate seduction to achieve the goal, but don't say it now. If he leaves again, it's too difficult to see him. I hesitated. Lin Haoming spoke. Go change your clothes, and then come over for dinner. Oh! Shen Lingwei quickly carried the box to the bedroom and found a set of clothes to change. Walked to the restaurant. Lin Haoming was staring intently at the meal in front of him. He didn't lift his head. Sit. Shen Lingwei sat down carefully. That, Mr. Lin. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Haoming. Eat first. Shen Lingwei had no choice but to shut up, thinking what he meant was to eat first, and after eating, he could interview. There was hope. There was something in her heart, and Shen Lingwei ate quickly. After eating, she looked at Lin Haoming. He hadn't finished eating. He was slow and methodical, very patient, and eating a meal was like treating a work of art. After waiting for almost half an hour, he finally put down his chopsticks. Shen Lingwei spoke anxiously. Mr. Lin, when are we going to start? Start what? He asked as if confused. Interviews. Shen Lingwei put on a flattering smile, expecting him to say yes. Oh, there's no time right now. His understatement made her heart sink to the bottom with anticipation. She hid the disappointment in her eyes and still patiently asked, Then when do you have time today? Not today. Shen Lingwei was angry. Your time is so valuable. If you can spend 30 minutes eating breakfast, you won't have 30 minutes to do an interview. I knew that you were eating so slowly, and it was done early while eating and talking. Don't talk when you eat. Lin Haoming glanced at her. Her soft face frowned, and there was not a smile in sight. He seemed to be a little angry. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I thought, don't tease. You have to coax if you tease too much. Tonight at 9:30, remember not to fall asleep. With that, he got up and walked out. Shen Lingwei let out an "oh." Frozen in place. What do you mean? Could it be that he was seen last night when he fell asleep? But how did I get to bed and be carried by him? He's sleeping next to him too? Shen Lingwei patted her head, thinking about what to do with this mess. During the day, I looked at the interview again, and the voice recorder and computer were all ready, thinking about where it would be appropriate. In a restaurant, no, it's not a meal. Moving 2 chairs in the living room. How does it feel like trying a prisoner? On the couch? Hey, what I'm thinking about doing so much doesn't depend on his mood. He said he could be wherever he was. Finally waited until 9:30 in the evening. Lin Haoming came back on time. He took off his blazer, ripped off his tie, and leaned lazily on the sofa, his long legs casually on the ground. Look at this, meaning it's on the couch. Shen Lingwei sat on the edge of the sofa, trying to stay away from him as much as possible. Shen Lingwei picked up the voice recorder. Mr. Lin, can I record? Lin Haoming stretched out his knobbly, jointed fingers and hooked her. What are you doing sitting so far away? Come here. Shen Lingwei had no choice but to get closer. Pick up the recorder again and ask, Can I record? Whatever. She turned on the voice recorder. Oh, then we'll start now. Hello, Mr. Lin. Seeing her sitting upright and nervous, he suddenly had the idea of teasing her. The outside world knows that I never accept interviews, but your company will send people, or do you volunteer? Huh. Shen Lingwei didn't expect him to suddenly ask this question. I was a little confused for a while, and I didn't know how to answer. As a result, she became the subject of an interview. How to answer that? What does he mean is that she is promoting her status as the wife of the president of the Lin Group to make him break the rules. Volunteered? Does it mean that he took the initiative to use the job opportunity to pester him and seduce him? What a misunderstanding. She hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. I've never revealed our relationship to anyone, and the company doesn't know anything. Seeing that he did not speak, I did not know whether he believed it or not. She continued to explain that I didn't volunteer. I was also forced. They're all old fritters, and they completely threw the pot on my head. His deep eyes narrowed. Oh, you mean talking to me is something that annoys you, and you're completely forced? His sharp gaze fell on her face, and she couldn't fathom the look in his eyes, but she could feel the chill. No, 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 that's not what it meant. She hurriedly waved her hand, and a layer of sweat was already oozing from her palms. On his handsome face, an evil smile suddenly appeared. As soon as his head was tilted, the shadow of the light hit his face, and his exquisite facial features appeared more three-dimensional. He stretched out his slender fingers, unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his neckline, and leaned back on the couch with his head lazily and looked up at the ceiling. Under his delicate and cold jawline, the sexy Adam's apple is protruding, and the black thorn tattoo under the collarbone is exposed, which reflects his appearance even more handsome. like a beautiful goblin in the comics, which makes people unable to take their eyes off. Shun Lingwei was in a trance. In such a quiet night, what kind of beauty temptation is this? And it doesn't make people work. This is my home turf. Home turf. Shun Lingwei gathered her mind and spoke seriously. Then our interview has officially begun, Mr. Lin. You successfully took over the Lin Group after returning to China a few months ago. Can you talk about the difficulties? Chapter 16. Keep asking. Seeing that Shun Lingwei was serious about recording and typing again, Lin Haoming thought for a moment and then began to answer. There are naturally many difficulties in taking over the Lin Group, but the Lin Group is not a traditional family business, and there are not so many twists and turns. After that, Shun Lingwei continued to ask questions. Lin Group has a lot of businesses involved. Do you have any plans for the future development of Lin Group? Which direction of business will you focus on? At present, the development of new energy vehicles is very hot, and the bigwigs in various industries are nervous about the layout and want to get a piece of the pie. For the downward trend of the economy in recent years, what are the most obvious aspects of the impact on the Lin Group? What do you think about the future of the industry? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lin, for your answer. And one last question. Lin's business has been deployed in more than 30 cities in China. In recent years, is also trying to develop overseas business. You have studied in the United States for many years. In college, has been involved in the business of North America, more familiar with the local situation. According to previous news reports, you will stay in the United States after graduation to open up the market. Focus on the business development of North America. What is the reason for you to return to the country to develop? Shun Lingwei thought that according to the usual practice, this entrepreneur would definitely say some polite words. Nothing more than that although foreign countries are very good, I love my motherland more, and I want to return to China to revitalize national enterprises and the like. Unexpectedly, Lin Haoming, this kid didn't play cards according to the routine at all. When you reach the age of marriage, you will naturally come back and get married. Lin Haoming spit out these words lightly, leaned back on the sofa, and returned to a lazy posture. Shun Lingwei glanced at him secretly, with a non-wavering expression, a serious look, but it didn't look like he was talking nonsense. How does this make people pick up? Well, okay. That's all. That's all for today's interview. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Then asked, don't you reporters be most interested in this kind of gossip? Readers love it too. Seeing that Shun Lingwei was still hesitating, Lin Haoming suddenly approached, put his arm on the backrest behind Shun Lingwei, and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Why don't you ask again, who is Mr. Lin's wife? What is your name? Shun Lingwei's face turned red. Her voice was a little low. Your wife. Lin Haoming took a step closer. Her name is Shun Lingwei. Shun Lingwei suddenly remembered that the recorder was still on, and she held the recorder a little nervously. Lin Haoming was already sitting beside her and sticking to her body. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders, hooked her chin with his slender fingers, and leaned forward. Shun Lingwei came back to her senses suddenly, stretched out her hand to her lips, and he kissed her hand. It's quite soft, he thought. Shun Lingwei got up in a panic and closed the computer. Mr. Lin, I still have to go back to Beijing. I'll look at the train ticket. Lin Haoming's eyes narrowed slightly. Hate me to the point where I'd rather walk at night? He sighed softly. Leave tomorrow and let the driver send you. After saying that, he went into the bathroom, and after taking a shower, he went back to the bedroom to sleep and didn't care about her anymore. Shun Lingwei sat on the sofa, wrote the manuscript, and fell asleep on the sofa. The night is like water. Lin Haoming walked to the living room and looked at the quiet sleeping woman. The computer next to him was on, and he read it with great interest, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A young, resolute, wise entrepreneur who puts his inner ideals into reality. He smiled. She was very good at complimenting. He gently picked her up and walked to the bedroom. Then he hugged her and fell asleep. At night, Shun Lingwei arched on his chest and slept sweetly. Feeling that something was imprisoning her, she didn't know what it was, so she stretched out her hand and touched it. Lin Haoming grabbed her hand and touched it. Shun Lingwei snorted vaguely as if in a dream, and then she opened her eyes. In the quiet night, under the faint moonlight, his handsome and arrogant face, eyes like cold stars on a winter night, shining brightly in the night, he was looking at her seriously. He came closer, his burning breath spraying over her face. She wanted to stay away, but suddenly realized that he was holding her tightly. His hot body clung to her, and the summer clothes were so thin that she could even feel something strange about him somewhere. Shun Lingwei's voice was a little hoarse. What are you doing? Lin Haoming reached out and touched her face. I guess I'm asking you what you're doing. Climbed into my bed late at night, trying to seduce me? Shun Lingwei's mind was not in a state, And when she heard this, she really thought that she had sleepwalked into his bed. It's not impossible. After all, he looks like that, and any girl will have this kind of color heart. But where did she have that guts? Without further thought, she got up and wanted to get out of bed and go to sleep in the living room. Lin Haoming pulled her over, wrapped his arms around her, and pressed her into his arms. Sleep. Her heart was beating fast. I couldn't fall asleep when I was being held. It's good to get used to it. I have to hold something to fall asleep. With that, he closed his eyes and made no sound. It's like falling asleep. Shin Lingwei really wanted to bite him and use me as a pillow. She tried to lift his arm and leave, but she couldn't. It is also unknown if he is really asleep or fake. Early the next morning, Xiao Sun sent Shin Lingwei to the train station. When she arrived at the company, Shin Lingwei sent the article to Jin Shanshan for review. Jin Shanshan looked disdainful. Is this really an interview? You can't make it up, right? She naturally didn't believe that Shin Lingwei could really interview Mr. Lin. That was a figure on the horizon, and even the big boss of the company couldn't reach it. How could people like them see it? Shin Lingwei said indifferently, naturally, it's true. If it's not true, the Lin Group will contact us to withdraw it after it is released. Jin Shanshan raised her voice. What you said is light. If you make up a fake and we release it, will the Lin Group let us go? Then it will be more than just a matter of removing it. Maybe even our entire company will be implicated. Su Jing echoed yes. You're really good. Aren't you a pit company? Offend the Lin Group. See how you end? Jin Shanshan stretched out her hand to Shin Lingwei. What about the interview recording? Thinking of collecting the recording, Shin Lingwei remembered what Lin Haoming said and blushed a little. She replied unnaturally, there is no interview recording, and Mr. Lin does not agree to the recording. Ah, you can really do it. You don't lie and don't make it up like a little. You just make up rumors about Mr. Lin yourself and dare us to release it. You want to harm us, right? Although Lu Ge trusted Shin Lingwei, he didn't dare to believe it. It is rumored that Mr. Lin never accepts interviews, and he is very indifferent. Even if a big man in Beijing wants to see him, he has to make an appointment a long time in advance. Can Shin Lingwei really get an interview in such a short time? Shin Lingwei looked at Lu Ji's worried expression and nodded affirmatively. It's true. It's indeed Mr. Lin's interview. Chapter 17. It's true. In H City, Lin Haoming suddenly thought of something and called Gao Heng to come over. You go check Shin Lingwei's situation in the company. Okay, Mr. Lin. Gao Heng immediately investigated everything clearly and printed out the information and handed it to Lin Haoming. Mr. Lin, Mrs. is in the company. The recent situation is not very good. The business magazine has been going downhill in recent years, and there is no new business that can make money, and now the company is shouting about open source and reduce expenditure. Madam's direct leader, Sun Jigang, is a womanizer with a small belly. What did you say? Lin Haoming's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Gao Heng hurriedly explained, but Sun Jigang didn't dare to think about his wife. He liked thin and weak models. He hooked up with the deputy editor-in-chief under his subordinates, and often embarrassed his wife. This time, Mr. Liang just wanted to take Madam's department, knowing that it was impossible to make an appointment for your interview, and ordered Madam to get your interview within a week. Otherwise, he would lay off employees. I think Madam may still be embarrassed by them when she returns. Lin Haoming didn't speak. Frowning, his face was cold. Mr. Lin, do you need to do anything? A small magazine. It's not easy to want it to die. Let them live for a few more days. You let people notify the magazine and help Mrs. publish the article smoothly. Okay. Gao Heng walked out. Lin Haoming played with his mobile phone. It's not time to clean them up now. If the fat girl loses her job, she should cry again. Gao Heng asked his assistant to call Sun Jigang. Sun Jigang sat in the office, and Jin Shanshan was sarcastically mocking Shin Lingwei next to him. Shin Lingwei is really bold. She dares to make up nonsense by herself. And it is not an interview with Mr. Lin. If the Lin Group knows, we will all suffer. Sun Jigang nodded. This Shin Lingwei is indeed too unusual. Just then the phone rang. Sun Jigang pressed answer. Mr. Sun, I am Wang Rue, the special assistant of the Lin Group. As soon as Sun Jigang heard that it was from the Lin Group, he was so frightened that he immediately stood up, thinking that the Lin Group knew about Shin Lingwei and came to find trouble so soon. Hello. Hello, you called. Is there something wrong? That's the case, Mr. Sun. Mr. Lin is very satisfied with your interview yesterday. Let me send his personal photo over. Please pay attention not to use the photo indiscriminately when publishing the article. You must use me to send you this photo. Otherwise, the Lin Group will investigate the legal responsibility of your company. Hanging up the phone, Gao Heng was still shocked in place. He muttered, it's true. I'm not dreaming, am I? He turned on his mobile phone. And the other party really added his WeChat and gave the official authorization letter of the Lin Group, stamped with the official seal of the Lin Group. This is actually true. Sun Jigang handed the phone to Jin Shanshan to see. Jin Shanshan was also stunned. How can it be? How could Shin Lingwei make an appointment for Mr. Lin's interview? And how could Mr. Lin meet her? Take 10,000 steps back. Even if Mr. Lin is really willing to see her, if he wants to make an appointment with him, he has to make an appointment a month in advance. How can he see her directly in a day or two? Sun Jigang patted Jin Shanshan on the shoulder. This thing is true. You go and promote the following process. You must be cautious. We can't afford to offend the Lin Group. After Jin Shanshan went out, Sun Jigang almost jumped up with joy and almost danced in place. With Mr. Lin's interview, the new media division can go sideways in the company in the future. When the time comes, no one will have to look up at him, Sun Jigang. The other entrepreneurs who are not allowed to take the initiative to beg to be interviewed. He has made such a significant contribution to the company, and the bonus at the end of the year must not be added to a zero. Those young and beautiful little girls. It's not as much as they want. A lewd smile appeared on Sun Jigang's face. Jin Shanshan huffed back to her workstation. I didn't expect this Shun Lingwei to succeed, and I don't know what method she used, but she actually interviewed Mr. Lin. Su Jing opened her mouth and asked, Sister Jean, why do you look so bad? Shin Lingwei is about to be laid off. We should be happy. After saying that, he laughed a few times. Jin Shanshan scolded, laugh P. When it was almost time to get off work, Shin Lingwei walked next to Jin Shanshan. Sister Jean, please review it. Tomorrow will be Friday, and it will be good for the company to send the article out as soon as possible. Jin Shanshan couldn't find a reason to refuse, but she still didn't give her a good look. Don't you see I'm busy? As long as your job is work, everyone has to make way for you? Shin Lingwei said patiently. That's naturally not. It's just that this work is what Mr. Liang is more concerned about. So please push forward as soon as possible. If Mr. Liang blames it at that time, everyone will not look good. Shin Lingwei moved out of Mr. Liang, and Jin Shanshan was also a little afraid. I'll just review it for you tomorrow. On Friday morning, Shin Lingwei came to the company early and waited for Jin Shanshan to review it. Jin Shanshan pretended to be very busy all day, and it was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the completed manuscript was sent to the operation, and at 4:30, the operation was released on the new media platform. Shin Lingwei opened it and couldn't help frowning. Author's signature, Jin Shanshan. Editing, proofreading, reviewing, and designing all have different corresponding names. But I didn't see a single name of Shun Lingwei in the full text. A sullen breath surged up in Shun Lingwei's heart, and her chest hurt. She went to the operator Li Ying and asked her to change her signature, who knew that Li Ying had a very innocent expression. Lingwei, don't blame me. When Sister Jean gave me the manuscript, I just copied and pasted the author already indicated above. So, you mean the manuscript that Sister Jean gave you is signed by herself? You can ask Sister Jean. It's useless for you to question me. Li Ying's tone was extremely impatient, and she quickly packed her things and prepared to get off work. Shin Lingwei walked up to Sister Jean. Sister Jean, I saw the published article, which is exactly the same as the article I submitted to you, and you haven't even modified a punctuation mark. So why is the author's signature you? Jin Shanshan had an inexplicable expression. Really? I don't know, you should ask Li Ying. It was she who posted it and not me. What's the use of you looking for me? If you want to change it, you should also ask her to change it. I don't have the permission to log into the account. Shin Lingwei went to Li Ying's workstation again, and Li Ying had already gone home from work. Jin Shanshan also picked up the bag and left. Lu Gu and Xiao Lu walked to Shun Lingwei's side and comforted him. Don't worry about Wei Wei. Li Ying will definitely correct it if she makes a mistake. Don't call her anymore. That's right, otherwise go to Mr. Sun. I see that the lights are still on in his office, and he shouldn't have left yet. Chapter 18, Bullying Lao Tzu. Shin Lingwei walked to Mr. Sun's office and knocked on the door to enter. What's the matter, Lingwei? Is there something wrong? I'm coming home from work. Shin Lingwei said anxiously, Mr. Sun, there is a mistake. That is the manuscript I interviewed Mr. Lin, signed by Sister Jean. It should be me. Sun Jigang said disapprehantly. Oh, you said this. Isn't this very common? When you were an intern before, didn't you help Shanshan do auxiliary work? And your signature was also Shanshan? What's all the fuss about? Shin Lingwei insisted. This time is different. Sister Jean didn't make any modifications. It was completely done by myself. I think the byline should be myself. Sun Jigang smiled. Lingwei, didn't I say you? Don't take personal gains and losses too seriously. We are a team. Do you understand the team? Each of us should not only value ourselves, but also the honor of the whole team. This interview with Mr. Lin is a great progress, but this is the result of the efforts of our whole team. Our team released this article. This is an achievement. You have to be proud of it, and don't always struggle with the signature or something. What is important? If you're my team, you can't take the individual too seriously, otherwise, you're not the person our team wants, and your personal values don't match our whole team. You know? Your values don't match ours. What are you doing on this team? Shin Lingwei walked out of Sun Jigang's office in confusion. Until she got on the subway, she sat dumbfounded. Suddenly, I felt that the world was really ridiculous. Her nose was sour, and she burst into tears. Why do you care so much? Perhaps just to show him that one day, she can also become a person in her own right, a person with her own career and shine in her own field. A person who doesn't have to be so inferior and can be worthy of him. But it is difficult enough to find that ordinary people can live in this world. What fairness and justice do you want? Going to work is just to earn a nest fee, and any dreams are fake. Lin Haoming had already returned to Beijing in the afternoon and returned directly to the villa. He sat on the sofa and waited for Shun Lingwei to get off work. Suddenly remembered that Gao Heng had told him that Shun Lingwei's article would be posted on that platform. Lin Haoming opened his mobile phone and enjoyed it slowly, reading it from the beginning, and the smile on the corner of his mouth spread. The fat girl is quite talented, her writing is very good, and she writes him very well. Until the end, seeing the author's signature, Lin Haoming's smile froze on his face. His brow furrowed, and his handsome face was full of undisguised disdain and disgust. It's actually bullied to Lao Su's head. He called Gao Heng, and his tone was extremely cold. Gao Heng, what are you doing? Gao Heng was taken aback and quickly reflected in his mind what he had done wrong. And he suddenly remembered that Shin Lingwei's manuscript quickly opened his mobile phone and browsed to the end, and the author's signature was actually replaced. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, my negligence. I'll contact the magazine immediately. Gao Heng immediately called Liang Wenyuan, the owner of the negotiation magazine. Liang Wenyuan was eating at home, and the phone rang. He didn't want to answer, but he pressed the answer impatiently. Hey, who's that? Mr. Liang, I am Gao Heng, the special assistant of Mr. Lin of the Lin Group. Liang Wenyuan was a little shocked, but after all, he had seen the world, so he immediately changed his tone. Mr. Gao, hello. I'm so happy to receive your call. You know about Mr. Lin's interview, right? Liang Wenyuan immediately replied, I know, it has been released. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin, for accepting our interview. I hope there will be continued cooperation in the future. Gao Heng's tone was serious. Mr. Lin is very angry. Let me tell you to take down the article within 10 minutes. Liang Wenyuan was taken aback. Is there a misunderstanding? Didn't your company's assistant say that Mr. Lin had a very high evaluation of the interview? Mr. Lin does have a good evaluation of the interview, but Mr. Lin hates people who make small moves behind his back. Making small gestures? Liang Wenyuan muttered to himself, not knowing what the situation was. Mr. Lin read the interview script written by the reporter at that time, but now that it is released, the signature is another person's name. It turns out that your company is ranked by seniority. Who is old can seize the credit of others. Your company leaders are so indistinguishable from right and wrong, reversing black and white. Such a media, what is the need for cooperation? Liang Wenyuan suddenly realized, this Sun Jigang, fuck, don't pull the company if you want to die. Liang Wenyuan immediately smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. It's all my fault. It's my majesty who is not strict. I must educate them well. Change it back immediately. And I have to change it back after overtime immediately. Hung up the phone. Liang Wenyuan immediately called Sun Jigang. Sun Jigang was in the hotel with the beautiful woman, lying on the beautiful woman and getting up. Suddenly, the phone called. He just pressed and hung up and called again. The beautiful woman snatched his mobile phone. Who disturb our good thing? Turn off the phone. Sun Jigang suddenly saw that it was Mr. Liang, and he quickly answered. Liang Wenyuan scolded with his head and face. Sun Jigang, you dog rit. Don't fucking pull the back if you want to die. Don't think that I don't know about your ugly things. You mess with your subordinates, and you dare to let her take the fruits of other people's labor. I told you a long time ago, the Lin Group can't afford to provoke it. You will mess with me. Immediately let your people work overtime and change the author's signature back. 5 minutes, you can't change it back, and you won't go back to the company tomorrow. Sun Jigang was already scared soft. Hurry up and put on your pants and call Li Ying. Li Ying, you immediately log into your account and change Mr. Lin's article to Shun Lingwei's name. Is Sister Jin's name still written? Li Ying had some doubts. You pig brain. Write AP. Don't write any other names, just write Shen Lingwei's name. Write it bigger, more conspicuous. Right at the beginning and right at the end. Do you understand? Get it done in 3 minutes, or you'll fuck off. Liang was frightened by Sun Jigang's tone and immediately logged into her account, changed her signature, and republished. Gao Heng called. Mr. Lin, it's all changed. You can reread that article. Lin Haoming opened it again to see. The 3 words Shun Lingwei are very conspicuous in the article. The more he looks at them, the more he likes them. How can these 3 words be so good-looking? Shun Lingwei got off the subway, packed up her mood, and walked into the villa. Lin Haoming sat on the sofa and looked at her listless and decadent. A touch of distress flashed in my heart. What's wrong? Not happy? Shun Lingwei tried to squeeze out a smile. No, it's just that I'm a little tired from work today. He captured the fleeting emotion in her eyes, which was disappointment, loss, and grievance. But she didn't say a word. Chapter 19, Tell Your Husband If You Were Bullied. Lin Haoming deliberately held the mobile phone in front of his eyes and read it very seriously. The Lin Group relays, an ambitious young entrepreneur at the age of 22 author. Shin Lingwei, this article was written by you. It is well written, and the number of likes is quite high. Shin Lingwei looked disbelieving. Are you sure it's me? See for yourself. Lin Haoming stood up and threw his phone over. Shin Lingwei picked up her phone and looked at it. No, the author's signature was not me before, and the release time has changed. They changed it again. Is it strange that their conscience has been found? Shin Lingwei asked a series of questions. The corners of Lin Haoming's mouth showed a wicked smile. If you are bullied, I hope that their conscience will find out. It is better to tell your husband to be reliable. Shin Lingwei pouted, not very agreeing with this proposal. He muttered in a low voice, What if you bully me? Lin Haoming walked to Shun Lingwei's side, and his tall and straight body completely surrounded her. He stretched out his arms around her waist and moved closer to her, and she stepped back and forth, and he pressed her against the wall. His body was clinging to hers, with a height difference of more than 20 centimeters. Her face was right against his chest, and her soft lips accidentally kissed his chest. He bent his head and held out his slender fingers to press them against her rosy lips. What kind of bullying are you referring to? Well, his breathing began to grow heavy, and she was a little frightened and pushed him away. I'm going to the bathroom. Then she quickly ran to the bathroom and sat down on the toilet, her face crimson. What kind of demon is this? I don't know what I look like. Is it very seductive? It's always a variety of teasing. Lin Haoming, if you dare to provoke me again, I will bite you to death. After saying that, she had a cold war. She couldn't afford to provoke her, and she only dared to think about it in her heart. Shin family. Shin Lingwei's father, Shin Guohua, came back from a business trip. As soon as she came back, Zheng Qiuyan sued the wicked first and deducted a lot of basins on Shun Lingwei's head. Shin Lingwei, this girl, has been learning very badly recently. A girl's family, she went to a drinking party late at night, seduced Lin Haoming, the heir of the Lin family, and designed to frame Xiaoya, causing Xiaoya to be beaten very badly and almost disfigured. Shin Guohua's brows furrowed. What you say is true. I've only been on a business trip for a few days, and this kind of thing happened. Where's this wild girl? Call her over. Zheng Qiuyan saw that Shin Guohua was angry. He should have believed it, so he continued to make things up. Of course it's true. When you weren't there, she was really cranky. She didn't come home until midnight that day, and as soon as she came back, she beat Xiaoya. I persuaded her, and she beat me. Shin Guohua said angrily. Even the elders are beaten. Is there any more of us in her eyes? Zheng Qiuyan deliberately squeezed out a few tears. Yes, I'm very sad. I didn't expect that I had worked so hard to take care of her for so many years. I thought it was time to warm her heart, but I didn't expect that she would hate me so much. Shin Guohua comforted. This girl is simply no king's law. Don't be angry with your wife. I will educate her for you, and I won't let you and Xiaoya be bullied. Zheng Qiuyan covered her face. You can't find her if you want to educate her now. She has run away from home, saying that she has broken off relations with our Shun family. Shin Guohua shouted, What? It's true. She hasn't come back since she left. Xiaoya said that she met a man at the party, and she didn't know if she left with someone. Zheng Qiuyan continued to splash dirty water. Shin Guohua slapped the table. She actually ran away with someone. Do we have to lose face in the Shin family? Guohua, she will leave when she leaves. What should we do about the marriage contract between our Shin family and the Lin family? If Wei Wei doesn't come back, we can't cancel the marriage contract, and the Lin family is not easy to offend. Zheng Qiuyan carefully laid out her own thoughts. Shin Guohua agreed. That can't be canceled. Then it's better for us to let Xiaoya marry into the Lin family. Xiaoya is beautiful. Lin Haoming will definitely like her. This is also good for our Shun family's business. After Zheng Chuyin finished speaking, she looked at Shin Guohua with a tender face, as if she was wholeheartedly planning for the Shin family. Shin Guohua nodded. This sentence was in his heart. Nothing is as important as the Shun family's business and future development, and Shin Xiaoya is obviously more likely than Shin Lingwei to marry into the Lin family. Then why don't we visit Lin's house tomorrow morning and find out old man Lin's tone? Zheng Chuyin stated her purpose. Shin Guohua nodded in agreement. This is a century-old ginseng. Take this, I think Mr. Lin should like it. Zheng Chuyin took out the gifts that had been prepared a long time ago, and Shin Guohua said with satisfaction, "It's still my wife's thoughtfulness." Zheng Chuyin said proudly, and our Xiaoya is so good and beautiful. Old man Lin will definitely agree. Shin Lingwei, that little slut, all this has nothing to do with you. Stand aside. The next morning, Shin Guohua and Zheng Chuyin set off for Linjai. The car quickly drove to old man Lin's garden. Located on the edge of the 5th Ring Road, this garden is an antique garden building, quiet, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Zheng Chuyin stood at the gate of the garden, her eyes straight. Such a large area of the house is equivalent to a large park. Although it is in the 5th ring, it is worth a lot of money. For ordinary people, it is an astronomical amount, and for rich people, how much money may not be able to buy it. The power of the Lin family is really unfathomable. If Xiaoya can marry into the Lin family, then the rest of her life can be said to have flown into the clouds, and Xiaoya must be allowed to successfully marry into the Lin family. Zheng Chuyin secretly made up her mind in her heart. Shin Guohua went down to call the door, and the housekeeper went inside to report, and after a while, he told them that they could go in. Zheng Chuyin tidied up her clothes, took her husband's arm elegantly, and walked into the hall together. After entering the door, Mr. Lin sat in the middle of the sofa, and when he saw the two of them coming in, he stood up to welcome them. "Uncle Lin, I took the liberty to visit today. I don't know if it bothered you?" Shin Guohua behaved very politely. "How so? We're going to be in-laws soon, and I'm glad you're here." In old man Lin's heart, although Zheng Chuyin is her stepmother, she is also Shun Lingwei's relative, so she can't help but give face. After a few words of greeting, old man Lin asked directly, "I don't know if there is anything wrong with you coming over today? Is there something difficult for Vivi?" Zheng Chuyin hurriedly waved her hand. "Uncle Lin, that's the case. Wei Wei is an assertive child. She said that she makes her own decisions about her life events. No, she is someone she likes, and she has moved out of the house. But the marriage contract between the Shun family and the Lin family is still there. I think Xiaoya and Haoming are very faithful, and the two of them are also very compatible together." Zheng Chuyin said this and stopped. Of course, old man Lin can understand the meaning of her words. In short, Shin Lingwei ran away with other men. Your Lin family will definitely not want her anymore. Shin Xiaoya is more worthy of Lin Haoming. Chapter 20. The Landlord's Foolish Son. Old man Lin said unhappily, "Although my old man is old, he is not confused, and it is still clear who is good and who is bad. Wei Wei is such a sensible girl. She will not do such a thing." Zheng Chuyin hurriedly explained, "I don't mean anything else. Wei Wei is very good. Xiaoya is also a very sensible child. Haoming actually likes Xiaoya more." Old man Lin pretended to be puzzled and said, "Oh, then tell me, why does Haoming like Xiaoya? How is your daughter better than Shun Lingwei?" When Zheng Chuyin saw that there was a play, she was overjoyed, and she was a little unscrupulous when she spoke. Shin Lingwei is not as good looking as Xiaoya. Xiaoya has a very good figure and is beautiful. If the Lin family can marry Xiaoya and enter the door, it will be a talented woman and envy others. And if Wei Wei marries into the Lin family, she will not be able to get on the stage, causing everyone to laugh. Many people will poke the backbone. How can the Lin family marry a fat man to enter the door? Shin Guohua didn't speak, and when he heard this, he gave her a look and motioned her to stop talking. Old man Lin couldn't bear it anymore and slapped the table hard. "You woman, you are really full of nonsense. Wei Wei is such a good child. Why can't she be on the stage if you marry her? I said you can't do anything good. If it weren't for you, the Shin family would not have fallen to this point today. You are far worse than Wei Wei's mother. What kind of good daughter can a person like you give birth to? How can your daughter be worthy of our Lin family?" Seeing this, Zheng Chuyin was also a little angry. "Old man Lin, how can you say that?" Shun Guohua hurriedly interrupted her. "I'm sorry, Uncle Lin. Don't be angry. We are not sensible." Old man Lin pointed at Shun Guohua. "And you, Shin Guohua, you are weak and incompetent. You can't even control a woman. Let her be a demon all day long. You deserve to be unable to do business, and you deserve your Shun family to come to this point. Shin Guohua didn't know what to say. Old man Lin took his crutches, poked the ground, and shouted, "Send off." The two returned to the car in disgrace. Shin Guohua drove the car. His face was pale. Zheng Chuyin was even more aggrieved and complained to Shin Guohua. This dead old man, a person who is about to enter the ground with half of his body, still cares so much about idle things. Shin Guohua glanced at his wife. "It's all your fault. You have this bad idea, and now you have offended the Lin family. How will the Shin family go in the future?" Zheng Chuyin said angrily, "You are not a man. Others scold me. You don't dare to put a fart. Now you still blame me. Am I not thinking about the future of the Shin family?" As she spoke, Zheng Chuyin wiped away her tears. Seeing his wife crying, Shin Guohua stopped talking and was silent for a while. He felt that his words were too serious and took the initiative to coax his wife. "Don't cry. I'm also in a hurry. I'm afraid that the Lin family will be unfavorable to us." Zheng Chuyin said viciously, "What is the old thing? Now Lin Haoming is in charge. As long as Xiaoya can make Lin Haoming like it, she can marry into the Lin family." Zheng Chuyin thought in her heart, "Shin Lingwei, you are a slut. You are obviously so fat, and there are so many people protecting you. You don't want to marry into the Lin family. Xiaoya will definitely not lose to you. Saturday is a day off, and Shin Lingwei usually lies at home all day." Lin Haoming was working overtime in the company and was in a meeting with several executives when he received a call from Mr. Lin. He pressed the answer button. "Why are you so slow to answer the phone?" The old man's majestic voice came out, and the people next to him didn't dare to come out. "Grandpa, I'm in a meeting," Lin Haoming said helplessly. "What a meeting on Saturday? In the evening, you go back to the old house for dinner." Just being angry with Zheng Xiuyin and Shin Guohua, the two fools, old man Lin spoke with anger. Lin Haoming walked out of the conference room. "Grandpa, is there anything wrong with you?" "Of course something's wrong. How are you and Vivi doing?" "I'm in a hurry to hold my grandson. I forgot to tell you I got the certificate with her." "What? It's really fake. You kid don't lie to me." Old man Lin didn't seem to believe it. "What are you lying about? I just got it a few days ago, and I can show you the marriage certificate." The corners of Lin Haoming's mouth rose, and his tone carried a hint of inexplicable pride. "You little rabbit. I didn't see that you were quite capable, great. You came to my place for dinner tonight." Old man Lin was overjoyed, hung up the phone, and hurriedly asked the housekeeper to instruct him to prepare a sumptuous dinner, and then call the family to come back. Old man Lin thought to himself, after receiving the marriage certificate, that is a legitimate husband and wife, and it is not far from holding a baby. Zheng Xiuyin's woman also said that Shun Lingwei was with someone else. It was just nonsense. This woman is really not a thing. Lin Haoming sent a message to Shin Lingwei. "Grandpa said to let us go back to his place for dinner tonight, and I will go home to pick you up in the afternoon." Shin Lingwei happened to be looking at her phone and replied directly, "Okay." Seeing Shun Lingwei reply in seconds, Lin Haoming's brows moved slightly and his eyes softened. In the afternoon, Lin Haoming walked into the house. Shin Lingwei was sitting on the sofa, holding the computer, and the index finger of her right hand was put in her mouth and biting hard, as if she was thinking about something. This girl, still working on the computer on the big weekend? Thinking of the word work, Lin Haoming suddenly remembered something. He stepped forward. "Something suddenly occurred to me." Shin Lingwei turned her head, still biting her fingers. Her long black hair was pulled into a ball head at will, and a few strands of broken hair flew randomly in front of her forehead, setting off her goose egg face with white glow. When she saw Lin Haoming, she put on a flattering smile. Her slightly frowning brows stretched, and her big round eyes were bent into the shape of a crescent moon. And the crescent moon was full of clear light. He seemed to see what she looked like when she was a child, round and small. Only those eyes, crooked when she laughed, but they seemed to glow. He hid the soft light under his eyes, and the smile on his lips spread. He actually laughed? Shin Lingwei was frightened by his laughter. He would actually smile at me? "Are you laughing at me?" Shin Lingwei suddenly realized that her image was inappropriate, and hurriedly took out her fingers, but brought out a string of brushed saliva. She hurriedly hid her hands. Shame on the dead. The smile on Lin Haoming's face was even worse. Shin Lingwei hurriedly opened her mouth to divert her attention. "What did you just say? What did you remember?" Lin Haoming stepped forward, said very seriously, "I remember you didn't seem to write the last question in the interview that day." This. Shin Lingwei thought to herself, is that kind of topic suitable to write about? Tell the world that Lin Haoming returned to China to take over the family business in order to get married. And his wife's name is Shin Lingwei? The author of this article is also Shin Lingwei. Huh. Then others are not allowed to laugh off their big teeth. Jean Shanshan, they will definitely say her. You really can dream. What's wrong? Lin Haoming pretended to be puzzled, and his expression was very serious. Shin Lingwei's heart. Why do I often think that Mr. Lin is a bit of an idiot, and the landlord's stupid son has a sense of déjà vu? No wonder you married me for the sake of a marriage contract. I'm afraid I can't marry someone. Chapter 21. How clear is it with me? Shin Lingwei didn't dare to say it. That if you write it, it will cause you problems and people will probe into your private life or something. I don't understand. Shin Lingwei looked at the corners of his mouth with a slight smile and suddenly realized that this person had been pretending to be stupid. But she had no choice but to explain patiently. Well, this will leak privacy. What privacy? You still want to hide your marriage? Lin Haoming stared at her tightly, with a slightly questioning tone. Shin Lingwei lowered her head and thought, why do I want to get married? It's all about taking care of you, President Linda. No, it's that you're a public figure. There are so many people who have a crush on you, and people will be very sad to know that you're married. I don't mind letting people know that other people are sad. What does it have to do with me? Shin Lingwei hadn't spoken yet. He continued to ask, when is the wedding? This I don't know. Besides, a wedding? Well, my family doesn't know that I'm married, and if they do, they won't be able to accept it. And if the people in the company know, I won't be able to work properly. If Shin Xiaoya and Zheng Qiuyan knew that she was married to Lin Haoming, I don't know what kind of turmoil it would set off. If the people in the company knew that she was Mr. Lin's wife, it would be impossible to work normally as before. Moreover, she doesn't know if Lin Haoming is sincere in marrying her. After all, his identity is there. How can he like her for no reason? Take 10,000 steps back. Even if you really like her now, if you get tired of playing with her in the future and throw it away like a rag, how will others laugh at her? Look, if you want to fly on the branches and become a phoenix, dream. The higher you fly, the worse you fall. Shin Lingwei was thinking crankily in her heart. I'm just so bad? Lin Haoming opened his mouth slowly, and his tone seemed to be resentful. Shin Lingwei hurriedly waved her hand. No, absolutely not. I'm worried that I'm not worthy of you. I'm afraid that others will laugh at me. Lin Haoming looked at her hurriedly explaining, and thought, take your time, what she said makes sense, and making it public may indeed cause her trouble. Then you go and change your clothes, and we'll go to Grandpa's later. Okay. Oh, by the way, the cloakroom is all for you. If you don't like it, I'll find someone to replace it for you. No, that's good. Shin Lingwei went to change her clothes. Lin Haoming walked down from the upstairs again, a little stunned. Shin Lingwei was wearing a warm green new Chinese dress. Her long black hair was loosely pulled. Her baby-like white and tender cheeks had a fleshy feeling, and the long skirt outlined a plump curve, and the whole person looked demure and gentle. Shin Lingwei raised her eyes and saw Lin Haoming's deep eyes stop at her, and her cheeks turned red. Suddenly, I remembered whether I should give him money. How much are the clothes? I'll scan the code and transfer it to you, right? Lin Haoming's eyes dimmed. This woman treats me as an outsider, and always wants to be so clear from me. He took out a bank card and handed it to Shin Lingwei. Are you blaming me for not giving you pocket money? The sound is magnetic and nice. Shin Lingwei hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not what it meant. No matter what you mean, in the legal sense, you and I are husband and wife. My assets are half of yours. This card is unlimited. The password is your birthday, and the money can be spent casually. Shin Lingwei was still thinking, how could his bank card be my birthday? I didn't realize that I had already taken the bank card and stuffed it into my bag. The two walked outside together. Lin Haoming opened the co-pilot's door, and Shin Lingwei sat on it. Finding that he had no intention of driving, Shin Lingwei was a little puzzled. Turned his head to look at Lin Haoming, but found that he was staring at him with burning eyes. When Shin Lingwei didn't know what to do, Lin Haoming's body suddenly leaned over. She leaned back in the chair a little nervously and watched the handsome face slowly approach her. She hurriedly turned her head. Lin Haoming's lips gently brushed her cheeks. She felt a little itchy and unconsciously bit her lips. Lin Haoming's hand crossed her, pulled out the seatbelt, and said slightly mockingly, if you don't wear a seatbelt, what are you thinking about all day long? Shin Lingwei suddenly realized, what was she thinking blindly? When his brain was squeezed by the door, he felt that Lin Haoming wanted to take advantage of himself. Lin Haoming drove the car. The expression on his face was obscure. When would this fat girl not resist his approach so much? Shin Lingwei was a little apprehensive in her heart. When I went to his house later, would his family like me? Will there be anything that will make it difficult for me? Lin Haoming drove the car, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of her somewhat uneasy look. Cool opening. Don't be nervous. They won't do anything to you. Shen Lingwei nodded, but she was a little surprised in her heart. This man, obviously driving the car and looking ahead, knew what I was thinking. In the old mansion, old man Lin waited with satisfaction. Lin Haoming's parents Lin Jianshan and Yang Shuxiao accompanied him, and his sister Lin Qingxue also arrived. It stands to reason that Mr. Lin has lived a comfortable life in his old age, living in such a big garden, walking around the garden every day, practicing Tai Chi, planting flowers and grass, raising birds and teasing cats, and having a lot of fun. But when I think about it, I still feel that something is missing. When Lin Haoming and Lin Qingxue were a little younger, they both lived in the garden, and they had a lot of joy chattering. Now that the children are older, Lin Haoming went abroad to study, and then came back and took over Lin's business, moved out to live, was busy with work every day, traveled to various places, and rarely returned to the garden. Lin Qingxue went to college and lived in the school. Since Lin Jianshan handed over the company to Lin Haoming, he has taken his wife Yang Shuxiao to travel everywhere, and he has less time at home than before. The old man is still lonely after all. Thinking about it, he still has to let Lin Haoming get married as soon as possible, and it is the right way to hold a great-grandson for himself. As for these people, where they like to go, old men are not uncommon. So when the old man heard that Lin Haoming had received the certificate with Shen Lingwei, he was very happy and asked the whole family to go to the old house and have a lively meal together. Lin Haoming and Shen Lingwei's car slowly arrived at the old mansion. The two entered the hall together, and Yang Shuxia, who was sitting on the sofa, hurriedly walked over, held Shen Lingwei's hand, and spoke in a soft tone. It's Vivi. You're as cute as you were when you were a kid. Shen Lingwei was a little embarrassed. Lin Haoming called out, Mom, and Shen Lingwei also called Mom. Yang Shuxia let out a loud hey, obviously very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Shen Lingwei looked at Yang Shuxia. In her childhood memory, this woman was very beautiful and gentle, with a gentle temperament. And now, after so many years, the years have not left a trace on her face. Shen Lingwei sighed in her heart that when she reached her age, she was definitely not as beautiful as her. Then, Shen Lingwei greeted Lin Haoming's grandfather and father respectively. Yang Shuxiao pulled Shen Lingwei to chat, looking left and right. The more she looked, the more she liked it. This girl looks down to earth and steady, unlike other women who always want to marry into the Lin family by some foxy means. Jiang is still old and spicy, and the girl that Mr. Lin likes must be right. Old man Lin is very fond of Shen Lingwei. This girl was very cute when she was young, and her chubby little face is rare for anyone who sees her. Now she looks the same as when she was a child, and she looks like a sensible girl. Chapter 22. What are you watching? The family is very satisfied with Shen Lingwei, but Lin Qingxue is the only one. When Shen Lingwei came in, she was sitting on the sofa playing a game. Yang Shuxia called her to say hello to her sister-in-law. Lin Qingxue glanced at Shen Lingwei, did not squeak, and continued to play her game. When it's time to eat, the family sits around the table. The dishes are very rich. Shen Lingwei saw that they were all her favorite foods: roast duck, steamed fish, spicy chicken, dompa meat, salt-baked prawns. Looking at so many good dishes, she really wanted to feast, but on this occasion, she was embarrassed to clip it. Lin Haoming seemed to see through her thoughts and kept putting vegetables into her bowl, and Shen Lingwei was very satisfied. While eating, old man Lin spoke, Haoming, you only got a marriage certificate. When are you going to have a wedding? Set the date in advance, and we will prepare early. Lin Haoming said, Grandpa, don't worry about this. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by old man Lin. How can you not be in a hurry? If you don't have a wedding, isn't this Ron Weiwei? How do you ask us to explain to the Shen family? Lin Haoming's deep eyes looked at Shen Lingwei. Shen Lingwei looked at his incomparably handsome facial features, deep and bright eyes, and the wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, and was a little stunned. On such an occasion when the family had a happy meal, talking about the wedding, she realized that this extremely handsome man had actually become her husband. The wedding she imagined should be the kind of two people who love each other very much, and they entered the palace of marriage together, although they have received the certificate with Lin Haoming, but the wedding doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Shen Lingwei spoke, Grandpa, the wedding is not in a hurry. I want to lose weight, and it is not too late to do it when I lose weight. Of course, she didn't really want to lose weight, but she couldn't seem to think of any other excuse other than that. Yang Shuxia said with concern, Weiwei, how good-looking you are now. Don't lose weight. You won't look good if you lose weight. You young people love beauty, and you should also pay attention to your body. Lin Jinshan also said, Dad, the young people have their own ideas, so let's do what they say. Speaking of which, old man Lin is not easy to urge anymore. Shun Lingwei still lowered her head to eat. The man's magnetic voice called softly, Vivi. Shun Lingwei turned her head, and Lin Haoming's slender white fingers pinched a shrimp, which had already been handed to her mouth. Was hesitating, and found that everyone was staring at her with a smile, and her face instantly turned redder than shrimp. Looking at their expectant eyes, she had no choice but to open her mouth, eat the shrimp, and chew it carefully. What is this doing? When did Lin Haoming become so considerate, or did he deliberately do it for his family? Yang Shuxia said with a smile, seeing that Haoming is so good to you, we are relieved. Old man Shen looked at the little couple so affectionately, and also showed a reassuring smile. At this moment, Lin Qingxue, who had not spoken, put down her chopsticks and planned to leave the table. Yang Shuxia grabbed her. Xiaoxue, you just ate so much and don't eat it. Eat some more? Lin Qingxue glanced at Shun Lingwei and smiled. What are you doing with eating so much, being as fat as my sister-in-law? It doesn't matter. There will definitely be no dishes left on this table. My sister-in-law can eat it alone. Lin Jinshan said angrily, there are no rules. Lin Haoming frowned. His eyes were full of coldness. Xiaoxue, apologize to your sister-in-law. Lin Qingxue shouted, why should I apologize to her? I didn't say anything wrong. After speaking, Lin Qingxue slammed the door directly and went out. Lin Jinshan frowned. This girl is spoiled. Yang Shuxiao explained to Shun Lingwei, Wei, don't be angry. This girl is young and ignorant, and the whole family spoils her. Shun Lingwei said sensibly, it's okay. After eating, she sat in the living room to watch TV. Shun Lingwei glanced at the time. It was not early. It was more than 9 o'clock. I didn't know if I would go back today, and I didn't dare to ask more. After a while, old man Lin went to rest first, and Yang Shuxia and Lin Jinshan also went to rest. The maid came over and told Lin Haoming and Shun Lingwei, young master, your room has been cleaned up, and madam asked you to rest early. Lin Haoming glanced at Shun Lingwei and walked upstairs. Shun Lingwei followed behind, and when she arrived in the room, there was only a large bed. Shun Lingwei blushed a little. Of course, his family didn't know their relationship and thought they were very affectionate. So tonight, they could only be in the same room? Lin Haoming went directly to the bathroom to take a bath. Shun Lingwei sat on the bed a little nervously and began to observe the furnishings of the room. The room is very spacious. There are few things extremely tidy. There is a photo of Lin Haoming on the bedside table. It is a photo of him when he was a child. That is exactly what he looked like when he was a child, and Shun Lingwei also has a photo of him from that period. There are a lot of books on the shelves. Shun Lingwei picked them up and looked through them. Most of them were books on history and management. It seemed that Lin Haoming liked this kind of book. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. Lin Haoming walked in naked, and Shun Lingwei turned his head to look. His lower body was wrapped in a bath towel, revealing his strong legs, and his upper body was covered with broad arms and strong abdominal muscles on his chest. His slender hand was wiping his hair casually with a towel, and his face was covered with moist moisture, which looked more profound and three-dimensional under the illumination of the light. His collarbone is sexy and prominent, and the black thorn tattoo under his collarbone stretches wantonly, and the demon Yi blooms. Shun Lingwei couldn't help but look at it twice, looking closely at what seemed to be 2 letters, and she didn't know if it was the M or W upside down. M is easy to understand. It is estimated that it is the pinyin initial letter of the word Ming in his name. As for W, is it the name of the girl he likes? At this moment, the water droplets from his hair dripped down the strands, rolled over the Adam's apple, and slid all the way down the lines of his abdominal muscles. The scene was so tempting that Shun Lingwei forgot to look away. Suddenly, he stopped wiping his hair and glanced down at her. What are you looking at? The voice was low and cold. Shun Lingwei suddenly realized that her gaze was looking at a place where she shouldn't be, and the sense of shame exploded in her head, and her face suddenly turned red. Well, I'm going to take a shower. Shun Lingwei hurriedly ran into the bathroom and sat on the toilet, feeling a familiar pain in her stomach. It was the eldest aunt who came, but fortunately, her menstrual period has always been on time, and she had already prepared sanitary napkins in her bag. After washing up and walking out of the bathroom, Shun Lingwei saw Lin Haoming lying on the bed, as if he had fallen asleep. What does he mean that half of the bed is still empty? Is it for me to sleep in that half of the bed, or sleep underground? Shun Lingwei thought about it. Let's sleep underground. She took a set of bedding from the cupboard, spread it on the floor, turned off the light, and lay down to bed. Chapter 23. Be Gentle. Lin Haoming actually didn't fall asleep at all. Half of the bed was empty, thinking that the girl could understand. Unexpectedly, she actually fell asleep on the ground consciously. He muffled his mouth. Sleeping on the floor is more comfortable than in bed? Shin Lingwei replied, "It's okay. I often sleep on the ground. Hurry up and go to sleep." Lin Haoming did not speak again. Shin Lingwei thought he was going to sleep, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Suddenly feeling his touch, Shin Lingwei screamed "ah" and was picked up by Lin Haoming in the air. Shin Lingwei was startled and hurriedly pushed his chest with his hand, trying to make him put himself down, but the other party was still hugging him tightly. Shin Lingwei said in a trembling voice, What do you want to do?" Lin Haoming was inexplicably a little irritable. In the dark night, the woman's soft body was nestled in his arms. They were wearing very little to each other. The hot skin was close together, and her hands were still restless, as if she was teasing his already sensitive nerves. He said in a deep voice, "If you move again, you will seduce me. If you don't want me to do something, just be honest and don't move." Shin Lingwei was so frightened that she didn't dare to move anymore. He carried her to the bed, covered her with the quilt, and carried her to sleep. At night, Lin Haoming woke up, and the person in his arms shrunk into a ball, moaning softly, as if it was in pain. He touched her forehead and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shin Lingwei said weakly, "It's nothing. You can continue to sleep." He looked at her. It really didn't look like it was okay. "You're not feeling well?" Shin Lingwei didn't squeak. He took out his mobile phone. "Do you need to call a doctor?" Shin Lingwei hurriedly stopped. "No need. I'm just in my menstrual period. My stomach hurts a little. I'll be fine in a while." Lin Haoming didn't speak, pushed the door, and went out. After a while, he brought in a cup of hot water and painkillers and handed them to Shin Lingwei. Shin Lingwei took the medicine and drank hot water. She felt much better. She felt a burst of warmth in her heart, closed her eyes, and fell asleep after a while. Listening to her even breathing, he closed his eyes, but he couldn't sleep anymore. He was worried that she would wake up again and there would be no one to take care of her. So he tossed and turned and didn't fall asleep until dawn. Early the next morning, Lin Haoming went downstairs with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Yang Shuxia saw it, and she was very satisfied with her son's performance. The newlywed couple tossed so late. It seems that they will soon have their grandson. Shin Lingwei's small stomach was still a little uncomfortable. Her walking posture was a little unnatural, and she came down from the stairs slowly. Yang Shuxia saw Shin Lingwei's strange walking posture and glanced at Lin Haoming again, feeling a little distressed. "Oh, look at your spiritless appearance. No matter how young you are, you have to pay attention to your body. Haoming, you move gently. You see what you have bullied Wei Wei into." Shin Lingwei hurriedly denied it. "Actually, it's not what you think." Then she looked at Lin Haoming, hoping that he could explain. Lin Haoming's deep eyes glanced at her and said lightly, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll pay attention next time." Shin Lingwei's eyes widened. Yang Shuxiao nodded with satisfaction. After Yang Shuxiao walked away, Shin Lingwei asked in a low voice, "Why did you say that just now?" Lin Haoming had a smile on the corner of his mouth and leaned close to her ear. "Do you blame me for saying too much or doing too little?" "Well, why don't we try it in a few days?" Shin Lingwei's face turned red again. Yang Shuxia turned her head from a distance to look at it, and naturally regarded this scene as a newlywed couple flirting. After breakfast, Lin Haoming drove Shin Lingwei home. Shin Lingwei sat in the co-pilot, looking at Lin Haoming's fingers on the steering wheel. The bones were distinct, slender, and good-looking. And thinking of Lin Haoming's fingers pinching a shrimp yesterday, it was really better than a shrimp. Shin Lingwei couldn't help but look at her little meat hands. She has been this pair of meat hands since she was a child, and she has always liked the kind of slender fingers. Lin Haoming is really lucky. Not only is the family rich, but he also has a good-looking face and a good figure, and even his hands are so good-looking. Peeking at me, Lin Haoming suddenly spoke lightly. Shin Lingwei turned her head to look out the window in embarrassment. "What's the matter?" "I'll look at the scenery." I thought he had been concentrating on driving, but he didn't expect his small movements to be seen by him. Lin Haoming looked ahead, but the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and he was in a very happy mood. The phone rang, and Shin Lingwei answered it. "Hey, Linda." Linda was still lying on the bed, her voice languiding. "Vivi, where are we going to gather today? Didn't you say that you would go for a hair transplant today?" "Hey, don't mention it. I'm not going to get it again. I've heard that it hurts too much, and it takes a long time to grow it well. So forget it, and I have a lot of hair in front of me. I'll just say, you're completely idle, and you have nothing to do to find your own guilt. Okay, let's talk about it later, but you have to eat and drink with me all day today. Otherwise, the weekend will be too boring." Shin Lingwei was just about to say, okay. Lin Haoming spoke directly. She's not available. Linda was a little stunned when she held the phone, and she took the phone in front of her eyes suspiciously and looked at it. It was Wei Wei's number. How do you hear a man's voice? How do you feel a bit like Lin Haoming? Signal stringed? In what era? The telephone can still be connected? Wait, isn't it? Linda exclaimed. Wei Wei, are you with Lin Haoming? What are you two doing? Are you two together? Oh my god, it's early in the morning. You two won't still be in bed, will you? Shin Lingwei hurriedly lowered her voice, and it was estimated that Lin Haoming heard it. Oh, don't talk nonsense. It's not what you think. I'll hang up first. She hung up the phone and glanced at Lin Haoming secretly. Her face was not abnormal, but she was okay. Back at the villa, Lin Haoming carried Shun Lingwei back to the bedroom. If you're not feeling well, just lie down in bed. Don't go out and run around. Oh. Chapter 24. Talking about seduction all day long. Dormitory of Beijing University. Lin Qingxue had just gotten up, and Li Han came in with a box of chocolates. Xiaoxue, I bring you chocolates. Li Han, why are you here? Lin Qingxue said lazily. Tell me, did you come home and see your brother? How's he? Lin Qingxue smiled. Seeing that you are anxious, I will say why you were so active in coming to me. Say it. Was provoked. Li Han was a little embarrassed. Lin Qingxue remembered that she was unhappy for a while last night. Wasn't she just a fat woman? And the whole family treated her as a baby. My brother married that fat man. It is better to marry his best friend. After all, Li Han has also liked his brother for so long. Lin Qingxue looked at Li Han. Her appearance was quite high. Although she was almost worthy of her brother, she was much stronger than that fat man. My brother got the certificate with a fat man. Lin Qingxue said lightly. Li Han was stunned for an instant. Really? Why so suddenly? Lin Qingxue comforted. I just knew, but don't worry, they are fake marriages. I don't believe you will like that fat man. Li Han asked suspiciously, so, do I still have a chance? Lin Qingxue said, of course. How can that fat man compare to you? Don't worry, my brother will definitely like you. Li Han was still a little worried. You have time. Take me to meet her, see what kind of fat person she is, and rob Brother Haoming with me. Lin Qingxue smiled. Okay, I have time to fix that fat man. Let's see how long she could be arrogant. Shin family. Shin Xiaoya and her friends went outside to play for a few days, and as soon as they got home, they ran to Zheng Qiuyan's bedroom. Mom, I'm back. Did you and Dad go to Lin's house? What do they say? When she mentioned this, Zheng Qiuyan had a headache. I want to see old man Lin. The dead old man was unreasonable, and he couldn't understand it when he told him, you still have to work Lin Haoming, as long as Lin Haoming likes you. What is that dead fat man? Shin Xiaoya suddenly thought of Shun Lingwei. Has that fat man ever come back? No. What are you looking forward to her coming back for? It's good that she doesn't come back. It's better to die outside. That's right. The dislike for Shun Lingwei is very consistent between mother and daughter. Zheng Qiuyan sighed in her heart. Her daughter has not looked for a job since graduating from college. But Shin Lingwei, a little slut, has become a reporter for the magazine. Xiaoya is not high or low. She wants to go to a big company, but she can't get in. Let her help her father with business, and she can't look down on it. So she plays with friends all day long. Now she only hopes that Xiaoya can marry into the Lin family with her beautiful appearance, so everything will not have to worry. As for the way to approach Lin Haoming, she has already helped Xiaoya think about it. The building near the water will be the first month, and she will go to work in the Lin group. Wouldn't she be able to meet every day? Xiaoya, I've already helped you get a good relationship. There is a director of the Lin group who is a friend of mine, and he is recruiting assistants. You pretend to go for an interview, and when you join the Lin group, the rest will depend on you. When Shin Xiaoya heard this, she was very happy and hugged Zheng Qiuyan. Thank you, Mom. You will plan for me. On Monday, Shin Lingwei went to work at the company. As soon as I arrived at the station, I was dumbfounded. Her workstation was full of unfamiliar things, and she looked around and found that some of her things had been thrown in the trash. Some were piled up on the ground, and some were rotten, as if they had been trampled on a few times. Shin Lingwei felt inexplicable. Lu Gu and Xiaolu also came to the company, and when they saw Shin Lingwei standing there, they hurriedly walked over. Who did this? It's too bad, isn't it? This is too speechless. Why are you still doing this behind your back? Xiaolu asked in a low voice. Wei Wei, have you offended anyone? Lu Gu also knew that the article had been changed back to Shun Lingwei's name, and Mr. Sun scolded Jin Shanshan and Li Ying. Li Ying probably didn't have the courage to openly do this in the office. It can only be Jin Shanshan. However, if she openly conflicts with Jin Shanshan, she will only intensify in the future. Lu Gu spoke. Don't care who got it. Let's quickly help Wei Wei pack up her things. Shun Lingwei took her things and returned to her workstation. Jin Shanshan said in a weird manner, "Some people don't work hard. They will seduce their bosses behind their backs, always thinking about climbing high branches and taking shortcuts. The new media division can't accommodate your big Buddha. You better get out." Shun Lingwei's heart swelled up with anger. "You put it clearly. Who is seducing the boss behind his back? Isn't that person you? Besides, why do you occupy other people's workplaces? Is the company owned by your family?" Jin Shanshan's voice raised an octave. "Who seduced the boss? Everyone knows that all the previous articles were written with everyone's names and teamwork achievements. And this time I don't know who it was, which leader was seduced behind the scenes, and I actually removed everyone's names, leaving only your name. You are really a good means." When Jin Shanshan said this, all the people in the department came to see it, and some of them still had a look of disdain. Lu Ge thought to himself, "You are really a good means to put Shin Lingwei on the opposite side of the whole team and make everyone hate her." Shin Lingwei trembled with anger. "I wrote the article. Is there anything wrong with the author writing about me? As for why the names were not reviewed and proofread, then I don't know." Su Jing arched the fire next to him. "It must have been obtained by selling his body, and I don't know who I seduced, but who is so heavy can be seduced by a fat man." Lu Ge frowned. "This is the company. Please pay attention to your words. One by one, you put the word seduction on your lips all day long. You don't rely on your real skills when you go to work. What nonsense do you talk about?" Jin Shanshan smiled. "I said, someone can be seduced by a fat man, and there is such a person with such a heavy taste. Isn't this just an eye-opener? Isn't there a person who speaks for that fat man?" Xiao Lu spoke bravely. "Do you like Vivi when you speak for Vivi? We are talking about things. It was originally an article written by Wei Wei. Is there anything wrong with signing her name?" Jin Shanshan glared at Xiao Lu. "You're bold. Dare to shout at me here. Your internship period hasn't expired. Do you still want to become a regular?" Lu Gehu was in front of Xiaolu. "She is a designer, not an editor. You have no right to decide whether she can be turned into a regular or not." Shen Lingwei watched Lu Ge and Xiaolu offend Jin Shanshan for her, and she didn't want the two of them to get into trouble. She picked up her things and said to Lu Ge and Xiaolu, "Let's go, it's a big deal to change the workstation again." The three of them searched for a long time and finally found a spot in the corner near the bathroom. It's just that it's close to the bathroom, and the smell often comes over, and it's full of clutter, and no one has sat down for a long time. Chapter 25. Dressed like this to sell? Lu Ge and Xiaolu helped Shen Lingwei clean up. Shen Lingwei sat at her workstation and felt very tired inside. She is not a person who likes to fight. She doesn't like intrigues. She doesn't like to be noisy. She just likes to be plain, quiet, and do her own thing. She vigorously buried the growing disgust and sense of escape from this company in her heart. Comfort yourself. In this world, there are many people. There are always some garbage people, and they will release the emotions of garbage. They will scold you, humiliate you, and sprinkle garbage on you. They may be happy, but they don't know how badly they hurt you and how much trouble they say casually. They don't understand that if they can empathize, they won't always hurt people. Then you don't have to be disappointed in the world and think that everyone is like that. The world is big, and there are good and bad. There are garbage people, and there are warm people. If no one warms you, then you warm yourself. Besides, you're always lucky that there are a lot of people who are nice to you. Be brave. Shen Lingwei worked hard to build herself psychologically, and then put herself into work again. On Tuesday, at the headquarters of the Lin Group building, Linda sat at the front desk and looked at her phone intently, and the employee next to her said excitedly, "Linda, look, the president is here." Linda didn't look up, and many female employees looked over and secretly admired the president's handsome appearance. There were even a few female employees who hurriedly looked in the mirror and combed their hair. Who doesn't want to be looked at by the president twice? Lin Haoming walked straight forward, and the person next to him gently pushed Linda. "You can really do it." The president walked over. "You didn't even look at it?" Linda pouted. "It's not my type, and don't look at it. The president has someone he likes, and you're not playing." The person next to him exclaimed, "Who? Who does the president like? It's not you anyway. What's so exciting?" With that, Linda began to tidy up the table. At this moment, there was another whisper in the office. "Wow, this handsome guy is too good-looking." Someone nudged her and said, "Is this your type of person?" Linda looked up and saw Gu Shaoling standing opposite, looking at her with a smile. That face was so beautiful, more beautiful than a woman. It was simply tiresome. "Ming Ming, I've come to see you. Am I that familiar with you? Where it's cool, where to stay?" Linda said impatiently. "This Gu Shaoling, it's so annoying." Linda joined the Lin Group, sitting at the front desk every day. Gu Shaoling often came to the company to find Lin Haoming, One day he saw Linda. His eyes lit up. This girl is too beautiful. Linda is the kind of hot beauty, with a tall figure, fair skin, brown curly hair, a palm-sized melon seed face, rippling red lips, and big flashing eyes. Gu Shaoling thinks that he is already a good-looking person, surrounded by many warblers and swallows, but he has always been playful and has never been sincere. It wasn't until he saw Linda that he had a heart-warming feeling. His teasing of Linda only met with scorn, which aroused his interest, and he never wanted to be a playboy again, just hoping that Linda would smile at him. Linda didn't think he could have this kind of sincerity. What she hated most was boys who were too good-looking, especially men who were better-looking than women, which was like a disaster. The first is that there must be many women around good-looking men, and the second is that kind of men have been liked by many people since childhood, and their personalities have also been spoiled, and their temper is not much better. So Linda has never given Gu Shaoling a straight look. Gu Shaoling suddenly had a deep sense of frustration. Am I too ugly? She actually doesn't like me? In the marketing department on the second floor, Xin Xiaoya took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. Since joining the company on Monday, she has been observing Lin Haoming's movements. After observing for a day, Lin Haoming must be in the president's office at this time, and she decided to take a risk. Lin Haoming passed by her. She was dressed very beautifully, but Lin Haoming didn't squint and never saw her. At this rate, Lin Haoming will never notice her. She must take the initiative. Coming to the top floor, she secretly looked in the mirror. Her lips were bright red, moist and full. She unbuttoned her outer clothes again, and she was wearing a deep V suspender belt that she had specially bought, and her chest was unobstructed. She was confident that Lin Haoming would definitely be fascinated. While the assistant to the president was leaving, she pushed the door and entered. Lin Haoming was looking down at the documents, with a handsome side face, a deep outline, and a serious expression. This is too handsome. She almost drooled. Lin Haoming raised his head and saw her. There was no ripple in his deep eyes. What are you going to do? Xin Xiaoya's heart was full of joy. He remembered me. He actually remembered me. Proved that he has mine in his heart. The confidence in her heart was a little more. Mr. Lin, actually, I've always liked you and I really want to meet you. Xin Xiaoya boldly said her thoughts and pulled her clothes down charmingly. She believes that women who are bold are more likely to attract the attention of men. When did the Lin Group president's office let chickens in, and you dress like this? Are you here to sell them? Lin Haoming glanced at her, lowered his head, and continued to work. Mr. Lin, I work here. If you like it, why don't I sell it to you? Xin Xiaoya said, taking a few steps closer with all kinds of shyness. Get out. Lin Haoming's gaze was cold and ruthless, like a blade shining with cold light, which frightened Xin Xiaoya to freeze in place. Gu Shaoling didn't get any benefits from Linda, so he had to go to the top floor and find Lin Haoming in the president's office. Women don't hurt me, they still hurt their buddies. As soon as he walked to the door, Lin Haoming smashed a water cup over. Don't get out of here. Gu Shaoling was taken aback. What's wrong today? It's not good to travel. How can you be scolded wherever you go? He walked in cautiously, only to see a scantily clad girl running out crying. Gu Shaoling's expression of gossip instantly. What's the matter? Did you bully the little girl? Lin Haoming frowned. Bully a fart. Gu Shaoling smiled. With your fierce and cold appearance, there are employees who dare to seduce you, and you don't know how you died. Lin Haoming thought that Shun Lingwei's plump figure was still the best for his wife. Just this dried lentils. Dare to stage a bare-chested temptation? Said casually, no matter how much dew there is no material, and there is no need to do if there is material. Gu Shaoling was stunned for a moment. When these words came out of Lin Haoming's mouth, his jaw dropped in shock. That noble, indifferent, alienated, and not close to the female President Lin that can actually say such sullen words. The next time I see Mu Jiahe, that nerd, I have to teach him well and learn from Mr. Lin. Gu Shaoling deeply realized that a man in love is not easy to mess with. No one can compare to his precious fat daughter-in-law, praise his daughter-in-law, and step on others. But this time he didn't dare to say anything more. No one can compare to my sister-in-law. Lin Haoming nodded with satisfaction. This kid can speak this time. Chapter 26. My husband's money didn't blow in the wind. Gu Shaoling saw that Lin Haoming was in a better mood, so he opened his mouth to talk about business. We recently launched a new car, and we want to hold a car show in your mall. What do you think? Yes, you can just let Mr. Wang dock. After Gu Shaoling left, Lin Haoming let Gao Heng in. Gao Heng, how are you doing at work lately? Lin Haoming asked with a smile. Huh? It's good. The leader is very good to me. I will work hard. Gao Heng thought to himself, the power of love is really great. President Ninglin is kind, and he actually cares about the work of his subordinates. Oh, is it? How do I feel that you don't want to do it anymore? Lin Haoming was still smiling, but it made Gao Heng's heart tremble. Huh? No, Mr. Lin, I like this job very much. You don't fire me. If you want to do it, you don't want to do it well. Who will put it in? Next time, you'll fuck off. Lin Haoming scolded with his head and face. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'll check it out right away. Gao Heng trotted all the way to check the monitoring and immediately found out the inside story of Xin Xiaoya's entry into the Lin group. For this Xin Xiaoya, he had dealt with it a long time ago and naturally knew that this Miss Shun's sister was not a fuel-efficient lamp, but he definitely didn't expect that she could take the initiative to seduce Mr. Lin, and Mr. Lin's attitude showed everything. Subsequently, Xin Xiaoya, her supervisor, human resources director, and other relevant personnel were all fired. Those who were expelled inexplicably complained in their hearts. Who did I provoke me? Xin Xiaoya returned home and cried on the bed. She thought that she was so beautiful and in such a good figure. Lin Haoming would definitely like it. Even if she wouldn't ask her on the spot, at least she would leave a phone call and make an appointment to meet. I didn't expect him to fire himself directly. Is it really that he is too ugly? Thinking of Lin Haoming's beautiful and handsome appearance, she was still moved. She really liked it, but she didn't expect to make him angry. The more Xin Xiaoya thought about it, the more sad she became. Zheng Chuyan heard the movement, walked into her daughter's house, and was also surprised to hear her daughter tell the ins and outs of the matter. Lin Haoming is also a man. Seeing such a charming and moving scene, it is impossible to control it. Doesn't he like women? Zheng Chuyan thought again. He is the richest man in Beicheng, and there are many women around him. What kind of woman has not been seen? They're the kind of people they've eaten and seen. These little tricks may not work for him. And if you want to win his favor, you may need to think long-term. Magazine. Shen Lingwei sat next to the bathroom all day, and she was disgusted with smoke. I don't know what's going on. There is always a bad smell from the bathroom, and she wears 2 layers of masks to feel better. I do psychological construction for myself before going to work every day. This broken shift, I really don't want to go to it. It finally got through Friday. Friday was the happiest day of the week, because there are 2 days off after work on Friday, which is simply beautiful. And the happiest part of the week is Sunday afternoon, because after Sunday afternoon, I have to go to that disgusting class again. By Monday morning, the psychological construction had been done, and the disgust was not so heavy, and he once again rushed into the company tenaciously and fearlessly. Shen Lingwei thought about it, and felt that she was a little funny. Luckily, today is Friday, and when I get off work, I can relax for 2 more days. Sun Jigang walked up to Shen Lingwei's side. Lingwei, Mr. Liang has something to look for you. You go to his office. Shen Lingwei stood up. Okay. She walked to the general manager's office, and she was very puzzled in her heart. Mr. Liang actually looked for me. What could he do? Downsizing? Then it won't be his turn to talk to me. Arrange work? Sun Jigang should also tell me directly. Shen Lingwei knocked on the door, and a voice was heard immediately. Come in. Shen Lingwei walked in, and Liang Wenyuan put on a smiling face. Lingwei is here, sit down. Shen Lingwei was a little frightened. I'll still stand. Liang Wenyuan still insisted. Sit down. Don't be so restrained. Sit down and speak. Shen Lingwei carefully sat on the sofa next to her. Liang Wenyuan observed Shen Lingwei, but a little girl in her 20s. She looks quite standard, just a little plump, but she is not a peerless beauty. Gao Heng, the special assistant of the Lin group, does she really like this one? He smiled and spoke. Lingwei, I called you here this time. I want to ask you for help. Huh? Mr. Liang, what do you say? Liang Wenyuan said slowly. That's the case. The company's efficiency has not been very good in recent years. You must have felt it in the company. And you also know that now that short videos are booming, we will definitely not be able to rely on paper media alone. The company's top management decided to develop some new businesses in the direction of intelligence and video, but there are still some gaps in funding. Ah! Shen Lingwei looked at the folds of the smile on Mr. Liang's face and couldn't help nodding in agreement, but she really didn't understand what this had to do with her. Liang Wenyuan paid attention to Shen Lingwei's expression and pretended to say his guess casually. Lingwei, I heard that you have a good relationship with the Lin group. Shen Lingwei was shocked and hurriedly denied it. Oh no! Of course Liang Wenyuan didn't believe it. If she had nothing to do with the Lin group, how could Mr. Lin accept her interview? And how could Gao Heng call specifically to ask for her name to be written? There is nothing in this world for no reason. Everything has a reason. Lingwei, don't be modest. You see that you are so young, beautiful, and full of vitality, It is understandable that Mr. Lin's assistant Gao Hung likes you. Shin Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It turned out that he thought so. She smiled naturally. No, I don't know the Mr. Gao you said at all. With my identity, how can a small migrant worker know people? It's completely impossible. Liang Wenyuan looked at her expression very frankly, but it didn't look like she was lying. He was also puzzled. Could she really be an ordinary person? And it was completely out of coincidence that she was able to interview Mr. Lin this time. Then how did you interview Mr. Lin so smoothly? You must know that it is very difficult to ask Mr. Lin for an interview. Even I didn't have a chance to meet Mr. Lin. Shin Lingwei had already made up a story in her head quickly. This old man, if he didn't say something decent, he wouldn't believe it. He wanted to let Lin Haoming spend money through her, but now he just thinks that she is Gao Heng's lover. So he can make such a request if he knows that she has obtained a marriage certificate with Lin Haoming. Then what more excessive request will he make? She doesn't want to cause this trouble. Besides, Lin Haoming is rich, and it is not a strong wind. So why should she contribute to you in vain? Thinking further, she really can't afford to provoke Lin Haoming. So let her ask Bingshan for money. It is better to lay off her. Chapter 27. Fix her. Shin Lingwei said very seriously. Mr. Liang, that's the case. I'm not afraid of your jokes. In fact, my family is quite poor. I grew up in the countryside. My mother is a cleaner. She is a road cleaner. Last time she cleaned on the road, saw that Mr. Lin's car broke down. She helped Mr. Lin a little favor. Mr. Lin was very good-hearted, said that he would thank her. And then my mother said to ask him to agree to me to do an interview. And Mr. Lin agreed to the interview. We haven't seen each other since. Liang Wenyuan believed Shin Lingwei's words, and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. The smile on his face disappeared all at once, and he changed to that cold and serious expression. I thought she could have some great ability to save the company from fire and water. It turned out that she was just a girl from a poor family. How could such a person have anything to do with the Lin Group? How could a person of Gao Heng's status fall in love with her? Liang Wenyuan showed a polite smile, but he no longer had the previous temperature. Okay, that's okay. You can go out. Shin Lingwei carefully pushed open the door and went out. As she walked, she thought to herself, what kind of person is this? Two faces. When she wants to use you, she smiles like a flower and finds that you have no use value. So she takes off the mask directly. No wonder Sun Jigang and Sister Jean are also like this, going up and down. It's all hypocrites. In the afternoon, Shin Lingwei was checking the information when she received a phone call. Hey, hello. Hey, is it sister-in-law? I'm Xiao Xue. Hearing that it was Lin Qingxue on the other side, Shin Lingwei adjusted her tone. Xiao Xue, hello. Sister-in-law, I want to ask you to go shopping together on Saturday. I'll send you the address on your phone. You can come over tomorrow morning. Okay. Shin Lingwei didn't refuse. The last time she went to Lin's house, Lin Qingxue was very unwelcoming to her. And now she took the initiative to call her sister-in-law, and she also made an appointment to go shopping together. Maybe this is an opportunity to enhance the relationship. On the other end of the phone, Lin Qingxue and Li Han laughed. Ha, there's a good show to watch this time. Look how that dead fat guy ends. Xiao Xue, it's really you. Or are you smart? However, Brother Haoming won't be angry when he finds out, right? Li Han was still very afraid of Lin Haoming, and he was a little worried. Lin Qingxue snorted and said, how would he know? Besides, I am his own sister, and my sister is not as good as a fat man. That's good. Brother Haoming must still feel sorry for your sister. On Saturday morning, Shin Lingwei went to the shopping mall that Lin Qingxue said. She looked up. There were some high-end brands inside, and at first glance, they were not something that ordinary people could consume, and Shin Lingwei was a little worried about her wallet. Just thinking about it, Lin Qingxue walked over from a distance, holding a girl in her arm. Lin Qingxue introduced sister-in-law. This is my good friend Li Han. Li Han, this is my sister-in-law. Shin Lingwei greeted Li Han with a smile, but found that Li Han's expression was strange, and she was a little suspicious. When looking at the clothes, I always felt Li Han's gaze. Shin Lingwei thought, this girl is really strange. Why do you keep looking at me? Am I too ugly or too fat? Of course, she didn't know that the other party had already regarded her as a rival in love and had ridiculed and belittled her in her heart 1,800 times. The more Li Han looked at Shin Lingwei, the more sure she was in her heart. This fat man definitely couldn't compare to herself. She was too fat. Who would like a fat man? Isn't it disgusting to have so much fat? Brother Haoming must be his own. Lin Qingxue picked up a black dress and handed it to Shin Lingwei. Sister-in-law, the black one is thin. You can try this. Shin Lingwei thought she was kind, took it, and nodded okay. At this time, the shopping guide standing next to him laughed loudly. You don't have to try it. You don't have your size, and you don't see how fat you are. You can try this kind of clothes? What should I do if it breaks? Shin Lingwei was a little embarrassed and handed the skirt to the shopping guide, but the shopping guide didn't take it immediately. She looked Shin Lingwei up and down with disdain, looking Shin Lingwei up and down from beginning to end, and made a tsk sound in her mouth. We are all top foreign luxury brands here, and a fat person like you is not suitable for buying clothes here. I think you are quite suitable for those big vests and big pants. When Lin Qingxue and Li Han heard this, they couldn't hold back their laughter. Lin Qingxue picked up another skirt that looked a little looser and deliberately said to the shopping guide, "You waiter is too unprofessional. How can you say to the customer, 'We come to buy clothes to try'? How do you know if it's suitable if you don't try? If you say more, I'll complain to you." The shopping guide had to say, "Okay, then you can try." Lin Qingxue pulled Shin Lingwei to the fitting room, closed the door, and stayed outside. This skirt looks very loose, but in fact, it is not very elastic. Shin Lingwei feels very tight when she wears it, so she doesn't want to try it again. Lin Qingxue shouted, "Sister-in-law, how is it?" Shin Lingwei said, "It's a little tight, I'd better not try it." Lin Qingxue stopped. "Don't, sister-in-law. I'll see the effect. This skirt must be very suitable for you. Do you need me to go in and help?" Shin Lingwei couldn't reach the zipper at the back and opened the door to let her in. Lin Qingxue pulled the zipper upwards in the back. It was indeed very tight, and some of them couldn't pull it up. But that's what she wanted. She pulled hard, and all of a sudden, the zipper broke. Shin Lingwei also heard it and hurriedly asked if it was broken. Lin Qingxue pretended to be panicked. "What should I do, sister-in-law? It's really broken." The two came out with their broken clothes. The shopping guide shouted, "It's broken. I'll just say, don't try it, don't try it. Do you know how much this skirt costs? This is designed by a famous France designer, a global limited edition. The selling price is 80,000 yuan. Can you afford it?" Shin Lingwei was also a little panicked. 80,000 yuan, which is indeed a bit much, her income for several months. Distressed, seeing that Shin Lingwei didn't speak, the shopping guide approached her. "What's wrong with you, fat man? Do you want to repay the debt? If you have to try it yourself, you should lose money, the shopping guide said, and pushed the clothes into her arms. Shin Lingwei didn't stand firm and staggered back. "What are you doing?" A voice tinged with anger sounded coldly. A few people turned their heads away. Lin Haoming stood at the door of the store with a frosty face, accompanied by his assistant Gao Heng and several managers of the shopping mall, followed by a large group of store managers. His tall and straight figure is extremely prominent in the crowd, and his handsome facial features exude a noble and cold atmosphere. A group of people were submissive and did not dare to make a sound. Chapter 28, My First Kiss. When Li Han saw Lin Haoming, he walked over with on his face, "Brother Haoming, why are you here?" Lin Haoming's deep eyes were full of coldness. "I'm not here. Can I see today's good show?" Li Han thought that Lin Haoming was laughing at the fat man and echoed, "Yes, that fat man is annoying, but he broke the clothes when he tried on them, and the shopping guide is asking her to pay for it." Lin Haoming's face became more and more difficult to look at. "You are limited to disappear in place within 2 seconds." Li Han thought he was talking about Shin Lingwei and said loudly, "Hey, dead fat man, what about you? Get out." Lin Haoming said angrily, "Gao Heng." Gao Heng was frightened and immediately led someone to drag Li Han out. Lin Qingxue looked at Lin Haoming. "Brother, what kind of tantrum are you throwing again? Li Han didn't do anything wrong." "She didn't do anything wrong. You did it wrong. No one cares about you at home. Your life is too easy, isn't it? What have I done? You have wronged me like this. You are too partial." Lin Qingxue shouted loudly. The patience in Lin Haoming's eyes disappeared, and his voice was like ice. "I'm really biased. From today onwards, all your cards will be suspended, and you will only be given 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Get out." Lin Qingxue ran out in a huff. Shin Lingwei stood up and wanted to persuade Lin Haoming, but when she saw his cold face, she didn't dare to make a sound again. Lin Haoming looked at the mall manager again. "Are you blind? Do you dare to use such a shopping guide? Do you want to shut down the business?" The manager in charge of personnel trembled and said to the shopping guide, "You have been fired. Why don't you go to the personnel department office to resign?" The shopping guide was unwilling and begged Lin Haoming for mercy. "I was wrong, Mr. Lin, but this is not what I want to do. It is Miss Lin. She asked me to do it." Lin Haoming sneered. "If she asks you to do it, you will do it. She will let you eat. Will you eat?" The manager gave the store manager a look, and several people dragged the shopping guide out. "It's finally clean." Shin Lingwei took out her mobile phone and said to the manager, "The clothes are indeed broken by me. I'll scan the code to pay." How dare the manager speak? Seeing that Lin Haoming didn't squeak, he said carefully, no, the entire mall is Mr. Lin's. How can I make you pay? Lin Haoming was quite satisfied with the manager's answer. Shun Lingwei insisted on paying. No, I did break it. I have to pay for this dress. Lin Haoming's eyes were stained with a layer of chill. I'll fix everyone for you. But you're going to be very clear with me? He said coldly, let her pay. The manager carefully collected the money and then packed her clothes. Shun Lingwei returned home and hung her clothes in the cabinet. A skirt of 80,000 yuan, so distressed. I don't know when I'll be able to wear this skirt. I must lose weight. Because of her determination to lose weight, Shun Lingwei only ate a bowl of millet porridge on Saturday night. All day on Sunday, I didn't eat well, and every meal was millet porridge with green vegetables. At night, I wanted to go to bed early, but I couldn't sleep because I was hungry, and there was a slight pain in my stomach. She had to go out of the bedroom and go to the living room to find something to eat. It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening, so I shouldn't have met Lin Haoming. Shun Lingwei walked to the living room gently. The living room was dark. She didn't want to turn on the light for fear of making noise to Lin Haoming. She groped her way to walk, but hit a wall of flesh. Shun Lingwei was taken aback. She screamed ah. Her hand touched the other party's body and said, Lin Haoming, is it you? Lin Haoming grabbed her hand. Why didn't you turn on the light when you came out? Then why don't you turn on the lights in the living room? Shun Lingwei asked rhetorically. I like the dark. Oh, then I'll go turn on the lights. Shun Lingwei was about to turn on the lights, but was pulled into his arms by Lin Haoming. Shun Lingwei screamed, raised her head, and in the dim light and shadow, she saw his three-dimensional and deep face. The perfect jawline was full of nobility, and there were a few strands of broken hair on his forehead, which looked even more evil and unruly. Such a handsome man is indeed easy to tempt and think. Her heart was racing. Lin Haoming stretched out his arm to wrap around him. When Xiang Nephrite's body, which was in his arms at this time, he couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her lips. Shun Lingwei was still thinking nonsense, and suddenly felt an extremely soft touch on her lips. Her eyes widened, and Lin Haoming's incomparably handsome face was magnified in front of her eyes. Her heartstrings fluttered. It turned out that kissing was such a wonderful feeling. She lowered her head a little shyly, buried herself in his chest, and whispered, "This is my first kiss." The coquettish tone contains a hint of complaint. When Lin Haoming heard this, the only remaining reason disappeared. He kissed her affectionately and presumptuously, biting her lip, and she was like drowning, breathless, and could only follow his rhythm, allowing him to explore as he pleased. After a while, he finally let go of her and said, "This is my first kiss too." Shun Lingwei didn't believe it. "I see that you are quite experienced." His voice was magnetic and seductive. "Are you satisfied?" Shun Lingwei didn't know what to say. This question was too difficult to answer. Saying that he is satisfied, he seems to be too unreserved, and when he says he is not satisfied, this person is probably going to be angry again. At this moment, Shun Lingwei's stomach gurgled. Lin Haoming asked, "Hungry?" Shun Lingwei let out an embarrassed Lin Haoming immediately understood. "Because of today's incident, you lost weight?" "Yes. I'm so fat, I seem to be troubled everywhere I go." Lin Haoming held her shoulders and said seriously, "Don't be angry for irrelevant people. Just be yourself." "Oh, okay." Speaking of today's incident, Shun Lingwei was a little moved. Lin Haoming's iceberg was still good to her. "If you want to lose weight, you can find me, and I'll take you to lose it," Lin Haoming said casually. Shun Lingwei became interested. "Really? Do you still know how to work out or lose weight?" "Of course." "Let's get started then." "Are you sure you want to start now?" Lin Haoming had an evil smile on his face, but Shun Lingwei had a bad premonition. How could he feel that his weight loss method was so improper? Shun Lingwei hurriedly refused. "Forget it. Let's do it later. I'll cook for you, just wait." Lin Haoming turned on the light and went to the kitchen to get busy. Shun Lingwei suddenly thought that she was not very good in her pajamas, so she hurriedly went back to the bedroom to change her clothes. When I came out, Lin Haoming was cooking noodles. Under the soft light in the middle of the night, the handsome man was wearing black lounge clothes. His complexion was even more cold and white. The silhouette of his side face was handsome and three-dimensional, and the apron around him weakened his sense of alienation, which was really beautiful and delicious. Chapter 29. The Power of Love. After a while, the noodles were cooked. Shun Lingwei sat at the dining table and looked at the face in front of her. Slightly transparent noodles, a few green spinach floating, and a poached egg in the middle, sprinkled with a handful of chopped shallots, dripping with a few drops of sesame oil, fragrant. Seeing that there was only one bowl, Shin Lingwei asked embarrassedly, "Do you want to eat it?" Lin Haoming shook his head with a smile. Shin Lingwei picked up the chopsticks and began to suck the noodles, which were really delicious, and they were sucked into his mouth. Was sighing in her heart that this noodle was delicious, and suddenly realized that the person opposite was looking at her with a smile, and Shin Lingwei felt that she was embarrassed. Shin Lingwei, you gobble up like this, you don't look like a girl, especially when there is a top handsome guy sitting opposite. You eat so unsightly. You deserve to be single for so many years. Seeing that Shin Lingwei was a little embarrassed, Lin Haoming smiled. You can eat with confidence. I haven't seen anything. Shin Lingwei couldn't let go. She ate in small bites. Lin Haoming saw this, smiled and said goodnight, and went upstairs to sleep. Shin Lingwei dared to continue to enjoy the food with peace of mind, brushed the bowl after eating, and lay down on the bed again, feeling so happy in her heart. Sure enough, food can make people feel happy. On Monday morning, Lin Haoming went to work in a good mood. The smile on the corner of his mouth spread to his ears, and he asked the administration to buy milk tea for the whole company. Employees are speculating. What's wrong with the president? In such a good mood? Hey, is it the reason why the company's stock has risen? The limit rose yesterday. I don't think so. The company's stock often rises and falls, and I haven't seen Mr. Lin so full of spring breeze. That's because the company has a big order recently? That's not it. The company is so strong. How can you value any big list? Why is that? Don't worry why. The president is in a good mood. And so are all of us. Maybe I'll be happy to give you a salary increase again. Gao Heng smiled. Why is Mr. Lin in a good mood? How can you people understand? That is the power of love. Shin Lingwei went to work in the company. Her workstation was very close to the bathroom, and the cleaning aunt's restroom was in a small room next to the bathroom. Aunt Cleaner's surname is Lee, and everyone calls her Sister Lee. Although Sister Lee is a cleaning aunt, she is not very old. She is only in her 30s. She is gentle-looking, very thin, and often has a sad expression on her face. She spoke in a very low voice, soft and weak, very kind of Shin Lingwei's temper, and the two met from time to chat a few words. Shin Lingwei went to the bathroom and passed by the small room next to her, only to find Sister Lee wiping her tears inside. Shin Lingwei walked over and saw that Sister Lee's face was wounded and full of tears. Shin Lingwei was surprised. Sister Lee, what's wrong with you? Sister Lee hurriedly wiped away her tears. It's nothing. It's nothing. Shin Lingwei was still a little worried. If you need any help, just tell me, and I will definitely help if I can. Sister Lee said slowly, actually, it's nothing. You are younger than me. Do you understand the thoughts of children now? My son doesn't know what's wrong recently. He has become very untalkative, and he often conflicts with people at school. Shin Lingwei suddenly thought that when she was a child, since her parents divorced, she began to become silent, and her emotions were often unstable. However, Sister Lee's son has his mother by his side, so it should be a little better than her situation at the time. Shin Lingwei looked at Sister Lee. Just now she only saw that there were injuries on her face, but now she found that she also had injuries on her neck and arms, and those scars glowed blue-red, which was very terrifying. Shin Lingwei was startled. She vaguely understood something. She spoke cautiously. Sister Lee, I think the child may be influenced by his parents. Father of the child, your wounds. My man hit me. Sister Lee seems to be used to it. Shin Lingwei didn't know what to say. After all, this was a matter in someone's family. She had no choice but to comfort. Sister Lee, you should be careful. Pay attention to your body. And if you need any help, just say it. Shin Lingwei returned to her workstation, still thinking about what happened just now. Sister Lee's husband is violent. Although Sister Lee's children have both parents, but a child, watching his father beat his mother, listening to his mother's screams and crying. How fragmented his world should be. Compared with him, when he was a child, he seemed to be relatively happy. Although since living with his stepmother, he has also suffered all kinds of hardships, and even feels that no one in the world likes him. But there are also some warmth that often appear, such as birthday gifts that are received every year on birthdays. Although I don't know who sent it, I prefer to believe that it was sent by my mother, because I really miss her. Every year on my birthday, I will receive a birthday gift, except for the year I was 18 years old, when I just went to college, and my mother should have forgotten it. So I didn't receive a birthday gift that year. These birthday gifts are really the biggest reason to support her to go on. Whenever she was sad, when she was bullied by Zheng Shuyan's mother and daughter, when she complained that God was unfair, when she felt that no one loved her, when she thought of the birthday gift she received, and when she remembered that she would receive a gift on her next birthday, she felt that there were still people who loved her, and she had the courage to continue living. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the department meeting. Sun Jigang glanced at everyone. His expression was very serious. The last interview with the Lin group, although it was done, but it also experienced a lot of twists and turns. I don't want to name names. We are all colleagues. We still need to cooperate well in the future. Don't always engage in the back of the set. There is a conflict. What is the benefit to you personally? Therefore, everyone should be wise, be aware of the current affairs. The current economic environment is not good. It is not easy for us to have a job. Don't make everyone hate you, squeeze you out, you live on the streets, you can't even find a job, and there is no place to cry when the time comes. Do you understand what I said? Everyone nodded. Got it. Sun Jigang named. Shun Lingwei. Shun Lingwei raised her head. Do you remember what I just said? Remembered. Shun Lingwei has always had a good temper, and at this time she is also scolding her mother in her heart. I remember you, stupid ex. Sun Jigang began to arrange work. Regarding the work carried out in the future, if you don't make an appointment for an interview, I have some resources here. Mr. Yang of Faith Media has a movie to be launched next month. We have followed up for a while. Mr. Yang has the intention of cooperating. Shin Lingwei, you go to follow up, be sure to get Mr. Yang's interview. At the end of the meeting, Shin Lingwei returned to her workstation. She was a little skeptical. Sun Jigang could have such kindness. Would he cheat her like this? Give her resources directly? Is that Mr. Yang really so easy to talk to? Unlikely. Chapter 30. Blowing the wind on the pillow. Shin Lingwei checked some information on the internet. Faith Media has developed rapidly in recent years, and the movies launched in the Spring Festival and National Day files every year are sold on sale, and the fire has gone abroad, and even some countries in Korea and Thailand have followed the filming. The next day, Shin Lingwei went directly to the Faith Media building, but she couldn't even enter the door. I told the security guard that it was a business magazine and that I had never heard of it. Shin Lingwei took out the phone number that Sun Jigang gave her, saying that it was the contact information of General Assistant Yang, but it was an empty number. In the August weather, Shun Lingwei stood in the sun, sweating. Sun Jigang sat in the office, and Jin Shanshan stood behind him and pressed gently. Mr. Sun, why did you give Shun Lingwei such a good resource to Mr. Yang? Humph, what a good resource. Mr. Yang didn't agree to the interview at all. Our people have been invited many times and have touched a gray nose, and even Mr. Yang's people haven't seen it. Shin Lingwei will definitely not be able to do it this time. Jin Shanshan had a sarcastic smile on her face. I'll just say, Shin Lingwei, that slut, is too rampant in the office. I don't take you in my eyes. I have to give her some color. Mr. Sun held her hand. It would be nice if everyone listened to me like you. As she spoke, she pressed Jin Shanshan's head down, and Jin Shanshan understood what he meant and began to help him untie his belt. Sun Jigang closed his eyes and enjoyed Jin Shanshan's service. In his mind, he imagined that below was Xiaolu's face. Humans and animals are harmless, extremely innocent, with big watery eyes, full of crystal tears, looking at him pitifully. He fantasized in his heart that he wanted to her hard. Sun Jigang finished refreshing. Jin Shanshan raised her head tenderly and helped him clean up. Sun Jigang looked at her face. I thought, this face is too old, and the mouth is still very good. Shin Lingwei was upset, waiting in front of the building. It was really hot. Just then Linda called. Vivi, what are you doing? Hey, I'm in the Faith Media. Sun Jigang told me that he had made an appointment, but he couldn't even enter the building, and I suspect that he didn't make an appointment with anyone at all. Sun Jigang, a big bald head, is not a good person at first glance. Maybe he is holding back some tricks to harm you. Hey, who knows? I feel like a salesperson, and I'm being shut out when I come to sell. Linda was speechless. Are you still a journalist? One person wears many hats: editing, sales, errands, and public relations. I have to do interviews, run business, and find customers. Is it trying to kill people? Shin Lingwei sighed. Hey, in the words of our leader, the employment environment is not good, and if you don't want to do it, get out. Linda laughed. Wouldn't it be better to fuck off? Isn't it better than anything else to be the proprietress of your Lin group? What kind of work do you still work, and what kind of work do you do? Shin Lingwei suddenly envied Linda. Your Lin group is really wealthy, and employees don't have to work. Go to work and chat, and you can still earn money. It's too enviable. What? You want to come? I knew I wouldn't choose a small company, hey? It's not too late now. Just go home and blow the wind on the pillow. All the positions of the Lin group are up to you. Forget it. If I had that ability, I wouldn't be basking in the sun here now. Oh, don't get sunburned. Find a cool place to stay. Stupid or not. Oh, okay, I'll look for it. After hanging up the phone, Shin Lingwei thought that she would definitely not see Mr. Yang today and planned to call home. Seeing two people walking in the distance, she immediately jumped up happily. It is Lin Haoming's driver Xiao Sun and Gao Heng. The two walked over. and Gao Heng shouted very respectfully, "Madam, what are you doing here?" Shin Lingwei smiled. "Come to work, but unfortunately I don't have an appointment. I can't get in, can you go in?" Gao Heng nodded. "Madam, just follow me." Shin Lingwei followed closely beside Gao Heng. "Mr. Gao, does the Lin Group have any cooperation with Faith Media?" Gao Heng was taken aback. He was really frightened. "Madam, don't call me Mr. Gao, just call me Gao Heng or Xiao Gao." If Mr. Lin knew that he dared to let his wife call him Mr. Gao, then he wouldn't live. Xiao San held back a smile next to him. Shin Lingwei touched her head. "Ah, ha, good, Xiao Gao. This is worth it." Even Liang Wenyuan shouted Mr. Gao, and she shouted Xiao Gao. "It's embarrassing." "Madam, you wait in the reception room first, and I'll go and talk to Mr. Yang." After Gao Heng left, Shin Lingwei sat in the reception room. Half an hour later, it is estimated that Mr. Yang and Gao Heng finished talking and asked the assistant to call Shin Lingwei to his office. Shin Lingwei knocked on the door and entered. Sitting in the boss's chair was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing gold wire glasses, but he gave people a sense of oppression. It is estimated that this is Mr. Yang, and sure enough, the temperament of the boss of a large company is different. "Listen to Gao Tezu. You want to interview me?" Shin Lingwei nodded. "Yes, Mr. Yang. We have recently done a lot of interviews with big entrepreneurs, such as Mr. Liu of Quinieo Clothing and Mr. Lin of Lin's Group, and they all spoke highly of us." Shin Lingwei thought to herself, "Lin Haoming, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mention you." Mr. Yang directly mentioned Gao Heng, and it is estimated that he saw me only because of Gao Heng's face. Sun Jigang said that Mr. Yang has a high degree of intention. They are all farts, and it is estimated that Mr. Yang has never heard of the negotiation magazine at all. Could only move out. Lin Haoming shocked him. Lin Haoming was in the office at this time and sneezed. "Who said bad things about me behind my back? Or is the chubby chick missing me?" A bright light flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. "There are a few projects that still need the assistance of the Lin Group. This reporter can interview Mr. Lin, and Mr. Lin also has a high opinion of her. Is it not an ordinary relationship?" He looked at Shin Lingwei and looked at her. It was unlikely. However, it is also possible to continue to see the situation. Yang Qing spoke. "Since your magazine has cooperated with the Lin Group, then you must have your own merits, and I'm also very interested, so let's do it. I have a dinner in the evening. You come over, and we will talk while eating. When the time comes, you can get to know more bosses, which is good for you." Shin Lingwei came out of the Faith Media, and her heart was very heavy. "Do you still have to eat with you? What kind of meal will it be? All men? Are there any women? Do you drink alcohol?" The more I think about it, the more unreliable I feel. Chapter 31. You're good at doing good. In the evening, after thinking about it, Shin Lingwei decided to go to Mr. Yang's dinner, and finally Mr. Yang was relieved and hopeful, but it was okay to be careful when the time came. Shin Lingwei entered the box, and Yang Qingzheng was chatting with a few men who were also in suits and leather shoes, like the CEO of the company. Yang Qing beckoned to Shin Lingwei. "Reporter Shin, come and sit." Shin Lingwei walked over, and the seat next to Yang Qing was actually empty, as if it was specially prepared for her. Yang Qingchong introduced. "Let me introduce to you. This is the big reporter of the business magazine, Miss Shin, who just gave an exclusive interview to Mr. Lin of the Lin Group." "Really? Hello, Miss Shin." Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone." Shin Lingwei smiled awkwardly. She really didn't like this kind of entertainment. "I'm thinking about whether to take a look at the posture and escape." "What kind of bullshit interview?" Sun Jigang is a dog. Push the old lady into the fire pit. The waiter pushed open the door to serve the food, and Shin Lingwei happened to be sitting in the position facing the door. Gao Heng hurriedly passed by. Today, Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu, and Mr. Fong came to talk about a cooperation with foreign customers. He wanted to get information, and he came late. He turned his head to take a look, and just in time to see Shin Lingwei sitting next to Yang Qing, surrounded by a circle of men. Gao Heng was shocked. How did he feel that he was in trouble? He walked quickly to the room where Lin Haoming was. "Mr. Lin, that I just saw Madam next door." Lin Haoming raised his cold eyes. "What?" Gao Heng cautiously explained that, "Yesterday I went to the Faith Media and saw that my wife was blocked out. The sun was shining outside, and it was too hot, so I asked my wife to follow me in to see Mr. Yang. And then today, Mr. Yang called his wife to come and eat with him." Lin Haoming's sharp gaze shot over. "Gao Heng, you are quite good at doing good deeds." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's my fault. So now, what do you think?" Lin Haoming got up and went out directly. Gu Xiaoling also hurriedly followed, and Yu Qin was left to explain the matter to foreign customers. Shin Lingwei was still laughing awkwardly, and suddenly the door opened, and Lin Haoming's tall and straight figure appeared opposite her. He stood at the doorway, staring at her quietly, no warmth in his sharp gaze. Shin Lingwei's heart sank, and she lowered her head. Gu Shaoling said to Yang Qing, Mr. Yang, don't you mind having 2 more seats, right? Yang Qing didn't expect Lin Haoming to really come over. He just thought that Shin Lingwei could interview Lin Haoming, and Gao Heng specially took Shin Lingwei to his office. He had a feeling that Shin Lingwei might have something to do with the Lin group, so he didn't dare to rashly refuse Shin Lingwei's interview. But he wasn't sure if Shin Lingwei had anything to do with them. He knew that Mr. Lin's dinner was next door to him today, so he asked Shin Lingwei to come over and explore the truth. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to really come over. Could it be that Shin Lingwei is Mr. Lin's relative? Yang Qing hurriedly spoke. Of course, of course. Then Yang Qingchong was humane on the left and right. Mr. Lu, Mr. Wang, let's talk next time. Let's go back first. A few people walked out, and the room was much cleaner. The waiter got new cutlery and dishes. Yang Qing raised his glass. Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu, I really didn't know that the two of you were next door. It was my mistake. I should have stepped forward to toast to show my respect. I drank this glass first. Gu Shaoling symbolically raised his wine glass, and Lin Haoming didn't even move. He glanced at Shin Lingwei. Shin Lingwei felt a chill flash, knowing that Iceberg might be angry again. She shrank her head and lowered her sense of existence. Lin Haoming said coldly, Who is this? Yang Qing felt strange. Didn't Shin Lingwei say that she had interviewed Lin Haoming, but she didn't know her? Or did Mr. Lin forget it so quickly? This is Shin Lingwei, a reporter from Business Talk magazine, and wants to do an interview with our faith media. By the way, Mr. Lin, I heard that Miss Shun has done an exclusive interview with you. I don't know how the writing is. When Shin Lingwei heard this, she looked at Lin Haoming for help and winked at him a few times. Success or failure is in one fell swoop. As long as Lin Haoming helps her say a few good words, Mr. Yang will definitely arrange an interview with her. Lin Haoming directly ignored her plea for help. Not good. Shin Lingwei's eyes widened suddenly. Please, President Linda, can you say something nice about me? Yang Qing didn't know how to answer this. Yes, I thought it would since the writing is not good. I think there must be something good in other aspects. Otherwise, you will always accept their interviews and authorize the negotiation magazine to publish your portrait? Nothing good. Lin Haoming still has this attitude. Shin Lingwei sat next to Yang Qing and hurriedly spoke, Mr. Yang, that I would like to give you a drink. Whether our interview is good or not, you will know only after trying it. We have done a very good preparation. Please give me this opportunity. Yang Qing looked at Lin Haoming with an attitude of not caring about himself, as if he really had nothing to do with Shin Lingwei. In that case, then he has nothing to scruple about. He picked up a bottle of liquor next to him. What sincerity can you have when you drink so much? Dry this bottle, and let's talk about the rest of the matter. Lin Haoming looked at Yang Qing. What did you say? His eyes were as cold as a blade. Yang Qing didn't expect Lin Haoming to be like this, and he was already stunned by his eyes. Gu Shaoling smiled and spoke, Mr. Yang, this Miss Shun's identity is not ordinary. I advise you to save your life, don't die. For a while, Yang Qing didn't know what to do. Since this Miss Shun's identity is not ordinary, should she let her interview as she wishes? After all, she had been running for 2 days for this matter. If you provoke her, what should she do if she says bad things about him in front of Mr. Lin in the future? And just now, Mr. Lin said that she didn't write very well, and he was obviously unwilling to let her interview. So, who the hell should he listen to? Shin Lingwei looked at him with a smile, and it became extremely terrifying. After all, he has been galloping in the mall for many years, and he immediately sorted out who was the boss in his chaotic thoughts. Yang Qing spoke carefully, then Mr. Lin, what do you think should be done? When to let Miss Shin interview? My time is convenient at any time. Shin Lingwei thought in her heart. Lin Haoming said quickly, I can also be convenient at any time. Lin Haoming said coldly, there is no need for an interview. Shin Lingwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Haoming got up, and Gu Shaoling also stood up. Shin Lingwei also planned to chat with Mr. Yang and sat still. Lin Haoming glanced at her. Don't you want to leave? The meaning of his eyes was unknown, but it was clearly covered with a layer of frost. Shin Lingwei had no choice but to stand up. He had already walked forward quickly, and Shin Lingwei trotted behind him. Chapter 32, Do you like to talk to other men? Back to the villa. Shin Lingwei was panting as she walked behind Lin Haoming and couldn't help but speak, Mr. Lin. What do you mean? It's clear that you can right away. Lin Haoming turned around suddenly, and Shin Lingwei crashed into his arms. The nose slammed into each other, and the tears were about to come out. Lin Haoming frowned. What's wrong with your nose? You leave me alone. Why don't you agree to what happened just now? Lin Haoming looked down at her. You like to chat with other men? Huh? What? That's work. Neither can work. Shin Lingwei felt aggrieved in her heart. Is it easy for me to get this opportunity? I will ruin me with your fluttering words. You evil capitalists have no idea how difficult life is for the workers at the bottom. No, forget it. Shen Lingwei pouted and walked to her room. The more I think about it, the more I feel wronged. The annoying Lin Haoming. Let Gao Heng help you find some female entrepreneurs to talk to tomorrow. He couldn't bear to see her a little sad after all. Shen Lingwei stood in place, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Really? Really? Great. During work hours, Shen Lingwei returned to the company and reported to Mr. Sun, although she did not get an interview with Mr. Yang of Faith Media. But Anna, the female boss of Weekly Information, made an appointment with Shen Lingwei for an interview, so Sun Jigang had nothing to say. Sun Jigang's mind was not on Shen Lingwei. Since Jin Shanshan was serving him that day, he fantasized about Xiaolu's appearance, and he couldn't help it anymore. Seeing Xiaolu in the past few days, he always feels itchy in his heart, and he doesn't want to live by fantasy all the time. What is the meaning of fantasizing? It cannot be seen, it cannot be touched. What is there to think about? He wants to become a reality. He wants to be real. What can be touched? What can really be in his hands? That's Xiaolu. He walked to the office area and saw Xiaolu lying in front of the desk looking at the computer, her white and slender neck, a few strands of soft hair floating at will, which made her skin even more white and tender. He had even thought of how this delicate girl would look when she took off her clothes and knelt in front of him, and he couldn't help but think of it. He stepped forward and patted Xiaolu on the shoulder. Xiaolu, come over here. Xiaolu was taken aback, huh? Okay, Mr. Sunday. Xiaolu walked to Sun Jigang's office with some panic. Knock on the door and enter. Sun Jigang put on a smile. Xiaolu, it's been a while since you came. I haven't cared about you. Are you still used to going to work? Xiaolu replied timidly. It's good. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your concern. Sun Jigang stood up and walked to Xiaolu's side. I saw that you left early after work that day. What do you do when you get off work? Xiaolu was a little scared. What did he mean by asking? Did he think I got off work too early? Mr. Sun, I'm sorry, I won't leave so early next time. I'll work a little more. Sun Jigang looked at Xiaolu with such a frightened appearance, like a little sister who had been wronged, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He walked over to the door and locked it. Xiaolu felt faintly uneasy in his heart. Why did he lock the door? Xiaolu is a very simple girl. She has never been in love since she was a child, and she rarely even talks to boys. I came to the company just because I have similar personalities, and I get along well with Shen Lingwei and Lu Ge. She doesn't know anything, and she knows even less about men and women, and she only knows a little about it on the internet. She didn't know what Sun Jigang wanted to do. But countless times before, she felt that Sun Jigang's eyes looked at her as if they were glued to her, which always made her feel very uncomfortable. It felt like he had stripped naked and peeped around. So Xiaolu always avoids him. Sun Jigang slowly approached Xiaolu. I didn't mean that. Just get off work on time, I'm asking you. What do you do when you get off work? Xiaolu took a step back. When you get off work, take the subway home. Sun Jigang took another step forward, and he even put his hand on the hem of her skirt and kneaded it vigorously. It's very crowded to take the subway. You see you are wearing a skirt, and taking the subway is likely to squeeze the skirt out. You could take my car to and from work, and you won't have to squeeze the subway in the future. How about it? Xiaolu looked at his bald head, only feeling a little disgusted. She took 2 steps back and tugged at her clothes. Sun Jigang watched Xiaolu's skirt slip away from his hand. The fabric was so soft and smooth. I don't know if her skin is also so smooth and tender. Sun Jigang stepped forward and stuck it on Xiaolu. Xiaolu screamed. Sun Jigang hugged Xiaolu and was short of breath. You scream so loudly, although I like to be louder, but in the office to be quieter. Don't you know? Shen Lingwei walked to Xiaolu's workstation, but she was not there. Shen Lingwei asked Lu Ge, what about Xiaolu? Lu Ge replied, I was called to the office by Mr. Sunday. What is the matter with Mr. Sun looking for Xiaolu? Lu Ge thought for a while. There shouldn't be anything. There hasn't been too much design work recently, so there's no need for Mr. Sun to look for her directly. Shen Lingwei walked back, thinking as she walked, what could Mr. Sun do to find her? Oops. Shen Lingwei suddenly remembered the scene she saw in Mr. Sun's office that day. Sun Jigang, he won't attack Xiaolu. Sun Jigang's squinting eyes always glanced at Xiaolu before, and Shen Lingwei had seen it many times. Jin Shanshan may really want to be embarrassed with Mr. Sun, but Xiaolu is different. She is very simple, very kind. She is very weak. She will not resist. She can't resist. When Shen Lingwei thought of this, she thought that when she was excluded by Sun Jigang and Jin Shanshan, Xiaolu stood up to help her speak. She felt that she should be grateful, and those who helped her, no matter what the outcome, were for her. She had to stop it from happening. Xiaolu is so simple. She has never even been in love. Why should she be ruined by someone like Sun Jigang? Shin Lingwei quickly walked to Sun Jigang's office, knocked on the door but did not respond, and pushed the door with a handle. But the door was actually locked. Shin Lingwei slapped the door hard. Mr. Sun, you open the door. Mr. Liang has something to look for you. Mr. Liang really has something to find you. Sun Jigang tore Xiao Lu's clothes vigorously and gnawed on her face. Xiao Lu's face was already full of tears. Suddenly heard Shin Lingwei's voice outside the door. After all, this is an office, and Shin Lingwei said that Mr. Liang is outside. Sun Jigang was still afraid. He scolded, Shin Lingwei, fuck. Sun Jigang, let go of Xiaolu, do you know? I just like your pitiful look. This time the performance is good, but I haven't tasted it yet, and when I get off work, let's go to the hotel and have a good time. As he spoke, Sun Jigang handed Xiao Lu a few tissues. Chapter 33, A Good Thing That Bad Happened to Him. He opened the door, and Shin Lingwei came in. Sun Jigang looked out of the door. There was no shadow of Mr. Liang. Shin Lingwei. It was this Shin Lingwei again. Every time it was a good thing for him. Seeing Xiaolu's red and swollen eyes, Shin Lingwei was distressed. Sun Jigang is a beast. The air conditioner in the house was turned on very low, so Shin Lingwei always wore a coat in the company. So she took off the coat and helped Xiaolu put it on her body. She helped Xiaolu wipe away her tears, and the two walked to the bathroom. Xiaolu washed his face vigorously, trying to wash off Sun Jigang's saliva, but the saliva seemed to stick to his face, which was really disgusting. It's disgusting. She rubbed her face and hands vigorously, and she was red, but she still didn't feel clean. As she washed, her tears flowed down again. Shin Lingwei hugged Xiaolu, and the two went to the garden under the building. Xiaolu, don't cry. Sun Jigang is just a bastard. It's not worth crying for this kind of person at all. We can call the police. We can arrest him. He is molested, attempted rape. The more Shin Lingwei spoke, the more angry she became. Xiaolu began to comfort her. It's okay. Wei Wei, I'm fine. You go up to work. I'll just take a break here by myself. Shin Lingwei sighed. I don't know if Xiaolu really wants to be alone and quiet, or if she doesn't want her to stay by the side and delay her work. I'm fine. I'll stay with you. Not really, Vivi, I'm fine. Go up quickly, or Mr. Sun should say it again. Shin Lingwei nodded. Then I'll go up first, and I'll come down to see you later. Perhaps Xiaolu wants to be quiet alone for a while. After all, anyone who encounters this kind of thing will feel embarrassed. Shin Lingwei walked upstairs with heavy steps. What kind of broken company is this, clean on the outside but so dirty on the inside? In this world, there are always many bad people who always try their best to ask for their own desires and never consider others. Shin Lingwei suddenly felt that she was really lucky. She was calculated and excluded by the company, but she met Lin Haoming, and she was lucky to complete the impossible task and keep her job. But what about ordinary people? I was bullied, so I can only endure it silently. The leader is a pervert, an ordinary worker. Is there only a part of being molested and raped? If you are bullied, your colleagues will taunt you, seduce your boss, and want to take shortcuts. Some people will even say that if you didn't wear so little, how could the leader rape you? Shin Lingwei sighed deeply. She sat at the workstation for a while, still a little uneasy, and went downstairs to the park to see Xiaolu. Xiaolu's condition has improved a lot, and she didn't cry anymore. I just thought of Sun Xiaogong's words, and I was a little worried. Wei Wei, can you come with me after work? I was scared. He said he was looking for me after work. When Shin Lingwei heard this, she felt a burst of anger in her heart. Bastard, it's too much. Is there any law? Don't worry, Xiaolu. I will accompany you to and from work in the future. After getting off work, Shin Lingwei walked with Xiaolu. Sun Jigang drove past them in a car and honked the horn a few times. Shin Lingwei held Xiaolu, and the two pretended not to see it. Sun Jigang parked his car on the side of the road and took out his mobile phone to call Xiaolu. Xiaolu didn't answer. Sun Jigang smashed the steering wheel hard. The good night was ruined, and it was this Shin Lingwei again. The next day, Shin Lingwei accompanied Xiaolu to work again, and Sun Jigang didn't find a chance in the company, so he asked Xiaolu to go to the office again, and Xiaolu didn't go. Sun Jigang's office, he was sitting in a chair, his eyes closed, but fortunately, there was Jin Shanshan. This Shin Lingwei is really too much. One day, I have to clean her up. Jin Shanshan didn't feel good in her heart. The office was so big, and she had heard about Xiaolu a long time ago. She is so good to Sun Jigang, but he still thinks about others. There was a fierce look in her eyes. It's not easy to clean her up, just today after work department dinner. Speaking of the departmental dinner, Sun Jigang's eyes lit up suddenly. He thought of a solution. After-work department dinners. In the private room on the second floor of the Dihua Hotel. Except for Lu Go asking for leave, the people from the new media division have arrived. Jean Shanshan raised her glass. I propose, let's all toast Mr. Sun with a glass. And thank Mr. Sun for cultivating all of us. Everyone chimed in and raised their glasses to toast. Mr. Sun smiled and waved his hand. Everyone come cheers. After everyone finished drinking, Jean Shanshan raised her glass again. I personally salute Mr. Sun alone. Thank Mr. Sun. I did it. Mr. Sun is free. Jean Shanshan drank it all. Mr. Sun just took a sip, and Jean Shanshan gave everyone a sample. The people next to him took turns to start the toast. All the tongues and lotus flowers are all thanks to Mr. Sun. Respect Mr. Sun. They all did it themselves, and Mr. Sun took a sip. Shin Lingwei looked at it coldly, thinking to herself, all of them are quite good at getting things done. The toasters came according to the order of the seats, and it was Shin Lingwei's turn. Everyone looked at her. Shin Lingwei really didn't want to respect Sun Jigang's beast. Colleagues persuaded her, respect Mr. Sun for a cup. Shin Lingwei had no choice but to raise her glass, a glass to you. She only took a sip and didn't kill it. Sun Jigang was very dissatisfied. You just drink that? Shin Lingwei smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Sun. My throat is uncomfortable. She knew that she would offend Sun Jigang if she didn't do it, but she had offended less in the past. When she arrived at Xiaolu, she also took a sip. Sun Jigang was nothing. He had his own way to clean them up. Sun Jigang raised his glass. I propose. Let's all play a game. Everyone agreed. Okay, Mr. Sun. What kind of game are you playing? Sun Jigang showed a hint of a smile. Let's pick out a few people. How about drinking in the competition? Okay. Mr. Sun's proposal is really good. It not only promotes interaction, but also fosters team bonding. Okay, let's draw lots. Good. Jean Shanshan smiled and began to draw lots. Wang Ming, Shin Lingwei, Ruan Xiaolu. Everyone was heckling. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Shin Lingwei looked at it coldly. Hee, it's not my turn to do good things, but at this time the lottery can draw me. Chapter 34. What Tiger and Wolf Words? Suddenly, Jean Shanshan grabbed her arm and pushed her out. Don't be shy, Lingwei. I've got you. Shin Lingwei wanted to return to her seat again, but was pushed outside by Jean Shanshan again. Xiaolu was also pushed outside. Sun Jigang persuaded. Some colleagues should not be embarrassed. Just play a game. Yes. That's right, Mr. Sun is right. Shin Lingwei had some bad premonitions, although with her and Xiaolu, there were 4 people standing, but no matter how you looked at it, it looked like Sun Jigang was targeting her and Xiaolu. Jean Shanshan poured 4 large cups, filled with white and red wine, and handed them to them. Shin Lingwei frowned. I really don't have a good throat. Sun Jigang was a little angry, just playing a game. Why are you so disappointing? Do you still want this year's year-end bonus? As soon as everyone heard about the year-end bonus, they were anxious. Damn, year-end bonus. What are you waiting for? Drink quickly. Come on. Don't drag everyone down. I want to be in the limelight in front of Mr. Sun. I stand up by myself, and I don't drink. What kind of pretending to be pure? Drink, drink. Xiaolu looked at Shin Lingwei for help, and Shin Lingwei just wanted to shake her head. Suddenly, a person came from behind him and directly took the cup and poured it into Shin Lingwei's mouth. A large glass full of white plus red wine was poured into more than half of it. Shin Lingwei coughed violently, with wine on her face and neck. Jean Shanshan sneered, pretending to be pure. It's like you haven't drunk before. Xiaolu didn't get any better. She was also poured a lot of wine, and her face immediately turned red. Sun Jigang was extremely excited. Xiaolu, I asked you to kneel down and beg me tonight. I have to hurt you well. Shin Lingwei already felt very dizzy and a little unsteady on her feet. She saw that Xiaolu was also drunk. If this continues, something will definitely happen. She returned to her seat, pulled out her phone, and swiped the number iceberg. It was connected directly. Hey! Lin Haoming's voice came. Listening to the familiar voice, Shin Lingwei's heart calmed down a little. Hey! Lin Haoming frowned. You've been drinking? Yes. Have you drunk? Shin Lingwei smiled uncontrollably, completely dizzy. Location. I don't know where this is. By the way, it seems to be what it's called. What kind of hotel is Dihua? On the top floor of the Dihua Hotel, Lin Haoming looked at Fang Yuchen, who was sitting opposite. Come down with me. The two called the hotel manager and knew the specific location. Pushing the door in, Sun Jigang and a few people were still drawing the wine order, drinking in the dark. Lin Haoming looked at Fang Yuchen beside him. You go? I'm afraid I'll get my hands dirty. Vanegen, aminotavrai. Give you a chance to perform. Fong Yuchen shook his head helplessly and walked forward. At this time, several people in the house saw that the door was opened. Several female colleagues saw Lin Haoming and their eyes widened. This can't be a dream. What kind of fairy appearance is this? The man was wearing a black straight suit. His body was smooth and straight, a handsome face like a fairy. His handsome facial features were three-dimensional like carvings, and his perfect jawline was full of nobility. Someone whispered, this can't be Mr. Lin, right? Looks like you forgot that there was a photo in the interview the other day. I'll go. I can finally meet a real person. It's too handsome. Fong Yuchen walked in front of Sun Jigang. Mr. Sun, I'm so interested. Although Sun Jigang drank wine, his mind was a little unconscious. Seeing Fong Yuchen, he was so frightened that he woke up halfway. Mr. Fong, why are you here? A few days ago, Sun Jigang accompanied Mr. Liang to ask to see Fong Yuchen. The company was in urgent need of funds, and Mr. Liang wanted to ask Fong's Fongtian culture to buy it. I begged a lot of people and gave a lot of gifts, but I only looked at it from a distance, and I didn't even say anything to Fong Yuchen. So when he saw Mr. Fong, he was very excited. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Fong here. If he could please Mr. Fong, if the magazine was acquired, his big boss would be Mr. Fong in the future, and his future would be in his hands. Sun Jigang picked up the wine glass and toasted. Mr. Fong, I respect you. Fong Yuchen blocked it slow. Then he waved to the manager, bring a few bottles of liquor. The manager immediately handed it over. Fong Yuchen pointed to the full bottle of liquor. If Mr. Sun is really sincere, he will dry this bottle. Sun Jigang's heart was crossed. Mr. Fong, you are polite in front of you. How can I be the president? Okay, I did it. Sun Jigang had already drunk a lot, and he really couldn't drink it anymore. But in front of Fong Yuchen, how dare he not drink it? Even if he was desperate, he would drink it. He can't afford to mess with the Fong family. He held on, poured down, drank half a bottle, and began to cough. Everyone watched carefully, and their faces were worried. In the past, in everyone's hearts, Mr. Sun was like the emperor of the soil, and everyone coaxed him. I've never seen him so angry. Some people even feel very happy in their hearts, but they didn't expect Sun Jigang to have today, just like his grandson. Sun Jigang picked up the bottle and continued to pour it down, and finally drank the bottle of wine. He couldn't even breathe steadily. I drink it. Fong Yuchen smiled. It's good, then everyone should disperse. After speaking, Fong Yuchen walked out, and Lin Haoming said lightly, not ruthless enough. Then he glanced in the direction of Shun Lingwei and went out as well. Xiao Lu opened his misty eyes and looked at Fong Yuchen's back as he left. She thought. It turned out that she was drunk, and she would hallucinate. He appeared in her world like a god. His warm smile directly warmed her heart. After Fong Yuchen left, Sun Jigang collapsed directly on the ground, and Jin Shanshan hurriedly called for a taxi and was urgently sent to the hospital. Shun Lingwei watched a good show with drunken eyes, and when her phone rang, she pressed answer. Hey, you're not leaving? I'm going. Shun Lingwei was really drunk. She swayed to Xiao Lu's side. Xiao Lu, go home. At this moment, two waitresses from the hotel picked them up and walked out. It was getting dark, and the car was moving fast. Shun Lingwei sat in Lin Haoming's arms, touching her hand restlessly. Where's this? It turned out to be a handsome guy. You look so handsome. Her face was crimson, and she looked at him drunkenly, smiling at him, the snow-white skin on her chest rising and falling with her breathing. She seemed to be feeling very hot, and pulled her neckline with her hand, revealing a larger piece of skin, deep furrows. Lin Haoming's deep eyes were stained with a touch of desire. He grabbed her hand and kept her from moving. Shun Lingwei broke free with all her might, and her white and tender little hands kneaded his face. She muttered under her breath, it's hard, not as soft and not cute as when I was a child. Then she put her hand in his chest again. It's so soft here, I like it. Xiao Sun was driving in front, eager to plug his ears. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? And is this what he should have heard? He looked straight ahead, not daring to make any moves, lest Mr. Lin perceive his existence and want to kill him. Chapter 35. I don't want to control myself. Fong Yuchen carried Xiao Lu into the car, put him on the co-pilot, and fastened his seatbelt. Xiao Lu's face was flushed, and he opened his eyes in a daze. It was him again. It's not a dream. It's really a dream when you're drunk. Fong Yuchen saw her open her eyes for a moment, thinking that she was awake. Then he asked, where's your home? I will send you back. Xiao Lu stared in confusion. I want to think about it. The brain is not good. It seems to be in C City. Fang Yuqin cupped his forehead. This is Beijing. Forget it. It looks like she's so drunk that she probably can't remember where her home is. He had to drive her to the nearest hotel. The car was moving, and Xiaolu was strangled by the seatbelt, which was a little uncomfortable. Her heart was beating so fast, and she asked nervously, "Will I die? My heart is beating so fast. I'm almost out of breath." Fang Yuqin smiled and comforted. "How come? Drinking wine makes your heart beat faster." Then he asked, "You haven't drunk?" Xiao Lu shook his head. When he arrived at the hotel, Fang Yuqin hugged Xiao Lu up. The woman in her arms was like a kitten, drunk, and just quietly closed her eyes. He couldn't help but take another look. Her white and tender skin is pink because of the effect of alcohol. Her long eyelashes are gently shaking. Her little nose is straight, and her lips are more ruddy. She is indeed a beauty. He put her on the bed, intending to leave. Xiao Lu suddenly opened his eyes, and those big, innocent eyes were filled with water vapor. She gently grabbed his arm. "Don't go." Fang Yuqin was a little stunned. "Don't go. The way you look today, like a hero." The little girl, who didn't know where she got the strength, actually pulled him to the bed. He pounced on her, his lips touching her rosy lips. With the sweetness of drunkenness, Fang Yuqin raised his head and looked at her. Her appearance was soft and weak, pitiful. Her long black hair was messily scattered around her ears, and her eyes were filled with tears. She took the initiative to pull him over and kissed awkwardly. The beauty is in his arms, and his reason is gone. He kissed her affectionately, carefully, like a fragile baby. She was even more moved. She offered to unbutton his shirt and hugged him tightly. Her white, delicate body unfolded in front of him, causing his blood to gush upward. He didn't want to control himself anymore. The two bodies were clinging to each other, intertwined. Xiao Lu cried softly. Fang Yuqin gently wiped away her tears. Villa. Lin Haoming hugged Shen Lingwei out of the car. Shen Lingwei hooked his neck tightly. He placed her on the bed in the bedroom. Shen Lingwei suddenly smiled and pointed at him. You're Lin Haoming, right?" "My man." It's pretty good looking." "It's..." Lin Haoming leaned close to her face and frowned. "What's it?" "It's just that the temper is too bad, get angry at every turn. And you're not afraid of being." Lin Haoming gritted his teeth. "If I am angry to death, then I will definitely be angry with you." The next morning, Shen Lingwei opened her eyes and had a headache. At a glance, the clothes on her body had been changed into pajamas, and she hugged herself tightly. Could it be that Lin Haoming changed it? When I walked out of the room, I saw Lin Haoming just coming down from upstairs. She asked embarrassedly last night. "Nothing happened, did it?" Lin Haoming's face was cold. "What do you want to happen?" "I don't want anything to happen. It's good if I don't." After Shen Lingwei finished speaking, she planned to go to wash. Lin Haoming opened his mouth leisurely. "I don't know who last night. I was drunk and insulted me, and I almost couldn't resist when I touched and kissed me." Shen Lingwei blushed, "Huh? The wine is terrible." After speaking, Lin Haoming walked out, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "I like to see her teased." Shen Lingwei chased after him from behind. "Hey, don't go. I broke last night. I'll happen to Xiaolu later. It's just a little girl, the one who looks very thin and beautiful." Fang Yuqin sent her back. Shen Lingwei was relieved at this time. Mr. Fang looked much more reliable than Lin Haoming, and Xiaolu should be fine. In the hotel, Xiaolu opened his eyes and looked at the man lying next to him. His eyes were closed, his thick arms exposed, and his skin was a healthy, weak color, full of alluring male hormones. Now she's sober, but she also remembers what happened last night when she was drunk. Thinking that she had actually happened to him, her face suddenly turned red. Fang Yuqin opened his eyes and saw the woman in his arms. She looked at her with big eyes full of moisture, her white and slender body, but her chest was very full and attractive. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss it. At this moment, Xiaolu's alarm clock rang. She has always had the habit of setting an alarm clock. This is the time for her to get up, otherwise she will be late for work. Fang Yuqin got up, but saw the blood stains on the sheets. He was startled. He looked at Xiao Lu Yu for the first time. Xiao Lu nodded. He hugged his head, incredulous. He thought that she was so proactive and looked like she was very experienced. He didn't expect it. "I instantly feel like a jerk." "What did you do?" Xiao Lu looked at him with some pain and smiled lightly. "Why are you reacting so much? Don't worry, I won't pester you." Fang Yuqin shook his head. "I didn't mean that. I'm just begging you for one thing. Can you take me to work today? Send me to the company, just this once." "Van, hen no that." It's just a matter of sending her to the company, and it's not a big deal. Shen Lingwei had just arrived at the company and found that everyone in the department was standing at the window looking down. It's been a long time since there has been such a luxury car downstairs in the company. Fang Yuqin got out of the car, walked over, and opened the co-pilot's door. Xiao Lu got out of the car, and then she hugged Fang Yuqin. Standing on tiptoe, I kiss him on the face. Thank you. After saying that, she walked forward without looking back. The department blew up in an instant. Fang is always Xiaolu's boyfriend? No way. How is it possible? At most she is a lover, and a rich man will find her as a girlfriend. My God, Xiaolu won't be raised by that Fang zone. I'll go, no wonder Mr. Fang made Mr. Sun drink yesterday. Is it because of Xiaolu? That's for sure rich people, even if they are their lovers, don't want others to get involved. In the future, Mr. Sun probably won't dare to worry about Xiaolu anymore. Xiao Lu stood in the elevator, from the first floor to the 16th floor, but in just a few seconds, her tears were held in her eyes. She thought, no regrets. Instead of worrying about being defiled by that demon all day long, it is better to give a good person, any person 100 times stronger than Sun Jigang. Besides, she liked him at first sight. In the future, she is no longer the Xiaolu she used to be. When I returned to the office area, I saw Shen Lingwei and smiled at her. Shen Lingwei grabbed her and asked in a low voice, "You were okay yesterday. Mr. Fang didn't treat you well? Why did you two come together?" Xiao Lu smiled. "I'm fine. Mr. Fang is very good." Shen Lingwei was still a little worried. But since people are Lin Haoming's friends, it shouldn't be too bad. Xiao Lu just sat down at his desk. Jin Shanshan began to be yin and yang. No wonder I don't look down on Mr. Sun. It turns out that I have long seduced rich people. It's really a vixen. Xiao Lu retorted, "If you have the ability, you can also seduce the rich. I'm just afraid that you don't have that young capital." You! Jin Shanshan was so angry that she couldn't speak. Hooking up with Sun Jigang, she made a mistake in this move. It's better to find a rich man. Sun Jigang is just a wreck, just a small leader of a small company. What future can he have in the future? Jin Shanshan's fingertips pinched hard in the palm of her hand. Chapter 36. How he was with a beautiful woman. Several employees got together and continued to gossip. Oh, now Mr. Sun is miserable. How dare he rob people with Mr. Fang? You guys are really bold. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Sun will hear it? Haha, what did you hear? You didn't see Mr. Sun being made like that day. I don't know if I'm alive or not now. Of course I'm alive, but I'm in the hospital. Someone laughed quietly. He had already drunk a lot that day, so he dried a whole bottle of white and had stomach bleeding. How's it going? When are you going to work? It's not going to be a week. Sun Jigang was lying on the hospital bed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and he couldn't understand why he had provoked Mr. Fang. Could it be that their son-in-law likes to play tricks on people? Jin Shanshan was unhappy all day, and after work, she wanted to go home directly. Received a message from Sun Jigang. You go to the hospital after work. Still in a commanding tone, Jin Shanshan snorted coldly in her heart. Who do you think you are? Fool, still calling people. She still reluctantly went to the hospital. Sun Jigang was still her leader after all. It's not good for her to break up. Jin Shanshan walked into the ward and saw Sun Jigang lying on the hospital bed. May have been hospitalized and neglected. His originally clean and bright bald head, a ring of hair appeared on the back of his head, and only the top of his head was bare. All of a sudden, he looked like a middle-aged bald uncle, extremely greasy. Jin Shanshan was nauseated. How much she liked Sun Jigang in her heart before. How much she looks down on him now. Thinking of the turtle grandson he was forced to drink by Mr. Fang that day, and then looking at the unlucky appearance he was lying on. How could he be blind? And he would actually please this kind of wretch. Sun Jigang was very moved when he saw Jin Shanshan coming. I was hospitalized and none of those people came to see me, and they usually hugged each other, and they were very respectful, and now they really see the wind and the rudder. Fortunately, there is Shanshan. Only Shanshan is really good to him. Sun Jigang waved his hand at Jin Shanshan. Jin Shanshan sat on the edge of his bed. Sun Jigang asked anxiously, Shanshan, how is the situation of the company? Jin Shanshan smiled. It's good. Everyone is working hard. It's just, Sun Jigang hurriedly asked, but what? Jin Shanshan pretended to be unintentional and said, Xiaolu, that slut, actually hooked up with Mr. Fang, and Mr. Fang sent her to the company today. Sun Jigang's heart sank violently. It's over, it's over. It's completely over. No wonder Fang always targets me. It turns out that is, how dare I rob a woman with him? What a mistake I made. Sun Jigang regretted it in his heart, regretting how he had a wrong thought, took the wrong path, and offended the wrong person. Jin Shanshan sat for a while and left. Sun Jigang lay on the bed and tossed and turned, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. Fang Yuchen, you are just relying on the money in your family. What else do you have? Ruan Xiaolu, you look very innocent. You were so good at playing. You fucking seduced Brother Shingangzi. No wonder you can't look down on me. Thinking of Xiao Lu's pitiful appearance with tears, he became more and more uncomfortable. I used to have a little hope, but I always found a way to get it. Now that she is close to Fang Yuchen, it is even more impossible. He thought darkly, with your identity, I want to see how long Fang Yuchen can play with you. He's tired of playing in 2 days and kicks you out, so I still have a chance. When the time comes, I'll see how you cry and beg me. Thinking of Xiao Lu's appearance, he began to feel uncomfortable again. Sun Jigang was lying in the hospital. The employees of the new media division were very happy. Everyone was eating snacks, drinking tea, chatting in the office, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Especially Shin Lingwei. When Sun Jigang is not there, the mood is simply not too cool. When I was about to leave work, the phone rang. It's a good best friend Linda. Shin Lingwei pressed answer. Vivi, are you free on Saturday? I'm free, what's wrong? I heard that there was a big auto show that day, and I just wanted to change the car so you can accompany me to see it. Okay, see you then? Saturday. Shin Lingwei arrived as scheduled. There were a lot of people at the auto show, and Linda hugged her cordially as soon as she saw Shin Lingwei. Long time no see. I miss you so much. Don't you? Shin Lingwei also hugged Linda intimately, and the two good girlfriends met and had endless words. Wei Wei, tell me, how are you and Mr. Lin? I saw that Mr. Lin was in a good mood that day. How is it? Is it your role? Shin Lingwei denied it with a smile. Actually, it's not that good. Linda said with certainty, really, Mr. Lin's temper is weird, sometimes good and sometimes bad. When he is unhappy, he has a cold face, and when he is happy, he orders milk tea for the whole company. Shin Lingwei asked, really? Linda nodded. Shin Lingwei thought to herself, he was indeed like this uncertain. She was still hesitant to tell Linda that she had received her license. Such a thing, if you don't tell your good girlfriends, it's really unreasonable. There's something Shin Lingwei was about to speak. Linda interrupted her. Lin Haoming, why is he with a woman and still so close? Shin Lingwei looked over and saw Lin Haoming's back. Although it is only the back, it is certain that with such a superior figure and a handsome side face, there will be no one else except him. And there was a beautiful woman standing opposite him, wearing a miniskirt, 2 smooth and straight thin legs, a slender waist, a slender neck, and long brown hair fluttering. Shin Lingwei's brain was buzzing in an instant. His heart was in turmoil, and he stood there in a daze. Sure enough, he would also like to be beautiful and have a good figure. Seeing that Shin Lingwei was a little silent, Linda thought to herself, it seems that Wei Wei is really moving. Hurriedly comforted, oh, maybe it's not Lin Haoming. It's so far away, you may not be able to see it clearly. Besides, if it's really him, maybe there's some misunderstanding. Shin Lingwei tried her best to make herself look fine. She squeezed out a smile. It's okay. Suddenly, a girl rushed out from the side and slammed into Shin Lingwei. She didn't stand firm and fell on the model next to her, overpowering the model as well. Linda hurriedly went to help Shin Lingwei, and after Shin Lingwei got up, she quickly apologized and helped the model up. The auto show site was surrounded by people, and the movement here quickly attracted onlookers. Lin Qingxue walked out and said with a sneer, oh, Shin Lingwei, why do you say that you are everywhere? Don't look at your looks. You're just a short and fat ugly, and you're so close to the model. Is it possible that you also want to be a car model that doesn't scare everyone away? Who would dare to buy a car? Ha ha ha. Linda was about to fight back. Li Han followed up and said, that's it. You said you were so fat. Don't press the model out of internal injuries. People have such small arms and legs. It is easy to get injured. And besides, people rely on this to eat. You crush people. Can you afford to pay for it? Chapter 37. The chubby girl is jealous. There are more and more onlookers, all of whom are watching the excitement. Someone began to point and laugh quietly. Who's that fat man? Fat people want to make model cars, don't they? That's too unappetizing, isn't it? I don't know. The fat man overwhelmed the model just now, and the model suffered. But this fat man looks okay. His eyes are big, and he is white and tender. Damn, you have such a strong taste. Linda checked Shin Lingwei and the model, and both of them were fine. Then she turned her head angrily and scolded Lin Qingxue. Where did these two BS come from? If you can't speak, stick your mouth with tape if you can't speak. Lin Qingxue glared at Linda. Who are you? How do you curse? Linda didn't give her a good look. You don't care who I am? Are you human? I'm not scolding people. The model who was met persuaded angrily. Don't argue. I'm fine. Nothing at all. Wonderful, wonderful. My goddess is so beautiful when she scolds. An incomparably handsome man walked into the center of the crowd with applause, and everyone was surprised by his appearance. This man is so good-looking. Gu Shaoling, someone is bullying us. Can you help? Linda shouted at the man. I usually want her to give her a good face, but now give him a chance to perform. It's best not to disappoint. Gu Shaoling walked to the opposite side of Linda, saw her with anger on her face, and comforted. Don't be angry, cute. It's not good to be angry. Whoever is angry with you, I will definitely clean them up for you. Linda pointed at Lin Qingxue. That's them. Gu Shaoling saw that it was Lin Qingxue and immediately looked embarrassed. He couldn't afford to mess with the people of the Lin family. But for the sake of the goddess, he still walked up to Lin Qingxue and said in a low voice, Xiaoxue, don't you know that your brother is the most precious sister-in-law? You are still making trouble here, and your brother will come over soon. Lin Qingxue didn't believe it. Gu Shaoling pointed over there, and sure enough, Lin Haoming was walking here with long legs. She wanted to slip away, but it was too late. Lin Haoming walked into the crowd. His sharp gaze swept by, as sharp as a knife. Xiaoxue, I don't think the lesson I taught you last time was enough. We have done nothing wrong, so why should we be taught a lesson? Lin Qingxue was very unconvinced. Brother Haoming, Xiaoxue is also for your good. Li Han whispered. Oh, tell me how to do it for me? Lin Haoming asked as if he was very interested. Li Han looked at his cold and arrogant face, deep and beautiful eyes, and her heart beat wildly. Shen Lingwei's fat man is not worthy of you. She is not worthy of marrying you. You deserve better people, people around you who are sincere to you. The better person, Li Han said, is, of course, referring to herself. Li Han, I remember that the Lin Group invested in your family's clothing business, right? Lin Haoming's eyes narrowed, and the expression inside was obscure. That's right, Brother Haoming. What's wrong? Li Han asked happily. Brother Haoming actually remembered the affairs of her family, which proved that he had her in his heart. From today, the Lin Group will fully withdraw its investment. The reason is that you don't have a long memory. Lin Haoming said lightly. Hearing this, Li Han was stunned in place, his face pale. Brother Haoming, you're kidding, right? No, you're not going to do that to me, are you? I like you very much. You can't withdraw it. Once the Lin Group withdraws its investment, the family's business will definitely go bankrupt, and the parents will definitely blame themselves. Not only did they not marry into a wealthy family, but also drag the whole family into the water. Don't. Lin Haoming looked at Lin Qingxue. It was originally a good family, but because of your ignorance, the family went bankrupt. How much do you say they will hate you? Let's have a snack in the future. After speaking, Lin Haoming walked up to Shen Lingwei, took her hand, and was about to go out. Before Shen Lingwei could say hello to Linda, she was pulled away. Gu Shaoling walked up to Linda and said with a smile, Ming Ming, your best friend doesn't want you anymore, I want you. How about going to have a cup of coffee with me? Linda gave him a blank look. If you were a man just now I don't want to talk about coffee with you. You can do anything. What about you? Seeing me being bullied. I don't dare to let go of my fart. What's the use of you? Gu Shaoling only grasped at one point. Can you do anything? You mean you can do anything? Really? Linda ignored him and walked straight ahead. Gu Shaoling grabbed her arm. Ming Ming, can you give me another chance? You also know the people of the Lin family are not easy to mess with. That's Lin Haoming's sister. Next time if someone else bullies you, I will definitely clean him up, okay? Linda took his hand away. Will I need you next time? Go away. Gu Shaoling looked at the back of Linda leaving and secretly regretted missing such an important opportunity. Mr. Gu, you are here. It's so hard for people to find it. A girl approached Gu Shaoling and said delicately, Is there anything wrong with you? Gu Shaoling touched Linda's nose, and now he didn't want to give others a good face. I want to buy a car, Mr. Gu. You know about this aspect? Give me some advice. The girl said with a wink, If you want to buy a car, you tell the shopping guide. Why do you tell me? Gu Shaoling left directly. The Gu family is in the car business. In recent years, new energy vehicles have become popular. Gu has seized the outlet, and every new energy vehicle launched has sold very hot, and Gu's stock has also risen. There are also many socialites in Beijing who want to marry into the Gu family, and Gu Shaoling's parents have repeatedly urged him to start a family, but he refused. Gu Shaoling has only one thought, Linda. When will you be able to look at me squarely? Shen Lingwei was pulled to the car by Lin Haoming and remained speechless. Lin Haoming glanced at her. Not happy? Shun Lingwei pretended to be relaxed and said no. My mouth is pouting to the sky. Hearing him say this, Shun Lingwei pursed her lips and said in a sour tone, Thank you for your help just now, but you really don't have to accompany me. I think you better go and accompany that beauty. Don't snub others. Lin Haoming was a little confused. What beauty? Shun Lingwei thought he was deliberately pretending to be stupid. Which rich person doesn't keep a few little lovers? And he cares so much about himself, it seems too stingy, and he doesn't seem to have the qualifications and identity to question. So, she simply didn't mention it anymore. It's nothing, it's just you go get busy. Lin Haoming turned his head and glanced at her. How could this tone feel so wrong? He suddenly remembered that he had just met a strange woman at the car show. The woman took the initiative to approach and made all kinds of gestures of favor to him, but he only felt irritated and wanted to get out quickly, but he was entangled. Is that because of this? Chubby chicks are jealous? Lin Haoming parked the car on the side of the road. Then he reached out and gently pulled Shun Lingwei's face to make her look at him. He looked her straight in the eye with a slight smile. Jealous? Shun Lingwei denied it. How can there be? Chapter 38. Bewitched by him. Then you're not happy? I'm not unhappy. Who do you like to talk to? Who do you love to get close to? That's your freedom, although we are married, but we are not a real husband and wife. Before he finished speaking, his lips were kissed by Lin Haoming. The usual cold aroma of his body penetrated into her guts, making her a little dizzy. She wanted to resist, but he put his hand on her head and kissed her tenderly and affectionately. He didn't let go until she was a little unsteady in her breath. He looked at her seriously and said, I didn't know that woman at all just now, and she only said a few words to me. He is such an arrogant person, and he actually explained to her very seriously. Her hanging heart let go, and she was completely bewitched by him. I already believed him in my heart, and I still asked, Is what you said true? Really? Hearing his affirmative answer, she let out a soft Lin Haoming continued to approach her, leaning to her ear and speaking softly. What did you say just now? We are not a real husband and wife. Are you blaming me for not being a real husband and wife with you? Why don't we give it a try tonight? Shun Lingwei's face turned red, and she immediately denied it. I didn't mean that. She turned her head away, not daring to look at him again, her face flushed to the base of her ears, her teeth biting her lip, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. On Sunday morning, Mr. Lin called and asked Lin Haoming to take Shun Lingwei back to the old mansion together. After Shun Lingwei got up, she hurriedly washed up. Today is the day to volunteer in the welfare home. Since high school, she has been volunteering twice a month. Because she firmly believes that if she does more good deeds, her mother will come back to her. Lin Haoming went downstairs, saw Shun Lingwei, and told her to go to the old mansion. Shun Lingwei was in a hurry to leave, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I have something to do today. I'll take a taxi by myself when I'm done. After speaking, Shun Lingwei ran out. Lin Haoming was suspicious. What could happen to this little girl so urgent? She didn't go, so he simply went to the company to deal with some things, and he would come back later. Shun Lingwei rushed to the welfare home, and when the children saw her coming, they all shouted loudly, Sister Weiwei. Running into her arms, she embraced them with open arms. The children are so cute. She touches this, pinches that, and the children laugh and are very happy. At this moment, a person walked in and shouted, Vivi. The child shouted happily again, Brother Qin Kai. Shun Lingwei turned her head to look. Under the sun, Qin Kai grinned, and a smile that was warmer than the sun bloomed on his face. She was also very happy, and stepped forward to hit Qin Kai. When did you come back? Don't tell me, or Linda. We'll take care of you for you. Qin Kai smiled. I just came back today, and I knew that you would come here today, so I didn't come to you right away. The two of them took the children to do handicrafts, and the children laughed and played very energetically. One kid suddenly said, I want to eat lollipops. When the other children heard this, they were also hungry and shouted, I want to eat lollipops. Shun Lingwei smiled and scratched their little noses. What a bunch of snack goods. Take us to buy it, please, Sister Weiwei. Please, Brother Qin Kai. Looking at the children's expectant eyes, Shun Lingwei said with a smile, Let's go. Take you there. Children are always innocent, and a candy can be exchanged for a whole day of happiness, which is the easiest happiness to get. Qin Kai and Shun Lingwei asked the children to line up, grabbed the corner of the previous one's clothes, and walked out together. There was a small supermarket opposite the welfare home, and the light was green, and the two crossed the street with a group of children. A Rolls-Royce drove slowly and stopped in front of the zebra crossing. A handsome face in the car. The picture of Shin Lingwei and Qin Kai talking and laughing with a group of children happened to fall in his eyes, and the two of them were very intimate, looking like a well-matched couple. Lin Haoming's eyes narrowed, like a bottomless cold pool, revealing a chilling chill, reflecting his well-defined and fierce face. Thrilling. He drove past the intersection, stopped on the side of the road, and then lit a cigarette with his slender fingers, and the smoke filled his beautiful face, making it even more sinister. A scene from more than a month ago suddenly appeared in his mind. It was when Shun Lingwei graduated from college. She took graduation photos with Linda and Qin Kai at the school gate, and the three of them took a lot of funny photos of the three of them with selfie sticks. Talking and laughing. I suddenly felt a little sad. After all, I'm going to graduate. I am no longer a child after graduation. Time is gone. Many unknown things. I don't know where the future is. The three of them were a little emotional. Shin Lingwei said, "The luckiest thing in college is to have two friends." Linda nodded in agreement, and then she said, "The only regret in college seems to be that we never even fell in love." Qin Kai smiled. "What's the regret of that? Just pretend to talk about it. Come on, I'll take a photo with you first, and then take a photo with Wei Wei. How about you just make me your boyfriend? Is it qualified enough?" Linda and Shun Lingwei laughed. "It's so qualified." Then they took a lot of photos of the two of them. Qin Kai put his hand around Shun Lingwei's shoulder. Their faces were very close. Both of them smiled happily, and they really looked like a couple. Shin Lingwei only cared about taking pictures. What she didn't notice was that a Rolls-Royce was slowly driving in the distance, and it was Lin Haoming who was sitting in the car. Lin Haoming came to see Shin Lingwei with flowers and gifts, but he saw such a scene. He saw that the boy had shaved his hair neatly and neatly. His eyes were crooked in a smile, and his smile was as unbridled as the sun. He frowned, sat in the car for a long time, and said nothing. The assistant asked, "Mr. Lin, are you still getting out of the car?" Lin Haoming said coldly, "Go back." So he remembered what the boy looked like and asked someone to look up his name. Qin Kai, a member of the Qin family. The ice in Lin Haoming's eyes became deeper and deeper, and he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Shun Lingwei. Shun Lingwei distributed the candy to the children and saw the text message sent by Lin Haoming on her mobile phone. "Get on the bus across the road, 10 minutes. She looked across the road, and sure enough, Lin Haoming's car was parked. She didn't know that Lin Haoming was in a hurry to find her, but from the tone of this message, she felt that he seemed to be unhappy. Shin Lingwei and Qin Kai sent the children across the road together. She asked Qin Kai to send the children back to the welfare home, and the children were a little unhappy when they heard that she was leaving. Shin Lingwei touched their little faces and promised, "I'll come to see you soon." The children sensibly said goodbye to her. Chapter 39. No wives are allowed to have male girlfriends. Shin Lingwei quickly ran to the side of the car, pulled the door, and sat on the co-pilot. The car was filled with thick smoke, and she couldn't help but cough. Lin Haoming's brows frowned, and he opened the car window. As soon as she stepped on the accelerator, the car flew out quickly. Shin Lingwei almost fell, and she fastened her seat belt in fear. Qin Kai stood in the distance, looking at the back of the Rolls-Royce leaving. His face became a little ugly. He could feel that the owner of the car was either rich or expensive. Thinking of Shun Lingwei's anxious appearance just now, an uneasy emotion vaguely emerged. At the speed of life and death, the wind outside the car window was whistling on her face, and Shun Lingwei grabbed the handrail with some fear. She looked at Lin Haoming. The expression on his face was extremely light, but she could feel that his eyes were cold and abnormal. The air pressure in the car was low and terrifying, and Shin Lingwei said cautiously, "Drive slowly." Lin Haoming didn't answer, and the speed was still very fast. Shin Lingwei thought that she still had to ask what happened. She cautiously asked, "Can you stop first? What's the matter? Let's talk about it first." Lin Haoming suddenly parked the car on the side of the road, and Shin Lingwei was shocked. He didn't mean to speak. She continued, "Is there something wrong with you? Besides, why are you here too?" Lin Haoming looked at her. His gaze was cold to the bone, like a sharp sword shining with cold light, as if it was about to dismember her piece by piece. Her breath faltered. "If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have seen you with any other man. You pushed away to go to Grandpa's just to meet this man?" He misunderstood. She hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. I came to volunteer in the welfare home, and I just met him by chance." But she didn't dare to look him in the eye again. How can there be so many accidents in this world? He didn't believe it. She turned her head cautiously, only to see that his cold eyes were staring at her, deep, cold, and unpredictable. Her heart panicked. He suddenly approached, clasped her head with his hand, firmly imprisoned her, and kissed her lips domineeringly. She was a little out of breath, but he didn't let her go. He bit her hard, trying to pry her teeth open, but she closed tightly. His eyes darkened. His fingers clamped her chin, forcing her mouth to open, and then he drove straight in, plundering her city with recklessness. Shin Lingwei's brain was deprived of oxygen, and it took a long time for him to finally let her go. She gasped for breath, glad that she was still alive. I don't want to see you in contact with him anymore. You're married. He said word by word. His gaze was unusually cold, like a piercing ice. Shin Lingwei also wanted to explain, he's just my friend, my best friend. I don't allow you to have male girlfriends. His tone was unmistakably domineering. Actually, he's gay, really. Shin Lingwei felt that if he told the truth, he should not be angry. Gay doesn't either. Lin Haoming's face was still ugly. Shin Lingwei stopped talking, and Lin Haoming made her feel a little scared. Lin Haoming continued to drive, speechless all the way. Shin Lingwei turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. Her eyes were a little red, and she was very aggrieved in her heart. My good friend in college for 4 years, he said that if he doesn't let him see him, he won't let him see him. Is there any freedom anymore? And he also bullied himself. His face was pinched by him, and now it hurts. His mouth hurts when he is kissed, and his tongue hurts. Lin Haoming felt Shin Lingwei's silence. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Her fair face was flushed. Obviously, he had pushed too hard just now, and he regretted that he had lost his mind just now. Vivi. He called out to her softly, but she didn't respond, still looking out the window. The chubby girl seemed to be really angry, and this atmosphere made him feel a little uneasy. He parked the car in a safe place and went to shake her hand, but she wanted to withdraw her hand, and he held it hard, not letting go. She had to let him hold it, but still didn't look at him. Lin Haoming sighed lightly in his heart. I'm supposed to be angry. However, I still can't bear to see you a little unhappy. He spoke. I apologized just now. I was impulsive. When Shin Lingwei heard this, the tears that she had been holding back for a long time brushed down. Lin Haoming saw her crying, and his eyes, which had always been calm, were a little at a loss. He took her into his arms, kissed her forehead, and then raised his hand to gently wipe away her tears. I'm afraid you're going to be snatched away by other men. In his low and magnetic voice, there was a faint inferiority complex and loneliness. Shin Lingwei looked up in disbelief. His deep eyes were looking at her with tenderness, and they were full of deep water, as if they had infinite attraction to her, and she kept falling. Shin Lingwei wanted to make herself sober. How could it be? How many admirers does President Linda, who looks so handsome, care about her? Lin Haoming seemed to know what she was thinking. He took her hand and put it on his heart. Here, just for you. Knock, 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 knock. Her hand felt the powerful heartbeat coming from his body. Just looking at his face is enough to make people feel confused. Not to mention, he said such nice things with such a good-looking face. People who are good-looking are more likely to be forgiven even if they make mistakes. Shin Lingwei admits that she is indeed an appearance association. This damn man. The summer clothes were thin. Lin Haoming looked at Shin Lingwei's white and tender little hands, and his eyes began to become hot. He lowered his head and kissed her gently. Shin Lingwei did not resist. His lips were soft to the touch, making her indulge in it. After a while, she pushed him away. Didn't you say that you were going to Grandpa's place today? Hurry up and drive, otherwise Grandpa will be in a hurry. Lin Haoming reluctantly let go of her and drove on the road. Shin Lingwei turned on her mobile phone and popped up a lot of messages from Qin Kai. She peeked at Lin Haoming, but fortunately he didn't notice it, and she opened the message. Weiwei, are you all right? Weiwei, I saw you get in the car and leave. Who is that person? Is it your friend? I'm worried about you. I'll get a message back when I receive it. Shin Lingwei lowered her head and typed quietly. I'm fine, that person is my friend. I have something to do with him. So I'll leave first, don't worry. She raised her head to look at Lin Haoming again, and found that he was driving seriously, and his expression did not change in the slightest, so she should not have noticed it. She sat up straight with some joy, and began to close her eyes and recuperate. I haven't told my girlfriends the news of my marriage, and when the time is right, I must say it, otherwise it will be too uninteresting. Lin Haoming's hand holding the steering wheel tightened hard, and there was a cold chill in his eyes. Of course, he saw the little action of the fat girl, but it was unpleasant just now, and he finally coaxed it, and he didn't want to destroy this hard-won piece again. As for the woman surnamed Qin, who dares to worry about him, he will clean him up sooner or later. Chapter 40. Spend the night together. The two arrived at the old mansion, and this time only the grandfather was alone. Grandpa treats people very kindly, always smiles at Shin Lingwei. Let her eat this for a while, let her eat that for a while. Shin Lingwei feels very happy, very comfortable, and feels at home. After eating in the evening, Grandpa had to go back to the bedroom early to rest and squeezed his eyes at Lin Haoming. You guys should rest early. Lin Haoming saw his grandfather's expression. Of course he understood what he meant, and he was anxious to hold his grandson. Lin Haoming thought to himself, Grandpa, I am more anxious than you. The two returned to the bedroom. On the double bed, the pillows and futon were all laid out, and Shin Lingwei's cheeks began to burn when she thought of the situation that night. Fortunately, Lin Haoming walked into the bathroom to take a shower and didn't see her expression. Shin Lingwei spread the futon on the ground. In order to avoid the embarrassment last time, after Lin Haoming came out, she immediately walked into the bathroom and didn't look at his seductive figure. She hoped that after she came out, he was already lying down in bed like last time, and even asleep. Then she could lie down quietly on the ground and sleep, and the water from the well would not interfere with the river water. But she was wrong this time. How could he let her go? As soon as Shun Lingwei got dressed and walked out of the bathroom, she was picked up by Lin Haoming. She exclaimed, ah. He put her on the bed and leaned down, the black thorn tattoo stretching out wantonly under the cold, white, slender neck. His eyes were as deep as a waterfall, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he smiled evilly. With just this smile, she left no piece of armor in her heart. She was deeply absorbed in his intoxicating eyes, and she could not extricate herself. He looked at her. Her forehead was smooth, her complexion was flawless. Her curled eyelashes trembled slightly, her clear eyes were filled with endless moisture, and her rosy lips were full of temptation. He couldn't help but bow his head and kiss her forehead, then her eyes, then her nose, and then her lips. She reached out to push him away, but he grabbed him tightly. She looked at this extremely handsome man, such a crazy look in front of her, and her heart beat unstoppable. Hot flashes sprayed her ears. Her face became hot, and her pale skin turned pink. He kissed tenderly, feeling her teeth tighten, and he whispered, "Open your mouth." A gentle command that she couldn't refuse. She opened her mouth shyly and obediently, letting him go straight in. She responded to him with some curiosity, and he kissed him even more intensely. The smell of strong male hormones lingered in her nose, eroding her reason. Her breathing became rapid, and her heart was beating rapidly. He kissed, his slender fingers caressing her cheek, then touching her neck and placing it on her soft hills, which made her shiver. She snorted, but in the quiet night, she looked extremely charming. His eyes deepened. His hand went all the way down, lifted her skirt, and reached into her dress. She grabbed her hand a little nervously. I'm not ready to. He smiled. What are you going to prepare? No, it's just... She didn't know what to say, and the flush on her face was even thicker. He whispered in her ear, "Don't worry." Then his hand roamed gently over her, and finally, he rested his hand on her softness, without the barrier of clothes, and the touch of each other was more real. Her heart beat faster, and she looked at his handsome face, as if with some kind of deadly bewitchment. There seemed to be some kind of longing in her nerves, forcing her to take the initiative to cater to him and hug him tightly. She came back to her senses in a bit of a panic, and he gently comforted, "Take it easy." Despite some shame, as if seduced, she obediently relaxed her body, closed her eyes, and continued to let him kiss. Suddenly, she couldn't help but scream. He looked at her confused look, flushed face, as if he was very addicted to enjoyment. He kissed her forehead with satisfaction, and then said gently, "I'll take a cold shower. You go to sleep first." He went to take a bath, and she suddenly realized that she might have reached the legendary just now. And in an instant her face flushed, and she was ashamed. Hearing him come out of the shower, she hurriedly closed her eyes, turned away, and pretended to be asleep. He lay down beside her, wrapped his strong arms around her, and whispered in her ear, "Sleep good night." The next morning, the sunlight outside the window came in through the gap in the curtains. Lin Haoming lay on his side, supported his head with his arms, and looked at the fat girl who was still asleep next to him. Her cheeks were bulging like a baby, white and rosy, and her black eyelashes fluttered gently like a feather. He couldn't help but get closer and take a sip on her face. It was so soft. When Shin Lingwei opened her eyes, she saw Lin Haoming's handsome face close at hand, and she was looking at her with a smile at this time. She reached out and nudged his face. This man with so tender skin doesn't have a trace of pores and acne, which is really jealous. Her voice was soft. "Are you awake? Why are you so close to me?" He grabbed her lotus-like arm and stroked the red birthmark on it, his gaze beginning to burn. He slowly approached her. She realized something and thought of the beautiful scenery of last night and immediately blushed. I'm going to get up at my grandfather's house. It's not good to get up late, and I have to go to work. As she spoke, she got out of bed and wanted to distance herself from him. Seeing the fat girl's panicked appearance, he smiled in his heart. Don't worry, the days will be long in the future. Lin Haoming drove Shun Lingwei to work. He was refreshed all the way. Usually his sleep quality was not so good, occasional insomnia. Last night he slept with a fat girl. His arms were soft and fragrant, and he slept very peacefully. It seems that I will have to sleep with my arms in my arms a lot in the future. Before she got to the place, Shun Lingwei opened her mouth and shouted to stop. Lin Haoming was puzzled. It's not there yet, has it? Shun Lingwei remembered that the last time Fang Yuqin sent Xiaolu to the company, many people watched the excitement and felt that it was better not to cause trouble. Yes, it can't be delivered in case people see it. It's not good. Lin Haoming's brows furrowed. I began to wonder deeply how unsightly I am, so much so that he was so disliked. He stopped the car. Shun Lingwei jumped down cautiously, and without saying goodbye to him, she ran forward secretly, like a thief. He sighed and sped away. Chapter 41. Men don't have good things. Shun Lingwei walked to the company and sat in her place. By noon, everyone was hungry. Sister Li just came from home, and she brought the fried cakes she made for everyone to eat. Shun Lingwei held it in her hand and gave a thumbs up while eating. Sister Li, is this really your own making? It's so delicious. When you bite into it, it is crispy on the outside, and it is filled with bean paste filling inside, which is soft, glutinous, and sweet. So delicious. Sister Li helped her get another one. Eat more. What you make yourself is much more hygienic than what you buy outside. Shun Lingwei nodded. Suddenly, she remembered the problem that Sister Li said last time, and she didn't know how it was now, so she asked. Sister Li, last time you said that your children don't like to talk. How is it now? Sister Li sighed helplessly. It's still the same. I don't like to talk, and my grades are still at the bottom. I really don't know what to do with him. Shun Lingwei didn't know what to say. She had never been very good at comforting people. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lingwei, you are all people who have gone to school and are educated. You can give me ideas. What's the idea? Why don't you let your child go to a psychiatrist? Sister Li smiled bitterly. Where can a family like ours have the money to see a psychiatrist? I asked a teacher for free counseling, and he told me that the child's personality change has something to do with the family. I'm not afraid of your jokes when I say it. I'm a man. I love to drink. I hit me when I'm drunk. I often beat me. My son has seen it many times. It has something to do with this. You see, beat it all by him. As she spoke, Sister Li stretched out her arm and let Shun Lingwei see that there were still traces of blue and purple on it. The child has also become grumpy now, fights with classmates, and once broke the head of a classmate. I am afraid that if this continues, it will ruin the child's. Shun Lingwei's brows furrowed, and the expression on her face began to become solemn. She felt that Sister Li was so pitiful and thought about what to comfort Sister Li. Sister Li held her hand and said very seriously in the tone of a person who came over. Lingwei, let me tell you, you must not get married. There is nothing good about getting married. You take care of the housework for him, give birth to children. He also promised you that you will earn money to support the family. But in the end, you will find that when he achieves nothing, he will only be angry with you. There is no dignity outside. He will gain dignity by ravaging you. There are too many such men. So what is a woman getting married for? Sacrificing her physical health, desperately trying to pass on the family to the next generation for the man. And in the end, her life is not as good as an animal. Men are hypocritical. When they can't get you, they treat you in every way. And once they get it, it's the beginning of your end. It's better to be alone, free, at least safe, and don't have to be afraid all day. Shun Lingwei said her thoughts. Then if he is not good, you will leave him. Sister Li smiled helplessly. I also want to leave. He beat me. I also called the police, but it's useless. Next time he will beat me harder. Shun Lingwei was frightened by these words. Is the man really so hypocritical and terrifying? Suddenly thought of Lin Haoming. Is he also like this? Sister Li sighed, and then seemed to have made a lot of determination. I endured it before, but now I can't bear it, because he threatened the child. It is because of him that the child has become like this. I want to divorce him. If I can't leave, I will die. Shun Lingwei was taken aback, afraid that something would happen to Sister Li. Sister Li, don't be impulsive. Don't do stupid things if you fight with him. What will happen to the child? I think this kind of thing still has to go through the legal route. Sister Li turned her head. What can the law do? Hire a lawyer? Can a lawyer really work? Shin Lingwei nodded. Don't worry, Sister Lee. It's a society under the rule of law now. It's definitely okay. When Sister Lee returned home, her husband happened to be at home, and he didn't drink, and he looked sober. She looked at the horrible scar on the man's face and plucked up the courage to speak. I think we should talk. The man's face was full of doubt. What to talk about? What is there to talk about? I'm going to divorce you. I can't get along with you anymore. You always beat me. I'm okay if I get beaten. The child is affected. He is now suffering from mental illness. I can't let him go on like this. Must be divorced. The expression on the man's face was puzzled. In his heart, it is normal for a man to beat a woman, and his ancestors and fathers all beat him like this. If a woman is disobedient, she should be beaten, and it is not an exaggeration to die. He shook his head. I'm not divorced. Sister Lee looked at him and knew that he was such a scoundrel, but she was really fed up. A sudden surge of anger welled up in her heart, and she ran to the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and put it against her neck. I'm going to get a divorce. If you don't, I'll die here today. The man sneered. You're bold. You picked up the kitchen knife and said, do you have a good match? It's nothing. You hit a woman. No one will want to follow you. I'm fed up. Sister Lee was emotional, and today she asked him to agree to the divorce. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly knelt on the ground and pleaded. Don't get divorced. We've been married for so many years. You and I divorced. Who did I live with? Sister Lee sneered. Don't play this kind of trick. Every time you hit me before, you begged me for forgiveness like this. I was stupid before. I forgive you every time, and I won't in the future. Seeing that this was useless, the man stood up scolding. Stinky bitch, you're fucking smart now. Sister Lee gave him an ultimatum. I have hired a lawyer. If you don't agree to the divorce, we will see you in court. Lao Tzu won't divorce. The man slammed the door and went out. This mother-in-law who owes clean up, she has a long ability. What kind of lawyer will she hire? I want to see what kind of moth she can make. On Tuesday, Sun Jigang returned to the company, and everyone returned to the old days when they did not dare to speak loudly. However, those gossiping people, their eyes kept turning, and they were all carefully observing. When Sun Jigang saw Xiaolu, he didn't dare to show a fascination anymore. A few people were chatting carefully on WeChat. Mr. Sun is honest now, and he doesn't dare to mess with Xiaolu anymore, haha. Look at his bare appearance. He hides when he sees Xiaolu. That's it. I don't even dare to look at it, haha. He deserves it. Who called him so sexy? He wants to be on it when he sees a little girl. The whole day was peaceful. Sun Jigang was not embarrassed. Shin Lingwei and Xiaolu were finally relieved. Lu Ge asked for leave to go back to his hometown before, and he also came back today, and when he heard about Xiaolu, he also sighed a lot in his heart. Sun Jigang is really not a thing. He actually came up with a way to use the department's dinner to pour alcohol and wanted to take the opportunity to rape his subordinates. It's really better than a pig and a dog. However, Xiaolu finally took this move, and I don't know what will happen in the future. Lu Ge has always thought that Xiaolu is simple and kind and treats her like a little sister, and he is very worried about her. Chapter 42. Why be sentimental? After getting off work, Shin Lingwei and Xiaolu went out together. Suddenly, seeing the whispers in the crowd, the two walked over, only to find Fang Yuqin standing in front of a Lamborghini. Fang Yuqin smiled at Shin Lingwei, sister-in-law. Shin Lingwei looked around cautiously, but fortunately no one heard. Then she greeted, You are Fang Yuqin. You sent Xiaolu back that night. Speaking of that night, thinking of what happened to the two of them in the hotel, Fang Yuqin and Xiaolu were a little uncomfortable. It's as if what you're doing is seen through. Shin Lingwei smiled. You two talk. I'll go first. Shin Lingwei walked forward, and Sister Lee also walked from behind. Shin Lingwei asked Sister Lee, How did you solve it later? Sister Lee was calm in her heart. Anyway, I've already had a showdown with him. I think he will agree. If you don't agree, you have to agree. The two walked and chatted until they reached the subway station. While driving the car, Fang Yuqin glanced at the co-pilot from the corner of his eye. She turned her head to look out the window, her long soft hair pinned behind her ears, her neck white and slender, quiet and beautiful. That day, Xiaolu kissed him and went back to the company, and he stood there for a while. There are a lot of emotions in my heart, and I feel some sweetness and some happiness. In the next few days, he was always out of work, and her beautiful face always appeared in his mind. I always think of that night she took the initiative to hug him and kiss him. He was tortured very badly. He endured it for many days, but decided to come to her. His voice was magnetic and warm. Where's your home? I'll send you back. Xiaolu replied softly, No need, stop the car. I'll just go back myself. Fang Yuqin explained, It's okay, I'm fine. Xiaolu looked ahead. I'm quite busy, actually. I was just drunk that day. That's why those things happened. We are not people of the same world in the first place, and in the future, we should not meet each other. She didn't dare look him in the eye. She was afraid to see that face that made her feel extremely warm, and she would never be able to say it again. Fang Yuchen looked at her. She was still so beautiful and gentle, and even the tone of her voice was extremely soft. However, it is like a knife, and the heart of the person who cuts it hurts. She didn't even bother to look at me. I guess she really didn't want to have anything to do with it. After a few seconds of silence, he still didn't give up and asked, "So, that night, you were just playing?" Xiaolu nodded, with no hesitation and affirmation, yes. Fang Yuchen was suddenly very angry, and his tone became extremely cold. "Take your first time and play with me?" Xiaolu didn't speak anymore and was silent for a while. "Anyway, don't meet again in the future." Then, she opened the car door and walked forward, without looking back. Fang Yuchen stayed where he was, frowning. A call came, and he pressed answer. Hey, Mr. Fang, I've already found out what you asked me to check." Fang Yuchen rubbed his eyebrows. "Say it." Ruan Xiaolu, she doesn't have a good reputation. It is said that when she was in college, she hung several boys at the same time, and even 2 boys were injured and hospitalized for fighting. After she worked, she was not clear with the leaders of the magazine. Some people said that she was in order to become a regular and took the initiative to seduce the leader, and some people said that the leader always pestered her when she saw that she was beautiful. In short, her experience was very complicated. Fang Yuchen's tone was cold, got it. He drove away. He didn't believe she could be like that. Hearing others say that about her, he was actually very angry. She is beautiful, and it is normal for many people to chase her. And her leader, Sun Jigang, is not a good bird. He must be bullying her. As for that night, forget it. He was upset when he remembered that night. Before, he had always thought that he had taken her for the first time, and even felt like a jerk and wanted to take responsibility for it. However, people don't seem to need it, and they have made it clear that they want to draw a line with him. It was as if he had really been disgusted with him to some point. Why should you be amorous? Shen Lingwei took the subway home, but she didn't notice that there was a man who had been following her. From the time she was near the company, walking with Sister Li, she was followed by the other party. The man followed her off the subway and walked to the door of the villa. Shen Lingwei walked in, and the man looked at it from a distance for a while, with a sinister smile on his scarred face. The man thought sadly. I said, when did the old lady in the family know so much, and asked for a lawyer? It turned out that someone was pointing out. Shen Lingwei always felt that someone was following her when she went out recently, and when she turned around, she found that there was nothing. She thought that she was tired recently, so she had some illusions and she didn't tell Lin Haoming. After work on Friday, Sister Li returned home. His man also came back a little later with a bottle of wine and drank, already a few points drunk. When he saw Sister Li, his hands itched. Sure enough, if you don't fight for a day, it's uncomfortable. When Sister Li saw him, she felt sick in her heart. "Are you drinking again? When are we going to get a divorce?" A cold tone, a look of disgust. With a burst of anger in his heart, he suddenly picked up the mop and slapped at Sister Li. Sister Li shouted "ah" and was knocked to the ground. "What are you doing? If you hit me again, call the police." The man grabbed her hair fiercely. "You are my woman. You can fight as much as I want." He casually picked up a slipper and slapped at Sister Li's head and face. "I asked you to divorce, you fucking. You are bold, and you divorced me. That stinky girl taught you, right?" Sister Li held her head. "No, no one taught me. I thought about it myself." "You can have the guts. You don't dare to give you 10 guts. Today I'll clean you up first. I'll go to that stinky girl after cleaning you up, fuck, and dare to encourage you to divorce. Okay, unless she serves me, and serves me well, you can get out." Sister Li trembled and begged him, Don't hurt others. Hit me if you want to." The man kicked her so hard that she lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Then he stomped on her so hard that she had to hold her head and protect her most vulnerable place. The man tied her hands and feet with ropes, tied her to the toilet, and locked the door. It's Saturday again. It's the day when Shin Lingwei goes to the welfare home. Lin Haoming has a dinner in the afternoon, and he said that he will pick her up at the welfare home when the dinner is over. Shin Lingwei walked into the welfare home, and the children were very happy to see her. She smiled and touched a child's head and asked, "Did you miss me?" The children replied loudly, "Of course. I miss Sister Weiwei very much. Last time Sister Weiwei left, I was not happy. I miss Sister Weiwei too. Sister, you must play with us all day today." Shin Lingwei smiled and said, "Okay, I must play all day today." Chapter 43, A Taste of Something Different. Looking at their little faces raised one by one, Shin Lingwei felt very warm. Although they have lived in a welfare home since childhood, the people around them are very loving, and the children are very lively together. One of the children suddenly said, Sister Weiwei, do you know? After you left last time, Brother Chin Kai was not as happy as before. Yes, Sister Weiwei, does Brother Chin Kai like you? Shin Lingwei couldn't cry or laugh a little. Such a young child knows what it means to like. She shook her head. No, Brother Chin Kai and I are good friends, not the kind of person who likes it. The child said, I feel like it because when you are there, the smile on Brother Chin Kai's face is warmer. And after you leave, he doesn't have so many smiles on his face. Shin Lingwei could only smile and pinch their faces. They were still young now. How could they explain to them that Chin Kai was a gay? He and her just good friends, and they should understand it later. It was getting late, and Shin Lingwei had always taken the bus back by herself before, so she would be earlier. This time Lin Haoming said that he would come to pick her up, and she stayed late. Seeing that the children had eaten dinner, Lin Haoming hadn't come over yet. She walked out of the welfare home and prepared to take the bus by herself. There was still some distance from the bus stop, and for convenience, Shin Lingwei took a small road. As she walked, she felt as if there were footsteps behind her. She suspected that someone was following her, and when she looked back, there was nothing, and she thought it was her own delusion again, so she continued on her way. There were still footsteps behind her, and when she looked back, there was still nothing. Under the dim street lamp, there were few pedestrians around, and a wave of unease rose in her heart. She panicked and walked forward quickly, but the footsteps behind her also became faster. She turned back again, and suddenly a man with a scar on his face appeared behind her, and she was so frightened that she froze in place. After being stunned for a few seconds, she turned her head and ran quickly, her heart fluttering wildly, trembling and taking out her mobile phone, swiping to a phone number and dialing it. The man behind him caught up with her in a few steps. He hugged her violently. Her phone was thrown away, and she shouted help. The man covered her mouth and dragged her forward, all the way into an empty yard marked demolition. The yard was dilapidated and uninhabited, and there was not a single person around. The man threw her to the ground and closed the courtyard door. Shin Lingwei shouted, Anyone? Help me. There is no one. The man sneered, Shout. It's useless for you to shout and break your throat. This piece is going to be demolished, and there is no one left. Shin Lingwei picked up a brick from the ground, but she didn't dare to smash it at the man, just guarded. The man looked at her fiercely, approaching forward, and Shin Lingwei was so frightened that she retreated again and again. You. Who are you? What are you going to do? Shin Lingwei's trembling voice showed her fear at this time. Huh? What am I going to do? What can men and women do? Naturally, you serve me, and I will make you feel refreshed. The man hugged her violently. Shin Lingwei struggled hard, and the two crashed into the wall together, but accidentally touched the light switch, and the yard immediately brightened. The man looked at her and said in surprise, You're too fat. But it's okay, I've never such a fat woman. The girl at home is too thin. It's tasteless. It's still coquettish like you. Shin Lingwei looked at the scar on his face. It was extremely terrifying. She held the brick, stepped back and said, Don't come here. I'll smash you if you come. The man laughed and put his head in front of her. Come on, come on. Smash here, smash hard. Shin Lingwei threw the brick on his head and ran forward. The man immediately caught up with her, grabbed her by the arm, and dragged her into the corner. Stinky bitch, let you smash you, but the strength of your smashing is too small. What? Reluctantly? Want me to you? Then I will fulfill you. The man said, grabbing her wrist with one hand and tearing at her clothes with the other. She was only wearing a casual t-shirt on her upper body, and the man pulled hard. The skin around her waist was exposed, and the white and tender skin flashed his eyes, and the desire in his eyes was even stronger. Stinky bitch, I didn't expect you to be whiter inside. You're hungry, but today let me taste something different. Shin Lingwei struggled desperately, and the man slapped her hard, and half of her face immediately became red and swollen. There was a huge disparity in strength between men and women, and her struggles had no effect. Seeing that her clothes were about to be torn off by the man, at that moment, she was extremely desperate in her heart, calling the heavens and the earth not spiritual. Could it really be planted here today? She closed her eyes, thinking quickly in her heart whether she would die if she really lost her body. At this moment, the courtyard door was suddenly opened. Rushing in, he grabbed the man's collar and threw him to the side. The man screamed miserably. Whither did you come from? Dare to do bad things about Lao Tzu? Shin Lingwei opened her eyes. Tears rushed into her eyes. It was Lin Haoming. Lin Haoming saw Shun Lingwei's red and swollen face and torn clothes, and instantly lost his mind. He took off his coat, threw it on her, and said, "Don't look at it." Then he turned and walked over to the man, who was frightened by his appearance. At this time, Lin Haoming's eyes were filled with scarlet anger, like a hellish Shura, exuding a fierce and violent aura all over his body. He picked up the brick on the ground and slammed it on the man's head, and the man fell to the ground, blood running down his head and spilling on the ground. The man struggled and just wanted to get up, but was kicked to the ground by Lin Haoming. The blood on the ground glowed with horror in the lamp. Lin Haoming didn't see it. He stepped on the other party's kneecap again, only to hear a click, and the man let out a miserable scream, which was the sound of broken bones. Then he kicked the other man's lifeline countless times, and the blood on the ground became more and more, and the man curled up on the ground, only letting out a faint moan. Shin Lingwei listened to the man's miserable howl to silence. Her heart trembled. She stepped forward and grabbed Lin Haoming. "Don't fight. If you fight again, you will die." Hearing Shin Lingwei's voice, he came back to his senses. The anger in his eyes slowly dissipated. He picked up Shin Lingwei and walked out. Lin Haoming drove Shin Lingwei to the nearest hospital and walked directly through the VIP channel. The doctor checked Shin Lingwei and didn't hurt her muscles and bones, but her wrist was sprained, her face was red and swollen, and she could just apply some medicine. When the nurses in the hospital saw Lin Haoming's beautiful and handsome appearance, they were all full of affection and screamed. Lin Haoming only paid attention to Shin Lingwei, so naturally he wouldn't pay attention to these. Chapter 44. Help her take a bath. A young nurse gave Shin Lingwei medicine. She walked in with the medicine and saw Lin Haoming sitting next to Shin Lingwei. His tall and handsome appearance and handsome face made the little nurse blush and heartbeat. She opened the medicine box and gave Shin Lingwei medicine, but her mind was all on Lin Haoming. The man, the collar of the black shirt is messily open, revealing a sexy collarbone, a handsome face like a fairy under the messy black hair, and the whole person is noble and cold, which makes people sink at a glance. She looked at him a few more times intentionally or unintentionally, but she didn't pay attention to the strength of her subordinates. Shin Lingwei was in pain and suddenly shouted "Ah." Lin Haoming's fierce eyes glared at the little nurse. Her hand shook, and the medicine box fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Haoming shouted, "Get out!" The little nurse was so frightened that she ran out and didn't even take the medicine box. Lin Haoming picked up the cotton swab, reapplied the medicine, and applied it gently. Such a fair face, it would not look good if it left a scar. He asked softly, "How's this strength? Does it hurt?" Shin Lingwei shook her head. "It doesn't hurt." Shin Lingwei suddenly thought of something and said, "That person just now, he's okay. He's not going to die, right?" Lin Haoming's tone was as cold as ice. "Don't worry about him. It's dark. He's going to die if he's left unattended. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about you. I don't want you to do illegal things because of me." Listening to Shin Lingwei's last words, Lin Haoming stretched his brows. He picked up the phone and called Gao Heng. "I'll send you an address. You go over and find someone, and then you help me investigate him." Lin Haoming hung up the phone and said to Shin Lingwei, "Now rest assured." Shin Lingwei nodded. "How did you know I was there?" Shin Lingwei raised the doubts in her heart. She knew that Lin Haoming had been near the welfare home, but at that time, her mobile phone was thrown out, and people were dragged into the abandoned courtyard, where it was difficult to find. Lin Haoming took out her mobile phone and necklace. "These two things took me to find it." He said it lightly, omitting the processes that made his heart beat. At that time, Lin Haoming was driving the car, and he was almost arriving at the welfare home, when suddenly Shin Lingwei's phone called. He smiled and thought, it must be the fat girl who was in a hurry. After answering, he only heard Shin Lingwei's scream of "ah," followed by the sound of bang things falling, and he shouted loudly, "Shin Lingwei, what's wrong with you? Speak, Vivi." No one responded. He was a little panicked. It was getting late. Was she in danger? He stepped on the gas pedal to speed up, and a strong fear suddenly rose in his heart. What if something happens to Vivi? He was a little confused. He told himself to calm down. He drove the car to the welfare home, ran out of the car, and asked the uncle who guarded the door, and the uncle said that Shin Lingwei left half an hour ago. He stood at the door of the welfare home, frowning, his deep face stained with frost. He suddenly regretted it in his heart. He thought, "It's all my fault. I came late, and I obviously said that I would pick her up." He was scared. He had never been so scared as he was now, afraid that he would lose her, the most important person in his life. He told himself to calm down, but he couldn't calm down, and his heart was occupied by the fear of losing her. He forced himself to come to his senses. She was gone, yes. Where would she go if she left? There was no subway around here. It should be a bus. He immediately took out his mobile phone, but his hands were a little shaky. He opened the map, found the nearest way to the bus stop, and he walked along the route. He continued to make phone calls. No one answered. And when he called again, no one answered, and the sound of the phone beeping made his heart even more flustered. Suddenly, he heard her phone ringing. He ran over and picked it up. It had fallen from here, so she was probably nearby. He suddenly thought to him, what if she wasn't here? What if she was dragged into the car and the car drove away? He was scared again. He thought in a panic with his mobile phone. He touched his head. He felt that the world was spinning so many directions he didn't know where to go. He looked at the end of the path and suddenly realized that it was impossible for vehicles to pass through the narrow place. His heart calmed down a little, and he turned his head and saw that the side of the path was all demolished residential areas, and he walked towards the demolition area. He stopped. Something flashed not far away. He ran over. It was the necklace he gave Shin Lingwei. He picked up the necklace. There was a light coming from the crack in the door, and there was a voice from inside, and he kicked it in. After he finished taking the medicine, Shin Lingwei wanted to go home, and after asking the doctor, he could go home. Lin Haoming picked up Shin Lingwei and left, passing by the hospital hall, attracting a lot of envious eyes. Those people are exploring in their hearts how such a fat woman can so firmly tie up such a handsome man. Shin Lingwei was a little embarrassed. I can go, don't hold me. Lin Haoming ignored it directly. I want a hug. But someone is watching. Let them see. It was late at night when he got home. Lin Haoming went to the bathroom to take a quick shower, and then walked into the bathroom with Shin Lingwei in his arms. Shin Lingwei stood in the bathroom and said a little shyly, I'm going to take a shower. Aren't you going out? Lin Haoming shook his head. Your wrist is injured. I'll help you wash it. Shin Lingwei immediately refused on her face. It's better not to do it. I can do it myself. Lin Haoming couldn't help but smile. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, you're hurt, and I won't do anything. Shin Lingwei was still a little hesitant. That's not good. Has grown up so big. Except for her own mother, no one has ever helped her take a bath. If you speak again, I'll kiss you. His eyes were clean and serious. She had no choice but to stop talking and obediently watched him fill the bathtub with warm water. She watched as he slowly approached, his tall frame blocking out the lights overhead, casting a dark shadow over her face. She hid on his chest, a little afraid to look him in the eye. He stretched out his slender fingers, slowly touched her t-shirt, and whispered, arm up. She obediently raised her arm, and he pulled the t-shirt up, careful to avoid her injured cheek and wrist. A large area of snow-white skin was exposed, and at this time, only underwear was left on his upper body to wrap the two snow-white peaks, and the deep ravines crowded together shook his eyes. His Adam's apple couldn't help rolling, and she naturally felt his change and lowered her head a little shyly. His slender fingers unbuttoned her pants and slowly unzipped the metal zipper. The sound of stinging seemed to be amplified countless times in the quiet night, and her face was flushed. Seeing that he was going to continue to help her take off her pants, she hurriedly said, I, in fact, can take it off by myself. You can't handle it easily, so I'll do it. Looking at his serious face, she felt that it was her villain's heart. Chapter 45, Fear for You. He helped her pull her pants down to her ankles, then squatted down, reached out to hold her white feet, and lifted them slightly, and one of the trouser legs was removed. Then he held her other foot again and looked at the white foot. The 5 toes of the flesh were crystal clear, soft like buns, and he couldn't help but pinch it hard. She let out an aching ah, and then felt that this sound was very inappropriate at this time, as if she was deliberately seducing people. He stood up and wrapped his arms around her, his body pressed together, her heart beating fast. His fingers reached behind to untie her underwear, but he couldn't untie it for a long time. He had never touched this thing, so it was naturally a little difficult. He kept his head down and still trying, getting closer and closer, his chest pressed against hers, and the exhaled breath sprayed on her face. His soft lips brushed her cheeks, and her fair cheeks instantly turned crimson. Finally, he unbuttoned it, and 2 towering white hills leaped out and leaped before his eyes. He only glanced at it, and then he felt that the whole person was about to burn. He looked away and went to help her take off her underwear. She said shyly, Don't look. He nodded, and she said uncomfortably, You close your eyes, or turn your head away. He obediently closed his eyes. His fingers trembled slightly to help her take off her underwear. Between her white legs there was a secret that was exclusive to women. She bit her lip, closed her legs tightly. He picked her up and put her in the bathtub. She hid in the water, and her heart was at ease, thinking that in this way, he would not be able to see. In fact, under the ripples of the water, he saw more clearly and more attractively. Her white body fluttered back and forth below the surface of the water, and the water flowed down her chest and down the ravines of the two hills. His desire exploded, and he looked away, knowing that if he looked at it again, he would immediately pounce on it like a wolf and bite it to his heart's content. He gently helped her wash. His throat was so thirsty, and he regretted helping her take a bath. This was simply the most cruel torture in the world, comparable to Ling Chi. Only let him see, but not let him eat. Let him be tortured. The warm water wrapped her body, slowly washing away the fatigue and gradually warming her body. Her sleepiness hit. He picked her up, dried her with a bath towel, and then carried her to the bed. He hugged her, kissed her forehead, and said gently, "Sleep, good night." Shen Lingwei fell asleep obediently. He listened to her even breathing, but he couldn't sleep. Today's events, thinking about it or being afraid, he almost hurt her. He hugged her tightly, kissed her hair, and sighed inwardly. "Do you know? I've been scared for you for half my life. When I was 8 years old, I was worried that you would be sad because of your parents' divorce. I spent a month preparing a birthday present for you, and I secretly ran to your neighborhood many times, standing in the distance to watch you, and seeing that you were happy because of that gift, I was happy too. Every year after that, I will prepare a birthday present for you, no matter where your family moves, no matter where you live. On your birthday, gifts are guaranteed to arrive on time. Because you've had enough hard time, I'm afraid you'll be sad if no one gives you a birthday. When you are 18 years old, you're going to college, and on your birthday in August, I will give you a few books, and I will study abroad in a few days, and I still don't feel at ease. So on your birthday, I asked my grandfather to accompany me to your house and officially mention the marriage contract of the hour, because I want you to know that you are not unloved, and I will wait for you. But that day, when I was standing in the yard of your house, I saw that the gift I gave you was torn up and thrown in the trash, and I thought it was because you didn't like the gift I gave and didn't like me, so I didn't have a good attitude that day. Later, when I went abroad, I missed you very much, and I figured it out. Maybe it wasn't you who threw it away. It was someone else's throwaway, and you didn't receive the gift from me at all. Later, I didn't miss your birthday every year. In the 4 years of college, I was worried that you would fall in love with someone else, so I asked my friend to pay attention to you, and he told me that you had been single all along. It wasn't until I returned to China and you graduated from college that I went to your school to find you and wanted to officially confess to you. But I saw that person by your side, Qin Kai. He is so sunny and warm. You smile so gently at him. I envy him. Later, I was dragged by Gu Xiaoling to your best friend's birthday party. I saw you again. I saw you being bullied by everyone, and I was worried that you would hurt your heart. All the people who bully you, I will not let them have a good time. When it came to the marriage contract that night, I deliberately told you that I hope you would choose the first one. In fact, I was so nervous that I was afraid that you would not marry me. Later you agreed. I thought, whether you love me or not, you married me, you moved into our house. When I came back that day, I saw you wearing the necklace I gave you, and even though you didn't know it was me, I was still happy. I can't help but want to kiss you. Seeing that you hate my touch, I am scared, afraid to see you like that, so I hurt you with nasty words. Then one day, I kissed you, and you said it was your first kiss, and you said I don't feel like the first time. You know, how many times I secretly rehearsed for every first time with you. And that night, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. That day, you pushed away and went to Grandpa's house. I saw you and Qin Kai together on the road. I was scared, afraid that you would like him. Yes, I'm not confident. As long as any man appears around you, I will think that you like them and don't like me. I was angry, jealous, hurt you, and when I saw you crying, I was the most panicked because what I was most afraid of was that you were crying. The most scared thing is this time, I'm afraid that something is really going to happen to you. I'm afraid that I'm going to lose the most important person in my life, the person who finally got closer to me. Fortunately, you're fine. You're in my arms. Lin Haoming sniffed her hair greedily and fell asleep. The next morning, Shen Lingwei opened her eyes, and the man next to her was long gone. She sat up, her wrists still aching, and she was clumsily dressed. Lin Haoming walked in. He was wearing a well-cut silver-gray suit. His shirt was neatly buttoned. His body was smooth and straight. The watch on his wrist exuded a dazzling metallic luster, and the whole person looked extremely noble. Shen Lingwei glanced at him secretly. He was very handsome. It would be a good mood to marry an eye-catching husband. Suddenly, she remembered the bath last night and blushed a little embarrassed. Lin Haoming approached. You are obediently at home today. I will ask Sister Jean to come over to take care of you. And you don't have to go to work on Monday. I've already found someone to help you ask for leave. Shin Lingwei felt that there was no need to ask for leave. It was not a big deal. I know, take a day off, I can go to work on Monday. Looking at Lin Haoming's serious expression, she had no choice but to speak silently. Lin Haoming leaned over and kissed her forehead gently. Stay at home until I come back. Shin Lingwei nodded embarrassedly. Oh! Chapter 46. Explosion. Shin Lingwei was lying bored, and Linda called. Hey, Linda. Hey, Wei Wei. How are you doing? The three of us haven't gotten together since Qin Kai came back. Would you like to come out for a meal together? Shin Lingwei hesitated a little. She and Qin Kai were bumped into by Lin Haoming in the welfare home that day, and his angry expression was still vivid. And he made it clear that he was not allowed to have any more contact with Qin Kai. Hey, Vivi, is the signal bad? Why don't you speak? Oh no, I'm listening. Then come here, old place. Qin Kai and I will also go over. Hurry up. Linda hung up the phone. Shin Lingwei sat on the sofa for a while, and then remembered Lin Haoming's expression that day. Cold as an iceberg, irritable and furious. She couldn't help but shiver. However, Qin Kai and Linda are friends of their 4 years in college. They eat together almost every day, go to the library together, read books together, have a deep relationship, and spend more time together than with Lin Haoming. You can't be heavy on color and light on friends, right? Moreover, he meant that he shouldn't let him meet Qin Kai alone. The three of them should be no problem together, right? Thinking of this, Shin Lingwei felt that there was nothing in the first place. She changed her clothes and went happily. The three of them were at the Green Shadow restaurant. Qin Kai and Linda had just arrived, and Shin Lingwei also walked in. Seeing the redness and swelling on her face and wrists, both of them looked worried. Wei Wei, how did you get it with this on your face? Was it Lin Haoming? He actually dared to hit someone. Linda was still concerned at first, and then the more she talked, the more angry she became. If Lin Haoming dared to beat her best friend, even if it was the president of her own company, she would still scold. Lin Haoming? Qin Kai was suddenly shocked in his heart, as if he understood something. Lin Haoming. Was Shin Lingwei in Lin Haoming's car that day? Of course he knew who Lin Haoming was. The Lin family in Beijing, the man who lived at the top of the pyramid, had a marriage contract with Shin Lingwei, but he thought that Lin Haoming would definitely not like Shin Lingwei. So before, he never took Shin Lingwei to heart that she had a marriage contract. Thinking of Shin Lingwei's anxious expression to leave that day, it shows that she likes Lin Haoming, right? Lin Haoming is the one who has a marriage contract with Wei Wei. Qin Kai, haven't you seen it? On my birthday, someone bullied Wei Wei. Mr. Lin stepped forward. That's called a handsome. If I were Vivi, I would be captivated by him. But then again, if he dares to bully Wei Wei, I'll fight with him. Linda said, clenching her fists. Qin Kai smiled unnaturally, hiding his flustered emotions. Oh no, it was beaten by a family member of a colleague in a company, and there is a tendency to domestic violence, which has nothing to do with Lin Haoming. Shin Lingwei said with a smile. What? A colleague in a company? What kind of broken company are you? Who are all the people in your company? There is no good person. The leader is still so perverted. You might as well resign and come to our Lin group. How about it? I'll see. Qin Kai said seriously. Our Qin's president's office is recruiting a special assistant, mainly in terms of copy editing, writing some leadership speeches, press releases, etc. I think it is quite suitable for you. If you are interested, you can give it a try. The salary is twice as high as the market price. In recent years, the traditional education and training model has gradually declined. The technology network is developed. The pace of life is fast. People have more fragmented time, and online courses are favored by more people because of their convenience and cheapness. So the Qin family is also focused on developing the online education market. In fact, there have been several excellent candidates for the special assistant recruitment run by President Qin, but Qin Kai has not made a decision. He wanted to keep it for Shin Lingwei. If she is willing to work with him, then she can see her every day. Hey, that's a good idea. Give it a try, Vivi. Linda was very supportive. Can I? Since the salary is so high, it must be very high for ability. After all, my work experience is not so sufficient. Shin Lingwei was a little worried about her ability. I believe you can. You are Shin Lingwei. Very good. In Qin Kai's heart, she was naturally the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. Okay, then I'll think about it. Today, I have one more thing to tell you. Shin Lingwei mustered up her courage and was ready to speak. Facing the eyes of Linda and Qin Kai, she was a little embarrassed and pretended to be casual and said, Actually, it's nothing. That is, I got married. Linda exclaimed, Really, really? Is it with Lin Haoming, president of Lin University? Shin Lingwei nodded shyly. Linda's face was full of excitement and gossip, and she smiled, very happy for her best friend. They didn't know that when they heard the news, it was as if a bomb exploded in Qin Kai's head. In a few short minutes, his brain was messed up, his ears were intermittently out of order. He didn't seem to hear anything, only the sound of buzzing tinnitus. Only seeing Linda's excited smiling face and Shun Lingwei's shy expression. His heart sank and his face turned pale. Hey, what's wrong with you, Chin Kai? Wei Wei is married. Our 3 single dogs have finally married one. Why aren't you so happy? Linda and Shun Lingwei looked at him, and he quickly came back to his senses, echoing them, laughing together. After eating, they went home separately, and the stone in Shun Lingwei's heart also fell to the ground. Compared with her own family members who are not close, she trusts these 2 friends more and hopes to be blessed by them, and her heart is happy to see that they are very happy for her. In the evening, the Glow Bar. Chin Kai sat on the bar and gulped wine. He didn't say a word, but he had already thought of 1,000 words in his heart. Shun Lingwei, Shun Lingwei. In order to stay by your side, I did gay for 4 years. I thought we are together every day. I'm getting closer and closer to you, but I didn't expect it is getting farther and farther away. Was it a mistake, or was it a missed fate? Just because I was on a business trip for a few days, just because I didn't attend Linda's birthday party, you and Lin Haoming met, and you got the certificate. In just a few days, the world has been turned upside down. At the end of the day, you don't love me. You've never liked me. If there is any temporary intention, perhaps you have liked him for a long time. Otherwise, who would willingly marry someone they don't love? I chose the wrong path, but I had no choice. In my freshman year, in the library, I saw you sitting at your desk reading a book, the sunlight outside the window, shining through the gaps in the branches and sprinkling on your face. Extremely quiet and soft, but you didn't know it. You're reading a book intently, and suddenly, a few strands of hair fall down your white cheeks, and you reach out and gently pull them behind your ears. Then, you look up at me and smile at me. I know it's just a good-natured laugh at strangers, but I loved. Later, I often pretended to meet you in the library, and I pretended to meet you in various places at school. It's not that I didn't express my desire to pursue you, but I felt your rejection. So, I said I was gay, and then I became the best girlfriend with you and Linda. I've been watching handsome guys with you and telling you all sorts of little secrets, but I'm really jealous of those guys because you've never looked at me like you admired a man. I just used this method to stay with you for 4 more years. If I didn't do gay, maybe I wouldn't have even been able to do it for the past 4 years. Now that you have become someone else's rightful woman, I don't have to pretend anymore in the future. Chapter 47. Shaolin, Brother Lin? Chin Kai was still drinking. He didn't know that not far away, a girl was looking at him distressly. The girl's name is Yi Chuxin, and she is Shun Lingwei's college roommate. She naturally knew that Chin Kai was Shun Lingwei's best friend, and she had long known that Chin Kai was not gay at all. Chin Kai's thoughts about Shun Lingwei, she had already seen through them, but she never told Shun Lingwei because she also had her thoughts. When she saw Chin Kai for the first time, she was attracted by this sunny and handsome boy, and when he laughed, it seemed that the sky was clearer. She silently liked him for 4 years, and watched him stay by Shun Lingwei's side for 4 years. Yi Chuxin stepped forward and sat down beside Chin Kai. Don't drink, you're already drunk. She snatched Chin Kai's wine glass in distress. Don't worry about it, go away. Who are you? Chin Kai looked at her drunkenly. This girl seemed to be very familiar. I'm from the same college as you. Yi Chuxin didn't want to say that she was Shun Lingwei's roommate, and she didn't want to mention this name in front of the man she liked. Oh, I remember. Are you Shun Lingwei's roommate? Chin Kai patted his head and said, How do you know you remember me? Yi Chuxin was happy in his heart. He remembered me. Did he pay attention to me when he was in college? Perhaps he also likes me a little? He's by Shun Lingwei's side. Is it because of me? Yi Chuxin had already thought a lot in her heart. I don't remember the people and things around Shun Lingwei. I need to know her joys and sorrows, and whether anyone bullied her. You say, did you bully her? If you dare to bully her, I can't spare you. Chin Kai had already stumbled when she spoke, obviously drunk, but she was still thinking about Shun Lingwei. A look of disgust appeared on Yi Chuxin's face. She never wanted to hear this nasty name again. Where is your home? I'll take you home. You're drunk. Yi Chuxin gently supported Chin Kai and wanted to send him home. Get out. I don't need anyone to help me. How old are you? Just you dare to help me. Chin Kai pushed hard, and Yi Chuxin fell to the ground. She fell to the ground, didn't get up, and shouted loudly, Chin Kai, Chin Kai. Tears were already flowing from the corners of his eyes. She hoped that Chin Kai could see her pitiful appearance at this time, and then feel sorry for her and help her. Even, he can let her accompany him, and when he is drunk, an intimate story happens. Qin Kai walked out as if he hadn't heard it. The people around looked over one after another. Damn, what kind of play is this? The woman sticks to the man, seeing the little white-faced drunk. I want to take advantage. As a result, people's little white faces don't look down on her, but also, this woman is not very good looking. Otherwise, I would have liked to make her feel good. It's not so ugly. If the bed technique is good, it's not impossible. I don't pick it. An obscene man with a face covered in acne looked at Yi Chushin. She hurriedly got up and ran out in shame. Villa. Shun Lingwei sat in the living room, waiting for Lin Haoming to come back. She wanted to discuss with him about going to the Qin clan to be an editor. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening before Lin Haoming came back. She watched him come from the door from a distance. He was still dressed in a well-cut black suit, with clear eyebrows and eyes, a delicate and cold jawline, and a noble and cold temperament. It's really to be able to marry such a handsome man. Eye candy. Have you had a party again in the evening? Shun Lingwei asked casually. Well, I've been socializing a little bit more lately. Lin Haoming sat next to her. The fat girl asked, is it to blame me for being too busy lately and spending less time with her? What's wrong? Think I'm too late? His voice was magnetic and languid. Shun Lingwei hurriedly denied it. No, I'll just ask casually. Looking at her anxious appearance, his eyes flashed, and he wanted to tease her. He moved to her side, and with his slender fingers, he stroked a few strands of her hair and spoke slowly. That means you don't care about your husband in the slightest? Don't want him to accompany you? Shun Lingwei moved to the side unnaturally and whispered, No, I care about you very much. Oh, what a concern. My husband is tired today and needs you to take good care of him. Lin Haoming said. The whole person was attached to her body, and his lips were close to her ears. The warm breath sprayed on her ears, and the nerves in her body tensed sensitively. Seeing that the surging desire in his eyes was getting deeper and deeper, Shun Lingwei hurriedly interrupted him. Lin Haoming, I want to discuss something with you. Lin Haoming? You just call me by my first name? His tone was quite displeased. He had been married for so many days, and the fat girl still called him that. So, what do you want me to call you? Shun Lingwei said softly. Iceberg is angry. The consequences are very serious. It is better not to provoke him. Besides, there are things that require his consent. Think for yourself. Lin Haoming threw the problem at her, and if he wanted to ask him, he had to show an attitude of begging. Then call you Haoming Brother Ming Xiaolin? Brother Lin? Shun Lingwei naturally understood in his heart what type of answer he wanted to hear. It was nothing more than a little more intimate, so he leaned over there. Unexpectedly, Lin Haoming shook his head coldly. It's not good. Shun Lingwei ran out of tricks. Is there any other name? I really can't think of it. Call my husband to try. Lin Haoming approached again. His voice was magnetic and charming, and the look in his eyes was quite expectant. This I can't call it. Shun Lingwei was very embarrassed. She had never said these two words when she was so big. You try. Lin Haoming continued to bewitch. Old, hey, forget it. I really can't scream. Her face was already flushed, and those two words really couldn't be called. Okay, I won't force you. Shun Lingwei's heart was relieved. How could he be so kind this time? Unexpectedly, he was close to her ear and said softly word by word, when it's time to call, I'll let you call it again, and when you call it, it's good to hear it. Shun Lingwei asked with some curiosity, When? You want to know? The corners of Lin Haoming's mouth were covered with a clear smile. As if realizing something, her face turned red and she shook her head. I still don't want to know. Okay, then you can call me Haoming from now on. That's what it sounds like. What's Xiaolin, Brother Lin? Am I your eldest brother, or are you my eldest brother? Hearing that Lin Haoming finally spoke, Shun Lingwei began to get to the point. Okay, Haoming, then I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter, say? Chapter 48. How should I punish you? Well, didn't I tell you before? Our company always talks about layoffs. During our dinner today, my friend introduced me to work as an editor in the president's office of an education company. What do you think? After Shun Lingwei finished speaking, she looked at Lin Haoming with some apprehension in her heart. She deliberately didn't say Qin Kai's name, just hoping that he would nod his head directly in agreement, so that if he would pursue it in the future, she could also say that he agreed. Unexpectedly, Lin Haoming directly grasped the point. What friend? What company? Shun Lingwei was a little flustered. That's it, an ordinary friend. As far as I know, Qin's group is mainly engaged in the education industry, and one of their key strategies this year is to create positive public opinion on the internet. You were talking about, it won't be this company, right? His tone was rational and cold. Shun Lingwei hurriedly nodded. Yes, you know everything. That's amazing. Lin Haoming was not surprised to know that Qin's enterprise was her, because Beijing was so big. How could he, a businessman, not know this? I just hope that if he doesn't know Qin Kai's identity, then everything will be fine. People like to listen to good things, praise him, express their worship. Maybe he will agree when he is happy. Shen Lingwei applauded her wit in her heart. Lin Haoming's deep eyes fell on her face. Not only do I know this, but I also know that the only son of the Qin family is called Qin Kai, and he is your good best friend. Listening to Lin Haoming's lukewarm tone, Shen Lingwei was a little overwhelmed. Is he angry or is he not angry? Yes, it's him. He introduced me to me, but don't worry, I won't see him when I go to their company, and my position is said to be able to work from home, and I won't have a chance to meet him. Shen Lingwei raised her hand and assured. Oh, is it? You're quite self-conscious, and you know that you shouldn't meet him? Lin Haoming leaned on the back of the sofa and looked at her for a long time. Shen Lingwei was shocked, remembering that Lin Haoming had clearly said that she was not allowed to meet Qin Kai again, although that was not a reasonable request. However, it was his clear attitude. She thought to herself how to answer, and suddenly it occurred to her. He didn't know we had met, right? He had clairvoyance, and he had ears to the wind? This situation can't be admitted, and if he does, he should be even more angry. She pretended to deny it casually. I haven't met him either. How can I see him? Really? I remember the first sentence at the beginning of your life, saying that your job was introduced by a friend during a meal with him. So can I understand that you and Qin Kai had dinner together? And you're going to work at him? Lin Haoming approached her, and his tone seemed to be extremely flat. His eyes narrowed, and the expression in them was obscure. The lie was exposed on the spot, and Shen Lingwei blushed for a moment. But what she was even more panicked about was the tranquility before the bloody storm. He is like a vicious wolf waiting for his prey to appear. As long as the prey is negligent, he can directly pounce on the other party and bite the other party to death, swallowing it into the stomach. So she'll have to think about it. Ah, is there one? I don't remember, it's actually. She was nervously thinking about her words. I found that you like to lie to your husband. Who gave you the guts? Lin Haoming put his hand on her chin and kneaded it. Say, how shall I punish you? Before Shen Lingwei could say anything, Lin Haoming's lips came up. He pried open her teeth and roamed her territory. This didn't seem to be enough fun. He bit her red lips with his teeth, sucking hard, and soon, the smell of blood filled his mouth. Shen Lingwei could only be forced to cater to him. She was a little out of breath. He didn't give her a chance to breathe, and continued to kiss deeply, so she had to close her eyes and let him ask for it. Her crimson face took on an intoxicating look, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and he gradually pressed her down on the couch, and then his hand reached into her clothes and roamed over her. She grabbed his arm nervously, but he continued to explore with his other hand, her body trembling slightly with tension. He exhaled a demagogic breath in her ear, and he said, "Relax." She could only listen to him, and she tried to stretch her tense body slowly. He still kept kissing her, his hands moving. Looking at her pale skin, the flames burned. At the bottom of his eyes, a soft light suddenly rose. Will you be good in the future? He kissed and asked softly in her ear. She nodded bitterly and sweetly. He seemed pleased with this answer. He continued. Suddenly, a burst of electricity rushed through the blood to all parts of the body. Ah! She was too ashamed to open her eyes. He kissed her lightly on the forehead. You can rest first, I still have some things to deal with. Shen Lingwei said yes shyly, and quickly ran back to her bedroom. Lin Haoming went to the bathroom to take a cold shower, returned to the bedroom on the second floor, and continued to deal with the work, and did not rest until 1 o'clock in the evening. The next day, Shen Lingwei was resting at home, and Sister Li called. Shen Lingwei pressed answer. Sister Li's anxious voice came from the phone. Vivi, are you all right? I'm fine, Sister Li. Wei, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such danger. That day my man beat me up. He said he was going to take revenge on you. I wanted to inform you, but I was locked in the bathroom. My phone was not around. The child didn't go home from school. I was locked up for 2 days. The police came, and I was released. Sister Li expressed her apology. I was very anxious at the time, but I was tied up. I wanted to contact you, and I shouted for a long time, but no one found out. I'm sorry, Vivi. Are you all right? Shen Lingwei smiled. Sister Li, don't worry, I'm fine. She knew that Sister Li was not to blame. But what happened that day made her feel the horror of that man and the pity of Sister Li. Sister Li, be careful in the future. That person is indeed quite terrifying. Sister Li's tone relaxed a lot. It's okay, Wei. He has been arrested, and he actually took the initiative to sign the divorce agreement and agree to the divorce. I really didn't expect it, and I don't know who helped me. Hanging up the phone, Shin Lingwei thought, I don't know who the person who helped him in Sister Lee's mouth is. Could it be Lin Haoming? Unexpectedly, he looked very indifferent, but he was still quite helpful and had a good heart. Shin Lingwei gave Lin Haoming a thumbs up in her heart. How did she know that the living Hades could be idle and kind? It's just for someone's pleasure. Chapter 49. What's bad to hold on? Shin Lingwei took a day off and went to work in the company. As soon as she sat down at her desk, Jean Shanshan walked over. Some people are really hypocritical. They ask for leave at every turn. I don't know, I think you're a daughter. Shin Lingwei didn't have a good face for her. Is there anything wrong with you? If you have something to say, just leave if you have nothing to do. I can't accommodate someone as noble as you here. It's really annoying that she can still find a workstation so far away. Jean Shanshan covered her nose with a look of disgust. Do you think I want to come? The smell of the toilet stinks to death. Shin Lingwei smiled. The smell of the toilet is not due to you. Jean Shanshan pursed her lips and suddenly showed an extremely uncommon, flattering expression. Lingwei, actually I thought about it. You don't have to have such an attitude towards me. We don't have any hatred in the first place, right? Everyone is a colleague, so we should get along with each other. Shin Lingwei did not speak. She didn't believe that Jean Shanshan could be kind. Really? Lingwei, I'm just curious. Is Xiaolu really being raised by Mr. Fong? Mr. Fong also showed up that day. Why haven't Mr. Fong come to pick her up recently? Shin Lingwei had a cold face. Does this have anything to do with you? What do you do all day worrying about other people's private lives? I care about my colleagues. Xiaolu is so simple. I'm afraid she will be deceived by Mr. Fong. Shin Lingwei looked at Jean Shanshan's hypocritical smiling face. If she had stayed before, she would have believed it. Now, I can see who she is. She stood up. If you like to smell the toilet here, you can continue. I have something to do. Go first. See you later. Shin Lingwei left the workstation, and Jean Shanshan also pouted and left. Since Sun Jigang was rectified by Mr. Fong that day, she suddenly realized that she was wrong before. I really shouldn't waste all my time on Sun Jigang. Following him has no future. Moreover, Xiaolu can actually meet Mr. Fong. What can she do? Isn't it just a little younger and prettier? Xiaolu's technology? Can she be good? When it comes to the technology of serving men, Jean Shanshan is confident that no woman can compare to her. After all, she has been tempered and trained. It's a pity that I made the mistake of paying Sun Jigang before. Thinking of the night of the department's dinner, she was in a state of flux, and the one who came in with Mr. Fong that day was Mr. Lin. The man who only exists in mythology, incomparable. She had only heard about him on the internet before. She knew the status of the Lin family in Beijing, and she also saw the article of Mr. Lin interviewed by Shin Lingwei and saw his photo, but she didn't feel anything. Because that's out of reach, only on the web. But that night, he really appeared in front of her, standing in her world. With such height and such appearance, she couldn't extricate herself. She had never seen a man so handsome. Handsome enough to be exciting and screaming. Such an unattainable, cold, and detached man. At that time, she didn't dare to think about anything. Until she suddenly knew that Xiao Lu actually climbed up to Mr. Fong. Xiao Lu was the person next to her, and she could actually be Mr. Fong's lover. Is it possible for her to be Mr. Lin's lover? Even if it's just once? She has that self-confidence. As long as Mr. Lin tastes her sweetness once, he will definitely be infatuated with her. So she had to find a way to contact Mr. Lin. She thought that Shin Lingwei had interviewed Mr. Lin, and she should always know Mr. Lin's contact information, or she knew how to contact Mr. Lin. Besides, Shin Lingwei and Xiao Lu are so close. If you can find out if Xiao Lu is really with Mr. Fong, you can find a way to get close to people of their class in the future. Shin Lingwei walked around outside before returning to her workstation, and was relieved to see Jean Shanshan gone. This Sister Jean doesn't necessarily hold back anything bad. However, what Jean Shanshan said just now also reminded her. Could it really be, as Jean Shanshan said, Mr. Fong is not sincere to Xiaolu? Just playing? She was very worried about Xiaolu. When it was time to get off work, Shin Lingwei walked with Xiaolu, and along the way, Shin Lingwei wanted to ask about her and Mr. Fong, but she was embarrassed to speak. Xiaolu suddenly said that he was going to reverse line 6. Shin Lingwei was surprised. Don't you usually go home on line 10? Xiao Lu smiled. I have something to do today, so I won't go home yet. Oh, be careful then. Shin Lingwei thought perhaps Xiao Lu went on a date with Fong Yuqin. The relationship between the two should be very good. What is Jean Shanshan talking about? Qin's group. Office of the President. Assistant Wang Jie knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Qin. Have you decided on the candidate for the special assistant editor? The three candidates are all very good. One is a graduate of Beijing News University, one is back from studying in United Kingdom, and the other has many years of work experience in Beijing Daily. What do you think? Qin Kai raised his head, his clear eyes bright and warm. Wait, I have a more suitable person, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Qin, then I'll go out first. Wang Wei went and closed the door. The setting sun emitted the last dazzling light before setting, shooting straight over and falling on Qin Kai's eyes. He stretched out his hand to block it, and his slender fingertips were stained with a layer of golden light, which seemed to penetrate his fingertips and uncover some dusty memory. That time, Shun Lingwei and Lin Yumeng, the three of them went to the beach to play together. It was such a beautiful sunset. From behind a cloud, 10,000 rays of light shot out, shining on the surface of the sea, sparkling and incomparably vast. She was running barefoot on the beach that day, laughing. Wow, that's beautiful. I'll come back next time. He sat quietly on the beach, watching her, bathed in the warm light and running, like an extremely happy child. At that time, he thought if only time could stand still in this moment forever. Qin Kai stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, and looked at the scenery outside the window. The setting sun gilds the whole city in gold, and it is beautiful as if in a dream. The sunset is infinitely good just near dusk. He was leaning against the wall, and his figure looked a little lonely. There are countless times such a beautiful sunset, but unfortunately, there is no one to watch with me. What's the point of that? He sighed, and the place next to him still wanted to be kept for her. He humbly thought, what if she got married? Perhaps if he treats her badly, she will leave him. What the future holds, who can say? Chapter 50, Caught in the Bag. Dark Night Bar. It's the largest bar in the North City, and it's often crowded with late-night drunken people. Fang Yuqin sat in the corner, holding a wine glass in his hand, watching the band perform in the middle of the stage. The handsome lead singer sang affectionately, I thought that loving you had a result, but I made a mistake by being amorous. Fang Yuqin laughed self-deprecatingly, turned his head, raised his wine glass, and threw himself up. After singing a song, there is an intermission. The lead singer smiled and waved to the audience, and Xiaolu stepped forward. Sister, why did you come? I miss you so much. It was the band's lead singer, Ruan Heng, Xiaolu's twin brother, who spoke. Although they are twins, there is a huge difference in appearance between the two. Xiaolu is slender, and her younger brother is sturdy, very tall, nearly 1.9 meters. Xiaolu stood beside him, like an older brother and younger sister. The same thing is that the two siblings have inherited the excellent genes of their parents, and their appearance is very good. Xiaolu smiled and slapped Ruan Heng. The old lady is busy going to work to earn money. Ruan Heng rubbed her hair dotingly. What are girls doing so hard? You have a brother and me. And me, I like the little sister too. Guitarist Lin Yin also walked over and winked at Xiaolu. Several other people also came over and surrounded Xiaolu in the middle. Wow, my sister is so beautiful. Does my sister have a boyfriend? Do you want to consider me? Don't call me sister. People are so young. They look like sisters. Several big boys are very handsome, laughing and making trouble. Xiaolu is a little uncomfortable standing in the middle, blushing and smiling. Ruan Heng pushed them away with a smile. Go and go, one by one like a wolf and a tiger. Don't scare my sister. Then he turned his head and put his arm on Xiaolu's shoulder. Sister, don't bother with them. Let's find a quiet place to talk. The two of them walked forward in an affectionate manner, attracting the attention of many people. In the eyes of others, the boys are handsome, the girls are soft like a couple, and they are really eye-catching. Fang Yuqin sat in the corner, not far away, watching silently. From Xiaolu standing in the middle of a group of boys, smiling shyly, to when she was hugged by one of the tall boys and walked out. He saw it all. She had such a shy look that night, he had seen. What was she going to do? Late at night with boys, intimate and intimate. Where are you going? Where can you go in a place like a bar? His eyes were scarlet, and he was already 7 points drunk. Ruan Xiaolu, I really underestimate you. You are really capable. It's only been a few days, and you have a new love so quickly. Fang Yuqin poured another glass of wine. It's ridiculous. I actually came to the bar to get drunk for such a woman. It's time to wake up. Shun Lingwei was in the villa, and after dinner, it was almost 9 o'clock. I wanted to go back to the house to sleep, but Lin Haoming pushed the door and came in. He walked up to her, wrapped his broad arms around her, and kissed her on the forehead. Miss me? Shin Ling Wei didn't know how to answer. Say, think about it. It seems that I covet your beauty too much. Say, I don't want if someone is going to be angry again. Before she could answer, Lin Haoming took her hand and walked upstairs. Walking into the bedroom, he let go of her. I've been having some insomnia lately, and I have to sleep with a soft thing, so you wait for me obediently. With that, he walked into the bathroom. Bell, bell, bell. The phone rang suddenly, and Shin Lingwei saw that Qin Kai was calling. She was inexplicably a little weak-hearted. If it was before, whether she received a call from Qin Kai or Linda, she would be very happy. However, Lin Haoming seemed to hate Qin Kai very much. She cautiously glanced in the direction of the bathroom, but there was still the sound of rushing water. He shouldn't come out for a while, right? She took a few steps forward, intending to go to the balcony to answer the phone. The bathroom door suddenly opened, and Lin Haoming walked out with a bath towel. He had a bare upper body, a broad chest, and strong muscular lines. Shin Lingwei hung up in a panic. She stayed in place, holding the phone a little nervously in her hand. Lin Haoming wiped his hair casually, but his eyes glanced over inadvertently. What are you doing? Shin Lingwei laughed dryly. It's okay, I'm going to go to the balcony to breathe. Obviously, he didn't do anything wrong, but it was like being caught doing something bad. Really? Lin Haoming threw the towel on the table casually and walked over step by step. He pressed forward little by little, and she stepped back step by step, until he pressed her against the wall. He lowered his head, his burning breath falling on her face. Suddenly, the bell rang abruptly again, and in the quiet night, it was exceptionally clear. Shin Lingwei held her phone nervously, but she didn't dare to do anything. The bell was still ringing, rhythmically, as if it were striking on the tip of her heart. Lin Haoming's deep eyes narrowed. You won't answer? She replied directly, no, it should be an advertisement. Lin Haoming looked straight into her eyes, as if he wanted to see her through. Then what is your weak heart? Well? Her heart tightened, and she quickly denied it. There is no. The bell finally stopped ringing, and her tense body relaxed somewhat. However, in the next second, Lin Haoming stretched out his hand and put it on her waist, and the scorching temperature came through the thin fabric. The muscles in her lower back tightened suddenly. He grabbed her waist and tugged at her, and she let out an exclamation of awe. Her heart was beating wildly, and her chest was heaving violently. Lin Haoming leaned over to look at her, his skin as white as snow, and the neckline of his pajamas was crooked, revealing a seductive spring color. Her face was crimson, and there seemed to be a pool of water under her eyes, and she must not know how attractive she was to look like this. He put his hand on her arm, still holding her phone tightly. He reached for his phone and just wanted to take it away for her. Bell, 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 the bell rang again rapidly. A name Qin Kai appeared on the screen. Shin Lingwei looked at the man above with some fear. Sure enough, his brow furrowed, and a cold light like a blade flashed in his eyes. Her heart trembled. Didn't you say it was an advertisement, huh? If you don't, you'll. Hesitating, how to explain? Lin Haoming stretched out his finger and pressed answer, and clicked on the speaker, then glanced at her. That meant to make her talk to his face. A warm and nice voice came from the other end of the phone, Vivi. Hey, Qin Kai. She opened her mouth carefully, and secretly prayed in her heart. Qin Kai must not say anything that should not be said otherwise. She stole a glance up at the man above, who was staring at her intently with a dangerous look in his eyes. It was as if she was the prey in his hands, and if she was the slightest careless, she would consume his patience, and she would be eaten by him in one bite. So, she had to be cautious. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? I thought something was wrong with you. Qin Kai's voice was full of deep worry. Chapter 51. Wife, did it hurt you?